The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to the June the 24th, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 1497, John Cabot claims part of North America, now eastern Canada, for England, believing he has found Asia in Newfoundland. Gee, seems like he should have pulled over and asked for directions at some point. In 1509, Henry VIII is crowned King of England in Westminster Abbey, London. In 1793, first Republican Constitution in France adopted. In 1812, Napoleon Bonaparte's Grand Army, numbering 500,000, begins their invasion of Russia by crossing the Niemen River. In 1853, U.S. President Franklin Pierce signs the Gadsden Purchase, buying 29,670 square miles from Mexico for $10 million. Now southern Arizona and New Mexico. In 1901, first exhibition of Pablo Picasso, age 19, opens in Paris. In 1930, first detection of an airplane using reflected radio waves, a precursor to radar by U.S. Naval Research Laboratory engineers in Washington, D.C. In 2022, U.S. Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade, eliminating constitutional right to choose abortion in a 6-3 vote. In 1916, Mary Pickford becomes first female film star to get a $1 million contract. In 1958, Nina Simone releases her jazz album, Little Girl Blue. In 1995, third Rugby World Cup, Ellis Park, Johannesburg's Spring Books fly half Joe Strasky lands the winning drop goal in extra time as South Africa beats New Zealand 15-12. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Wyatt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The Abbott and Costello program with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting a pair of asbestos gloves in his Uncle Artie Stebbins' pocket because he heard him say he was going out with an old flame, calmly said,
"I'm a bad boy!"
I know a little little bit about a lot of things, but I don't know enough about you. Just when I think you're mine, you try a different line. And baby, what can I do? I read the latest news, no buttons on my shoes. But baby, I'm confused about you. You get me in a spin, oh what a stew I'm in. 'Cause I don't know enough about you. Jack of all trades, master of none. And isn't it a shame? I'm so sure that you'd be good for me if you'd only play my game. You know I went to school, and I'm nobody's fool. That is to say, until I met you. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't know enough about you. You know I went to school, and I'm nobody's fool. That is to say, until I met you. I know a little bit about a lot of things, but I don't know enough about you. Baby, I don't know enough about you.
Hey, Costello, where have you been for the past 3 days? You would go out of town when I need you. Do you realize that today is the most important day in my life, Costello?
Yeah.
I finally bought an engagement ring.
You bought an engagement ring?
Yes.
You did?
Yes, Lou, old pal. Doesn't it thrill you? Doesn't it make you happy?
Mm-hmm.
Well, why don't you say something?
Abbott, I don't know what to say.
Oh, come on, say anything.
I'm so young, I'll have to get my parents' consent.
Ah, you dummy. I didn't buy the ring for you. Tonight I am proposing to the wealthy widow, Mrs. Carlotta Cranberry.
Carlotta?
Yes. Ah, a lovely woman. She made her money selling used cars, you know.
Oh, I see. A sort of used Carlotta.
No. Costello, this is no joking matter. Carlotta is a beautiful girl.
Oh, yeah. That's what you said about your first wife, Clementine.
No, don't talk about my first wife. Clementine was a good kid.
Mm-hmm.
When I met her, she was a trapeze artist with a circus.
Yeah, she was so bow-legged, when she put her tights on, she looked like a pair of pliers with a Band-Aid.
Listen, Costello. Costello, will you listen to me? Clementine was a beautiful woman. Why, she could sway men with her back turned.
Yes, way back Clementine, they called her.
Costello, what makes you so bitter about marriage?
Oh, I don't believe in marriage, Abbott. Marriage is like soup.
Marriage is like soup.
Yeah, after you get through spooning, it cools off.
Trouble with you, Costello. This is your whole trouble, Lou. You don't know what love is.
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I do.
Yes, you did. Make up your mind. You know what love is?
Oh, yes, I do. Little birds make love.
That we know.
Little butterflies make love. Even peanuts make love.
Peanuts make love.
You'd be surprised what goes on inside those shells.
Oh. I'm talking about old-fashioned romance. When I was courting my first wife, Clementine, there was a big grandfather's clock in the parlor, and we used to sit and listen to it tick. It said, "Take your time, take your time, take your time, take your time."
Yes, Abbott, maybe true, but things are different with modern lovers.
What do you mean?
Today, when a fellow sits in a parlor with a girl, there's an alarm clock on the mantel that says, "Get together, get together, get together, get together, get together, get together, get together."
Well, I'll never forget that old
together,
grandfather's
get
clock,
together.
Lou. I'll never forget that old clock. You know, the day I married Clementine, it stopped.
Your wife must have looked at it.
And Costello, when I married my wife, everybody said it was a perfect match.
Match is right. She struck you and you went out like a light.
Well, at least I'm not henpecked.
Not henpecked. Before you were married, you used to snore. Now you cackle.
All right. Never mind my
And lay
first wife.
eggs.
Will you stop that? Forget about my
And
first
I
wife.
help you to
Well,
do
all
it.
right. Let's not talk about those things and forget about my first wife. Now, this marriage is going to be different. What a lovely girl Carlotta is. Every night I'll sneak into the parlor and catch her in my arms.
Yes, then you'll sneak into the bedroom and catch her in your pockets.
I don't want to hear another remark about Carlotta Cranberry.
Okay.
He's a member of society. Did you ever rub shoulders with the 400?
No, but I rubbed hips with the 500.
Where was that?
At the Palladium.
Oh, Costello. Costello, I've invited Carlotta here for dinner tonight. She thinks that I'm a big shot, and I want you to act as my butler. Can you buddle?
Can I what?
Do you know how to buddle?
Do I know how to buttle?
Yes.
I'll split a buttle with you anytime.
I want you to serve the dinner. You understand, Louis? I want you to serve the dinner and get out our finest dishes and silver. Have you seen my sugar bowl?
Have I seen your what?
Have you seen my sugar bowl?
No, but she plays a nice game of pool.
No. You're going to mess up You'll mess up You'll mess up my whole evening for me. Mrs. Cranberry will ask for an hors d'oeuvre, and you'll hand her a demi-tasse.
Look who's trying to learn me. Demi-tasse. That word ain't demi-tasse. It's diminucy.
Yes,
it is diminucy.
Listen, don't you know the first thing about etiquette?
Now, there you go with another one. That's not etiquette. It's a tickety. You don't have to tell me about a tickety, Abbott. I'll go out and buy that book by Emily Pillar.
No. You mean Emily Post?
I'll read the both of them.
Both of them?
Yeah, I'll go from pillar to post.
No. You don't have to read Emily Post. I'll tell you what to do. I'm up on all forms of social etiquette.
Oh, you are, huh?
Oh, yes, I am.
Well, let me ask you a question, Abbott. Now, tell me this, Abbott. When you reach over to light a cigarette, will you light a cigarette with your right hand or your left hand?
I'll light it with my right hand, of course.
That shows you how dopey you are.
What do you mean?
Most people use the match.
Costello. Now, Mrs. Cranberry is due here at 8 o'clock, and it's my cook's day off. Can you imagine that? Now, where am I going to get somebody to cook?
I'll call Lana Turner right away.
Oh, Costello, Lana Turner can't cook.
She always brings me to a boil.
All right. When you talk sense, Costello, I have to get some food right away. I'll tell you what you do. You go around the corner to that little restaurant. You'll see a sign in the window that says Mother's Home Cooking. I'll go in and ask for Mother.
Okay, I'll go right in. And then when I... What does the sign say?
It says Mother's Home Cooking.
Oh, why should I go in the restaurant and ask for Mother if she's home cooking?
Mother isn't home cooking.
Well, where is she?
She's in the restaurant.
Didn't you just tell me that the sign said Mother's home cooking?
Well, that's right.
Then how could she be in the restaurant? Does Mother live there?
No, she lives at home.
Then what's she doing in the restaurant?
Home cooking.
That sign is making an awful liar out of Mother.
Wait a minute. It's after 6 o'clock. The restaurant is closed anyway. Mother wouldn't be there.
Where would Mother be?
Well, she's probably home cooking.
Let me smell your breath.
Come on, Costello. We haven't got a minute to lose. We'll have to go round to our friends and find somebody to cook the dinner or dig up some food.
Yes, maybe my old girlfriend, Tessie Tinfoil. Maybe she could help us out.
Well, come on. Let's go over to her house. Well, here's Tessie Tinfoil's house. I hope she's home. Go ahead and knock.
Men, come in.
Hello, Tessie.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. And there you are, my fat little lover boy, Louis. Come to me. Let me hold you in my arms. Let me crush you to me. Well, say something, little lover boy.
How can I? You got your knee on my chest. Let me up!
Oh, Louis, I'll bet you came to take me for a ride along the beach. It'll be so romantic. We'll drive to some out-of-the-way place where you can make love to me. I'm very appealing over candlelight and wine.
Who wouldn't appeal to me over beer and a flashlight?
Bessie, I came to you for help. I'm entertaining a big society woman for dinner tonight, and I have no cook. Could you help me out?
Oh, I'd love to, Mr. Abbott, but I've never been able to cook. I'll never forget the first meal I ever cooked. My husband sat down and ate it and left me.
You mean he walked out on you?
Why, no, he didn't walk out. 6 men carried him out.
Hey, look, Abbott, maybe Scotty's wife's home, and maybe we can get her to help you. Come on, I'll knock on the door.
Go ahead.
Oh, what do you want?
Wait a minute. What are you doing here? Where's Scotty?
Scotty's out of town. He went to San Francisco.
San Francisco?
Pismo Beach. Yeah, he went down there and hired a boat to go out on the water.
Water?
No, thanks. I don't want to rush my stomach.
Look, mister, I'm in a spot. I need somebody to cook my dinner.
Oh, you came to the right place. I make a wonderful stew.
Hey, look, Costello. The actress, Bessie Mae Moocher, just pulled up in front of her apartment.
Yoo-hoo! Bessie!
Oh, good evening, boys. Isn't this a lovely, balmy evening? I love to see the sun set behind the Hollywood Hills. Isn't it too enchanting?
Oh, yes, it's just too divine. It is too divine and utterly picturesque.
Bessie, I'm in terrible trouble. I'm trying to find somebody to cook for us tonight. Could you help us out?
Oh, goodness, no. I'm one of those helpless damsels. This morning I even burned my ham.
Ham?
Oh, sure, Abby, you know what ham is. You'll fry it with ooze and sprinkle it with salt and pepper.
I finally wound up with just a glass of milk and a cruller.
Why, you poor lost. You mean you didn't have butter too?
But, Bessie, can't you help us out at all? We have to have some food.
Well, all I have in the house is some sauerkraut, some raspberry jam, and some pizza cooler.
Pizza cooler?
Oh, whatever. Jimmy, she's got a beetle of soda poo pipe. Peep, poop, peep, 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 peep.
Well, I must dart in for my evening bath. I hope you have good luck with your dinner. And as they say
I
in
didn't
Russian...
have with that last joke.
Well, as they say in Russian, Penyamaya my bublitsky to you.
And a pair of my old britches to you, too.
Costello, what am I going to do? My lovely Carlotta will be at the house in exactly an hour and a half. And where am I going to get a cook?
Well, Abbott, there's only one place left.
Where?
I guess we'll have to ask Mrs. Niles.
Oh, hello, boys.
Gee, Mrs. Niles, this is the first time I ever saw you in slacks. You have a nice shape.
Wait a minute, Costello. My wife isn't here.
Oh, pardon me, Ken. I didn't recognize you without your leash.
No, quiet. Quiet, Costello. Where's Mrs. Niles?
Well, she went downtown to get a beauty treatment. She's being offered a job as a cover girl.
Magazine or manhole?
Quiet, Costello, will you please? Ken, do you know where I can get somebody to cook dinner for my girlfriend and me?
Well, no, I don't. The only one in the house is a French maid, Fifi. Oh, wait a minute. I'll ask her if she can cook. Oh, Fifi.
Yes, Monsieur Niles. Hello, Monsieur Abbott and Monsieur Costello.
Hello, my little dish of pancakes.
Pancakes? Why do you call me your little dish of pancakes?
Because you're so nicely stacked.
Now, cut that out, Costello. Fifi, we need somebody to cook dinner tonight. What do you say?
Fifi.
Oui, Monsieur, I can cook anything. I can make frog leg française, frites de zette, pâté de foie gras, pommes de terre jardinière.
How about cement mixer, putty?
Just name anything you want, Monsieur, and you can have it.
Come over here and kiss your poor old father.
Say no more.
Lovely Amy Arnell sings...
Coax me a little bit, coax me a little bit, a little bit. Coax me a little bit, coax me a little bit. If you want to be kissed, I'll tell you what to say. Here's what you got to say. Pretty, 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 please. I'm gonna pout a bit till you give out a bit. And you really insist, oh, flatter me with your flattery. You know the reason why I'm teasing. What good is something that comes easy? Oh, love is grand if you understand. It all depends the way that you begin, how soon I'm in your arms. So coax me a little bit, coax me a little bit, a little, 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 little bit, a little, 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 little bit, a little, little bit more. Oh, love is grand if you understand. It all depends the way that you begin, how soon I'm in your arms. So coax me a little bit, coax me a little bit, a little, 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 little bit, a little, 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 little bit. Coax me a little bit more.
And now, before we hear again from Abbot and Costello, here's music by Carl Hoff and the orchestra.
My darling Carlotta will be here in a few minutes. I told you to get into your butler suit, didn't I? Where in heaven's name did you get those striped pants?
What's wrong with them?
The stripes are supposed to run up and down, not around.
Oh, I bought these from my Uncle Petey Reed. He just got out of Alcatraz.
Oh, I knew you'd do something stupid. The good thing I sent for Professor Melonhead. He's coming here to teach you the duties of a butler. Now, wait a minute. Now, that must be him now. Come in.
Good evening, Mr. Abbott. Well, Costello, I understand that we only have a few minutes in which I can show you the finer points of catering. Now, let's get busy. Mr. Costello, if you have 1 little ounce of intelligence, I may be able to polish up your skill.
One more crack like that, and I'll polish up your skull.
Now, Costello, I'll have you know that I, Melonhead, was the greatest butler in the Dutch East Indies. I was known as Herr von Melonhead.
Now you're known as One hair melonhead. Get out of that shiny dome. From the back, it looks like an empty car lot.
Never mind what it looks like. Costello, we have no time to waste. Now, suppose your dinner is ready. How would you announce it to the guests?
I just yelled, the grub is here. Come on and get it.
No. Nothing like that. You stand in the doorway, your chest thrown out, your head tilted back, and with your nose pointed at the ceiling, you say, dinner is now served.
Are you teaching me something, or are you smelling something?
I'm not smelling. I'm trying to teach you how to be a butler. Now, how does a butler announce the dinner at your house?
We haven't got a butler at our house.
No butler? If you have no butler, how in heaven's name do you know when dinner is served?
When my mother takes the iron bars off the dining room door.
Costello is impossible, Mr. Abbott. Why, he doesn't even look like a butler. Look at me. I have the proper physique. Look at my shape. Look at this leg. What a thigh. What a knee. What a calf. What an ankle.
What a heel.
Look, Mr. Melonhead, I've got a great idea. Why don't you stay and be my butler tonight?
I'm sorry, Mr. Abbott. I couldn't possibly remain under the same roof with this ignorant little nincompoop. Costello, I have a word of advice to you. With your limited intelligence, you better start saving your money. Remember, pennies grow into nickels, nickels into dimes, dimes into quarters, quarters into halves, halves into dollars, dollars into fives, fives into tens, tens into 50,
All right.
dollars into thousands, thousands into fives.
All right. You sound like your mother was frightened by a cash register.
Yes, but my mother rang the bell. Good night.
What an ugly individual.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Costello. There's something about Melonhead's face that grows on you.
I'm glad it didn't grow on me.
Oh, Costello.
Uh-oh. Fibber Magee.
No. This must be Carlotta. Oh, answer the door, Costello, and for heaven's sake, remember you're my butler. Gee, I'm so nervous, Costello. Hand me a drink of water, will you, please?
Here you are.
Thanks. I'm still nervous. I can feel my stomach jumping inside.
Don't look now, but the water you just drank had 3 goldfish in it.
Oh, you fool, answer the door.
Good evening, my good man. Is your master in?
Hey, Abbott! Is this Halloween? I thought not. Lady, take off that mask.
I'm not wearing a mask.
Well, then put one on.
I'm here for a dinner engagement with Mr. Abbott.
Oh, you're Mrs. Loganberry.
Young man, the name is not Loganberry. It isn't Strawberry. It isn't Huckleberry. It's just plain Cranberry.
Well, you better come in before the kids in the neighborhood give you the raspberry.
Costello, what's going on here? Oh, my dear Carlotta, I'm so sorry. This young man is very new.
One more remark from him, and he'll never get old.
Costello, don't stand there. Take Carlotta's coat.
Take her coat?
Take her coat. Go ahead.
Oh, mink, eh?
Me?
Excuse me, the wind just changed.
Mr. Abbott, it was so nice of you to ask me to dinner.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine, Mrs. Cranberry.
Oh, please, not Mrs. Cranberry. Just call me Carlotta.
And you can call me Buddy.
Oh, and you can call me Crosby.
And you can call me Butsy.
And you can call me when this is over.
Bugsy, darling, what an impertinent man. I have a feeling that I've seen this butler someplace before.
It could have been at the Hollywood Legion Stadium last Monday night.
What would I be doing at the Legion Stadium?
Weren't you in a semi wind up with the sweetest angel?
Carlotta, darling, I must go into the kitchen and see how dinner's coming. Costello, show Mrs. Cranberry into the garden.
Okay.
Costello, what happened? Did you show Mrs. Cranberry into the garden?
Show her? I thought you said throw her.
Speak to me, Carlotta. Where are you?
Oh, here I am, stuck among the cabbage heads.
Which head is yours?
I'm the one with the lipstick.
It's a good thing she didn't fall into the tomatoes. We'd have never found her.
Come, Carlotta, I'll help you to a chair. Costello, please, do something right. Put some romantic music on the Victrola.
How about the beer barrel poker?
Beer barrel poker? That isn't romantic.
It is if you drink the beer first.
Bugsy, dear, I can't stand much more of this. Send that horrible person away.
Costello, go into the kitchen and finish up preparing the food. Carlotta, sit down here at the piano and sing something for me.
Oh, I'd be glad to. It's me again. It's me again.
Hey, Abbott, kiss that dame before she ruins the dinner. What does she think he is, Vaughn Monroe?
young man, what's wrong with my singing?
You just soured 3 quarts of cream.
Get out there in the kitchen and finish your cooking. Oh, Carlotta, I have a question I want to ask you.
What the world was that?
Costello, what was that?
I have a cannon in the kitchen.
A cannon? What for?
I'm shelling the peas.
You fool. Get back in the kitchen. Oh, Carlotta, I've wanted this moment alone with you. Say that you will be mine. Say that you will marry me.
Oh, Buddy, darling, I'm so young. I must get my parents' consent.
Oh, darn that doorbell.
Molly, after
Costello, answer that door.
Oh, I got it. There's a young man here to see Mrs. Cranberry. Right this way.
Albert, what are you doing here?
I just had to see you, Grandma.
Grandma?
Oh, Albert, you stupid boy, I'm ruined. Why did you have to come here to see your grandma? You spoiled the happiest moment of my life.
Don't blame the kid, Grandma. He just came here to do you a favor.
What do you mean, a favor?
He told me he knew that you were coming here for dinner tonight, so he brought this for you.
What is it?
Your teeth.
And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Well, Costello, you certainly ruined things for me with Mrs. Cranberry tonight. But I phoned another girl and made a date with her. I expect her here any minute.
Oh, Mr. Abbott, there's a lady out here to see you.
Tell her to come in now.
Oh, no, you don't, Costello. I'm not going to have this lady come in here and be insulted.
I promise I won't say nothing bad about her, Abbott.
You promise?
I promise.
Well, then, okay. It's all right for her to come in.
You hear that, Niles? Wheel the old dame in.
Good night, folks.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Yes, Alexei. Don't leave me ever again.
Oh, hello, ladies and gentlemen. first of all, I want to thank you for all the lovely letters you have sent me. And secondly, I want to thank you for all the encouragement you have given me since David Copperfield. It's been a great pleasure and honor to work with Miss Garbo and Mr. March in our new picture, Anna Karenina. And I hope and believe that you will like it just as much as you did David Copperfield. Thank you.
Unimaginable despair, or to bliss, unimaginable bliss.
I told you that before you went away. You undertook to bear that penalty. You will bear it, as I have had to bear mine. Do you hear? Do you hear?
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't think you cared what happened to me.
Anya, dearest, how can you say that? I love you. I love you, Anya.
Do you?
Don't doubt it. You must never doubt it.
I know now that there's no escape for me. I love you, Alexei. I love you.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Hello there, Rosie.
Well, hello there, Bing.
Hello there, everybody.
With this everybody, we could include Buddy Cole, couldn't we?
He's our key man, Buddy. Let's go now. Well, that old man river, must know something, but it don't say nothing, 'cause it just keeps rolling, keeps on rolling along. And it don't plant taters, don't plant cotton. Them that plants 'em is soon forgotten, but that old man river just keeps rolling along. You and me, we sweat and strain, bodies aching and it's racked with pain. Tote that barge, lift that bale, get a little drunk, you're gonna land in jail. I get weary, yes, I'm sick of trying, tired of living and I'm feared of dying, but that old man river keeps rolling along. Sweat and strain, bodies aching and it's racked with pain. Tote that barge, lift up that bale, get loaded, gonna land in jail. I gets weary, sick of trying, tired of living and I'm feared of dying, but that old man river keeps rolling along.
Say, Bing, do you know that an Italian bootmaker has come up with shoes that'll fit on either foot? Oh, an interchangeable shoe. It fits either foot.
That's it, exactly.
Well, I'll out and buy a pair of them the minute I finish work. I must have a set.
No, you can't do that yet, Bing. No, they're only for women so far.
Oh, we'll love them.
Oh, always for the ladies. Why are the women always first to get these great things?
Because we're more receptive to new things. We're more daring.
But that's just what I need. Shoes that fit on either foot. I demand them. I require them.
You tell us a little bit more about these shoes, Ken?
Yeah, well, of course, they're for casual wear.
Yeah, that's about as casual as you can get, isn't it? Imagine not having to match your shoe to your foot.
At last, women are wearing shoes that make a little sense, I'd say.
Sure are. And there's some more news from Rome in the shoe department. That's the new duck shoe.
Now, you see, there they go again. Shoes for ducks now. How about some easy-to-slip into shoes for men? That's all I want.
No. Actually, Bing, these are not shoes for ducks.
Well, what are duck shoes for? Platypuses? Who's going to wear them if the ducks don't?
This item is just called the duck shoe because, you see, it features the face of a duck on the toe of each shoe.
I'm interested.
Yeah, give us the details.
It's a real beauty. It's a black velvet shoe with a gold gilded beak on the front, you see, and then the heel is a replica of a duck's foot in gold.
How ducky.
I might just go for a pair of them, Ken.
You're really in the market for shoes today, aren't you?
I'm for those kind of shoes, the kind that you could put on either foot, and the ones with the duck's beak on. I got to have them.
Strike your fancy, huh, Bing?
Oh, yeah, I could have fun with a pair of duck shoes. Might even get wired for sound in mine, you know. Put a quacker in each duck's bill. Go down and say quack, 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 quack.
Would you like to say that again while I read my next line? Which is, go down the street quacking at people, huh?
Well, why not? If you're wearing novelty shoes, go all the way. Let people know it.
Say, this calls for a song.
Why?
You got me there.
Maybe I could try out my quackers.
Non dimenticar means don't forget you are my darling. Don't forget to be all you mean to me. Non dimenticar, my love is like a star, my darling. Shining bright and clear, just because you're here. Please do not forget that our lips have met, and I've held you tight, dear. Was it dreams ago? My heart felt this glow, or only just tonight, dear? Non dimenticar, although you travel far, my darling. It's my heart you own, so I'll wait alone. Non dimenticar.
We all know somebody who takes life easy.
But lots of you good people work too hard. You worry too much. Maybe you're on a special diet for a nervous stomach, possibly an ulcer. A diet that can pile on pounds because you have to eat frequently and drink milk between meals.
Here's where low-calorie Deserta puddings can help. Deserta, a delicious way to get the milk benefits you need without the extra calories you get in regular puddings. Because Deserta is one delicious pudding that's made without sugar. It won't load you up with extra calories.
You can dip into a dish of Deserta anytime, mealtime, bedtime, in between. You get all the goodness of a soothing milk dessert, delicious and digestible.
Try Deserta gelatin desserts, too. Only 12 calories a serving. Look for Deserta, D-Zerta, in the low-calorie section of your grocery store.
Deserta, made without sugar. Helps make your diet more interesting and less fattening.
Well, Rosemary, let's travel.
I'm for that. Where'll we go?
Any place we feel like.
All right. How we going? By jet, boat, how?
Well, just to sort of limber up a little. Let's take a walk around the block.
Okay, that's better than just standing here. Someday we'll go places, new lands and new faces, the day we quit punching the clock.
The future looks pleasant, but at present, let's take a walk around the block. You're just the companion I want at Grand Canyon for throwing old blades down the rock.
The money we'll have will go for travel.
Meantime, let's walk around the block. Gangway, we'll begin when our ship comes in. You sit on my lap.
Over the map.
To London in Maytime, to Venice in playtime,
to Paris in time for a frolic, to Boston in bean time, darling, meantime.
Let's take a walk around the block. In winter at Christmas, we'll visit the Isthmus, see how they lock up a lock.
And then in Mexico, on a burro,
we'll take a ride around the block. I give you my promise, we'll visit St. Thomas, and then at Hawaii we'll dock.
Hawaii can wait, sir, it grows late, sir.
Let's take a walk around the block. Onward to Cathay,
then to Mandalay,
then Vladivostok,
where Bolsheviks flock.
We'll send the folks cables, accumulate labels. We'll buy souvenirs till we're in hock.
Right now we are flatting old Manhattan. Let's take a walk around the block.
One of the unwritten laws of show business is...
The show must go on.
But when you're suffering with nasty cold distress...
Obeying the law can be mighty hard unless...
You get relief from those colds and miseries fast.
Like this. Listen.
Imagine a famous singer trying to make a hit recording when he feels miserable from cold and sinus trouble. He needs relief in a hurry, right, Frankie Lane?
Cold, sinus, and singing sure don't mix. To feel better fast, I'd take the newest medicine for those miseries. New, improved 4-Way cold tablets. New 4-Way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-Way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-Way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-Way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-Way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
You're so right. 4-Way's really great and really fast.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-Way, fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
Here's Yakahula Hickey Doola. Now, that's not double talk. That's a clever little ditty. It's popular some years ago.
Down Hawaii way, where I chanced to stray, on an evening I heard a hula maiden play. The Yakahula Hickey Doola, the Yakahula Hickey Doo. Down Hawaii while she stole my heart away. Yaka-hula-hickey-doo-la, yaka-hula-hickey-doo. Oh, I don't care if you love the ladies far and near. You forget about them all if you could hear. Yaka-hula-hickey-doo-la, yaka-hula-hickey-doo. I'm coming back to you, my hula-loo. Beside the sea in Waikiki, you're gonna play for me. And once again you sway my heart away with your yaka-hula-hickey-doo-a-doo. Coming back to you, a little hula-loo. Beside the sea in Waikiki, you're gonna play for me. And once again you sway my heart away with your yaka-hula-hickey-doo-la-too. The yaka-hula-hickey-doo-la.
Hey, get a load of the man, Rosie. Yachting cap, blue blazer, brass buttons.
You sure look nautical but nice, Bing. What's the occasion?
You're looking at Captain Crosby, you swabs. I'm heading for the high seas.
That'll be the first time you ever reached high seas.
Oh, that's very funny. That's hilarious. Now, seriously, gang, 'tain't easy to be a skipper. There's so much to learn. Do you know that each flag a ship flies stands for something?
Oh, of course, Bing. Everybody knows that. Just as everybody knows that the Eastern flag that's flying high in many reliable stores stands for quality and value.
Oh, I knew we'd get to that sooner or later.
And sooner or later, millions of folks across the nation are getting to know that any products flying the Eastern flag are the best money can buy.
Well, I suppose if you can't beat 'em, join 'em. Ken, how about ticking off some of the bright stars in the Eastern flag?
My pleasure, Bing. Take famous Eastern drapery hardware. A full line of traverse and curtain rods and accessories for every purpose, every budget. Or Eastern's star custom-made horizontal and vertical Venetian blinds with their exclusive Ludox no-wash finish.
Don't stop now, Ken. Don't stop now. You're doing just great.
Ah, that's the word for Eastern products that make a house a home. Great. Like the ever-popular heirloom awnings and door canopies and Easterner folding doors. So low-priced and yet made of sculptured steel panels laminated between rich coverings of simulated leather.
Folks, once you've tried any of the quality goods made by Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore, you'll take your hat off and salute the Eastern flag, too.
And if you're wondering exactly where the Eastern flag is flying, just call this station for the name and address of your nearest Eastern dealer. You'll be learning where value and quality are available in products that make a house a home.
Many a tear has to fall, but it's all in the game. All in the wonderful game that we know as love. You have words with him, and your future's looking dim. But these things your heart can rise above. Once in a while he won't call, but it's all in the game. Soon he'll be there at your side with a sweet refrain, and he'll kiss
Time to cut on out now, Rosa.
That's it for today, friends. But we'll be back right at this very same spot at the very same time tomorrow.
Let's all regroup then, shall we?
Yes.
You can take shots to prevent polio. You can cure pneumonia with a miracle drug. You can put a broken leg in a cast. But what do you do with a distressed mind? How can you cure it? How do you deal with it? Learn more about our #1 health problem. Write to Box 3000, New York 1, New York, for a free booklet, How to Deal with Mental Problems. That address again, Box 3000, New York 1.
This is a $9 million, 275,000-pound Atlas Agena rocket. Today, it circles the globe at a speed of over 18,000 miles an hour in little more than 80 minutes.
Is this any way to see the world? It's a wonderful world if you'll only take the time to go around it.
Are you formally challenging me to undertake a journey around the world in 80 days?
I say this is absurd.
Gentlemen, I have on deposit at Baring's Bank the sum of £20,000, and I'm willing to wager any or all of it upon the same contention, namely that I can complete a tour of the world in 80 days.
Michael Todd's Around the World in 80 Days. We make all the stops. 2 oceans. 5 seas. 8 ways to travel. 16 countries. 48 fantastic stars and 52 Best Picture awards.
I'm in pursuit of a very cunning, very slippery criminal.
Who?
Phileas Fogg, Esquire of Savile Row, London.
Pile everything that will burn into the stokehole. Decks, masts, everything, including the lifeboats.
What is the delay? Indians, but they're peaceful Indians.
Getting there is all the fun. Take her along. Take everybody along. Every seat is first class, and we've got enough seats for everybody. This is the way to travel. It is a wonderful world if you'll take the time to go around it. Michael Todd's Around the World in 80 Days.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
For Swan Soap, it's Bob Hope. With Doris Day, Jack Kirkwood, Irene Ryan, yours truly, Hy Averback, Les Brown and his band of renown, and our special guest, Rhonda Fleming. And here he is, Rudolph, the swan-nosed reindeer, Bob Hope.
Thank you. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob welcoming the Ohio State football team, Hope, telling you fine athletes to use Swan soap in your showers. You'll be so fragrant in the Rose Bowl, you'll confuse the opposing powers. And before the California team makes a tackle, they'll say, pardon me, you one of the players or one of the flowers? Yes, sir, we have the Ohio State football team in the audience tonight. The NBC ushers got scared when they saw all those big husky bruisers walk in. They thought it was another raid by CBS. And there was really excitement when the Ohio State boys started tearing down all the signs in the lobby. They thought the NBC stood for Nothing Beats California. And are these boys rugged? I ate with them at the training table today, and they have a different way of passing things. You're now looking at the fool who asked for the gravy. Isn't this a nice polka dot suit, huh? I played conference football, you know. Played conference, really I did. The coaches always held a big conference on how to keep me off the team. Really, I'd have been a great lineman except for the way I was built. When I crouched down, my weight was facing the wrong team. The Ohio coach, Wes Fessler, came prepared for his visit to California. He made all the fellas bring overcoats, raincoats, sunsuits, snowsuits, and diving helmets. But we fooled them. They were here 4 hours, and they ran out of clothes. I won't say how much rain we've had over the weekend, but this year we're harvesting the oranges with nets. Things were really floating around here over the weekend. I drove to the Coliseum Sunday to see a football game. When I got there, I parked in my own garage. And before the game, they tossed to see what team would have the Tide with it. Yes, sir, the Los Angeles Rams were playing the Philadelphia Eagles in the Coliseum, but after the first 10 minutes, it looked like the Long Beach Mud Hens playing the Signal Hill Gophers and the La Brea Tar Pits. The whole thing looked like a taffy pull in a coal mine. I've never seen anything like it. I was surprised to hear the Ohio State team is staying in Pasadena. Pasadena. Well, we all have to go sometime. The coach wanted these boys to get lots of rest, and Pasadena doesn't allow any noise at all over there. They arrested a bellboy at one Pasadena hotel for disturbing the peace. He served an Alka-Seltzer without a silencer. And if you take an Alka-Seltzer in Pasadena, you have to go to Glendale to burp. What a ritzy town. They stop you at the city limits and make you exhale your smog. They're very snobbish in Pasadena. They believe if you don't live a good life, when you die, you go to Los Angeles. You know, I'm talking pretty fresh about Pasadena for a guy who needs tickets to the Rose Bowl. Those tickets are harder to get right now than a bath in New York. It's pretty hard to convince Californians that there's a water shortage in New York, but there is. It's so dry there, I got a letter from New York yesterday, and the stamp was pinned on the envelope. I hope they adjust that condition soon, because with the water shortage, people are drinking so much milk that last week on a New York farm, one cow turned to another and said, "I hope this thing is over soon, dear. It's certainly been a long pull."
You know, ladies, taking a bath should be more than just a means of getting clean. A bath should be an invigorating experience that leaves you looking your best and feeling as good as you look. Well, that's the kind of bath you enjoy when you use Swan soap. For Swan's wonderful free sudsing action whips up an ocean of rich, creamy lather that caresses your skin, brings out your loveliest you, and leaves your face, hands, and body feeling relaxed and refreshed. It's Swan's mildness and purity that makes this white floating soap a natural choice for baby's bath, too, and for washing your most delicate fabrics. But there's nothing delicate about Swan soap's free sudsing action in the dishpan. It makes short work of dirt and grime, gets you out of the kitchen in half the time. No wonder this miracle soap is an all-American favorite for all washing chores. Try it yourself. Get Swan tomorrow. The all-purpose soap with that wonderful free sudsing action for face, hands, bath, and dishes.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the big thrills in making Paramount's new picture, The Great Lover, was the privilege of playing opposite one of the screen's newest and loveliest stars. And here she is, that gorgeous atomic redhead, Miss Rhonda Fleming. Welcome to our little swan bake, Rhonda.
Well, thank you, Bob. That was a wonderful introduction, by the way. But why should I get all that applause?
Well, the Ohio football team is in the audience. They know a good formation when they see one.
Hiya, fellas.
Gee, you're certainly a lovely vision tonight. With those green eyes and that red hair, you look like a traffic signal.
A traffic signal?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's lucky for me your age put you in the safety zone.
Rhonda, we could go further, you know.
Later, Bob.
Rhonda, that's not gray in my hair. It's frost. I forgot to wear my smudge pot earrings last night. Rhonda, I haven't seen you since we whipped up The Great Lover. By the way, you know how Paramount happened to choose me to play The Great Lover, don't you?
The economy wave?
Please, girl, name one actor who could have played the part better than I did.
Well, let's see. There's Van Johnson.
Van Johnson, you mean the pumped-up Mickey Rooney? Look, Rhonda, I don't want to disillusion you, but Van Johnson's a big fake. Even his freckles are phony.
Oh, you mean those freckles aren't real?
No, MGM sprays ketchup at him through a screen door. That takes care of him. Next.
Well, then, what about a more mature actor like Charles Boyer? All women are crazy about him. His voice is so soft and muffled.
Yeah, my voice would be soft and muffled, too, if I strained it through my eyelashes. Next.
Oh, you can't discourage me, Bob. There's lots of actors who could have played The Great Lover. For instance, what about Cary Grant?
Yeah, what about old Notch Chin?
Bob, there's a dimple in his chin, and I love it.
Dimple. I've got the same thing 3 inches higher, and they call it a hole in my head.
But honestly, Bob, making the picture was lots of fun. And I especially enjoyed the song number we did together.
Yeah, hey, while you're here, why don't we knock out a quick chorus of Lucky Us with scenes to match?
All right. I always wondered what happened to that couple in the song.
Just a bungalow for two, so right for each other.
We won't need a view, we'll see one another.
No glamour around us.
But aren't you glad we found us, gee?
Lucky
us. Imagine, Robert, we're actually married at last.
Yeah, and wasn't it a wonderful honeymoon?
Mm-hmm. But I still think we should have gone together.
Well, this way it saved one bus fare, but I don't care. I don't care if we're broke. Whenever I feel real blue, I just sing a song. Just a bungalow for two, homes are right for each other.
Hey, shut up in there!
Oh, that nasty old man next door. He's always complaining.
Don't pay any attention to him. Just remember that Ooh is my itsy-bitsy little snug-a-muggums, and my snug-a-muggums is the prettiest girl in the block.
Ah, you mustn't say pretty things like that, Poppy. You'll turn Snookums' head.
Never mind Snuggum's head, you're turning my stomach.
Darn him, he gets me all confused.
Robert, what are you doing?
Well, I didn't want to show you till I finished.
Come on now. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm sewing little things.
Robert, you didn't tell me.
Well, I wanted it to be a surprise. I'm making a shower curtain for the canary's bird bath.
Oh, how cute. How about giving me a kiss?
Okay, we'll handle this, kid. Don't worry. Okay. Here, now, you give it back.
All right, there. Got it?
Uh-huh. Now I'll give it back to you.
Now, I'll give it back to you.
Then I'll give it back to you.
I'll wait for a fumble if it takes all night.
So we won't eat crepes, Suzette.
They make you so weighty.
We'll eat what Grandma ate.
She lived way past 80.
No pheasants in brandy.
No pills we must keep handy.
Gee, lucky us.
Now let's look in on the same couple. They've been married now for 10 years.
Boy, are you hopeless.
Oh, shut up, fathead.
Pretty vicious reading, I thought. 10 years we've been married and you ain't learned to cook yet. What happened to the sardines tonight?
Well, how should I know? When I got ready to serve them, all I did was pour something over them called vodka.
Yeah, I wondered why they were whipping each other with a celery and yelling, "Mule train!"
Oh, I don't know why I ever married you in the first place.
Are you kidding? We've been married 10 years. You still don't know how to cook.
What's wrong with my cooking?
Well, you shouldn't be so careless with the ingredients. Yesterday I found a razor blade in the biscuits.
Did you really?
Yeah, now I'm worried. The Cocker Spaniel's missing.
I wonder what could have happened to him.
I don't know, but my birthday cake had a cold nose.
Well, what are you complaining about? Back about. What are you complaining about? My marriage has really been a disappointment.
It has, huh?
Yes, it has. I always looked forward to an addition in the family. I dreamed of sitting in the evening and listening to soft gurgling in the next room.
You've got it. Your old lady's in there hitting the bottle again. There'll be socks and things to mend.
I'll keep you in stitches.
Time is all we'll spend. With us, time is riches. Oh, Mother, we've been married 50 years this week.
I know it, Robert.
Remember our first anniversary?
Yes. We danced till dawn.
We sure did. You put the anniversary waltz in the phonograph, and I cranked it up.
That's right. Do you feel like dancing now?
Yeah, but tonight you'll have to crank me up.
Well, you are beginning to look kind of ancient. I noticed lately your bones are cracking up a bit.
Yeah, they sure are cracking. Getting so I can't tell whether it's my Rice Krispies acting up or me sitting down.
Gosh, Pa, you're not as lively as you used to be. Whatever happened to your get up and go?
It went, and it ain't come back yet. Don't bother me for a few minutes, Ma. I'm kind of busy here. I'm writing a letter, and if I get the right kind of an answer, they'll be calling me the great lover again.
You mean you're asking Santa Claus for some celery tonic?
No, I'm writing to Alvin Barkley for advice. So humble, too much in love to grumble. Gee, lucky us.
Swan wrappers from America mean soap for Europe's needy. Only 11 more Care Swan days left. Send your Swan wrappers to Care, Boston 1, Massachusetts.
Friends, tonight we have a message from two of baseball's all-time greats, voted this year's most valuable players in the major leagues, Jackie Robinson and Ted Williams. Here's Ted Williams from Boston.
Tomorrow, most of you youngsters all over the country are starting your Christmas vacations. I know you'll have it all over the kids in Europe because there's a desperate shortage overseas of everything. Not just Christmas presents, but the very necessities of life. Food and clothing and even soap. I'm sure I don't need to remind you that Christmas will mean a lot more to you if you give as well as receive. And take it from me, you can help plenty during these next few days before Christmas. And now, I want to wish all you boys and girls a very Merry Christmas, and I know you'll get in there and pitch.
Thanks, Ted Williams, and here's Jackie Robinson from New York.
Fellows and girls, you can make Christmas a lot brighter for those needy kids in Europe just by spending a few hours of your Christmas vacation collecting Swan wrappers from your family, friends, and neighbors, and mail them to Care, Boston 1, Massachusetts. Soap may not sound like much of a Christmas present to you, but to those kids in Europe, it may mean the difference between sickness and health, And believe you me, the pleasure you'll get from helping boys and girls less fortunate than yourselves will give you a bigger bang on Christmas morning than all the presents in the world.
Thank you, Jackie Robinson. Remember, send Swan wrappers to Care, Boston 1, Massachusetts. Because for every 2 wrappers sent in, Care will speed a cake of Swan soap to some needy youngster overseas.
Here's Les Brown and his Subjects of Petrillo bringing Warner Brothers' Reason for Mistletoe. Our lovely queen of melody, Miss Doris Day, ladies and gentlemen.
Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Vixen, a Blitzen, and all his reindeer are pulling on the rein. Bells are ringing, children singing, all is merry and bright. Hang your stocking, say your prayers, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. He's got a bag that is filled with toys for the boys and girls again. Hear those sleigh bells jingle, jangle, what a beautiful sight. Jump in bed, cover up your head, 'cause Santa Claus comes tonight. Santa Claus comes tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are only 4 more shopping days until Christmas. As usual, Bob Hope neglected to do all his Christmas shopping. So we find him now walking along Hollywood Boulevard, making his way through the crowds.
Gee, what a sight Hollywood Boulevard is. People milling around, sirens going, cops arresting pickpockets, streetcars bumping into automobiles, automobiles bumping into pedestrians, and above it all, a loudspeaker playing a record of Some Enchanted Evening. Well, I'd better get over to the store and...
Oh, hello, Bob.
Oh, hi, Doris.
What are you doing up on Hollywood Boulevard?
Well, I just have one more present to buy, and it's pretty tough making a choice because this guy I have to buy it for has such perfect taste. He's so discriminating, such a man of the world.
Well, who is this guy?
Me? What would you suggest, Doris?
How about a full-length mirror?
We'll cue you when we want to, you know. No, I've got a full-length mirror, Doris. I've got one of those already, and it's got a special attachment.
A special attachment?
Yes, every time I look at myself, a hand comes out and slips me a note that says, "Oh, you beautiful doll."
You know, Bob, I don't know what to get you for Christmas.
Well, Doris, I don't want to seem ungrateful, but please don't give me a present this year that you've knitted. You know how you get carried away when you start knitting.
Oh, was the sweater I made for you last year too big?
A little bit, but it came in handy. I now have the only Buick in town with a turtleneck slip over it.
Well, Paramount gave me the measurements.
Gets a laugh with a straight line. Go ahead, it's all right. Don't let it go to your next line. It's all right, honey.
You know, Bob, I'll bet everybody has a gift problem. I wonder what all these people on Hollywood Boulevard are buying.
Well, it ought to be easy enough to find out. I'll just ask a few of them.
Maybe you'd like to interview me, young man.
Well, how about this? How about this? Now they're devaluating people. Well, maybe you can help me, sir. I'm trying to find out what sort of gifts people are buying up here on Hollywood Boulevard.
Well, I'm trying to buy something for my wife, Maggie, and she's such a problem.
Well, why is that?
She weighs 370 pounds and has 4 chins. Oh, our married life isn't very happy.
Why not?
I never see Maggie alone.
Well, what are you going to buy your wife?
Oh, dear, I just don't know what to get her. Last year, I bought her a bathing suit, but she didn't look very good in it.
Because she's so heavy?
No, it's on account of her tattoos.
You married a tattoo woman?
Yes, I had to. I couldn't afford a television set. But we almost got a divorce.
Why?
I'd seen the picture before.
Well, thanks very much. Gee, there's a lot of people up here on Hollywood Boulevard. I wonder who I ought to talk to next. Oh, here comes someone. It's a woman. I think it's a woman.
Hello, Mr. Ho.
I was wrong. It's Irene Ryan. Are you up here buying Christmas presents, Miss Ryan?
Yes, I just came out of the Broadway Hollywood, and it was so terribly crowded that I got shoved along into the furniture department, and a terrible thing happened.
What's that?
Before I knew it, I'd been gift-wrapped and sent to a family in Glendale as an early American coffee table.
Well, there is a resemblance. You both have knotty pine legs.
I know. Aren't they sporty?
Well, I guess you're happy that you've got all your Christmas shopping done, huh?
Oh, no, I'm not happy at all. I just hate the idea of being away from my folks at Christmas. I'm especially homesick today because I just got a letter from my mother.
From your mother?
Yes. I've got the letter right here. She writes to me, Dear George.
Dear George?
Yes. I always wore my brother's hand-me-down clothes, and we never got around to telling Mother.
I wondered why you were wearing spats.
Oh, but I don't look like a man now, do I?
No, I think you look gorgeous, George. Say, worked that out pretty well, you know. Go on with the letter, Miss Ryan.
Oh, okay. The letter says, well, it's Christmas time again, and we certainly do miss you. Here at home, we have the usual cold weather. The snow and ice brought on an annual attack of lumbago. It's a little better now, but I still have a terrible pain in the neck. That reminds me, how are you, dear? Gee, it's lonely without you at Yuletide season. Last night, your father and I sat in the living room staring at your vacant chair. Then we got out the family album and looked at all the pictures of you. I think we were better off staring at the vacant chair. We would like to see you soon, dear. Your room is exactly the way you left it. We sure wish you'd come home and clean it up. Well, goodbye, Mr. Hope.
Goodbye, Miss Ryan. Say, there's that Santa Claus I've been seeing on the boulevard lately. Think I'll go over and talk to him. Oh, hi, Sandy. What's the good word?
Put something in the pot, boy.
Well, how you feeling tonight, Santa?
Oh, miserable, boy, just miserable. I'm so miserable I could be the West Coast distributor for misery. I caught an awful cold last night. Merry Christmas, everybody.
You have got a bad cold.
I wouldn't have caught this cold if people would only learn.
Learn what?
To cover a man up after he's been thrown out of a saloon.
Should have worn my windshield wipers.
I could have had double pneumonia.
Really?
Yeah, but I didn't want to make a pig out of myself. Come on, put something in the pot, boy.
Well, what are you doing for your cold, Santa?
I was going to buy some cough drops, but they cost a lot of money, and I was going to buy some bromoquinine, but I didn't want to spend the money for that either.
You know, there's a lot of scotch in you.
Well, don't stand so close to me. You won't notice it.
Say, look, I've been asking people along the boulevard about their Christmas shopping. Are you buying any presents this Christmas?
Oh, yes. I was trying to get something for Mom, but she's so hard to buy for, you know. Pop gets her everything.
Why, is he wealthy?
No, he's a shoplifter. When he walks out of the May Company, the whole left side of the building sags.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Well, Bing Crosby.
California he's wearing there. You want to get us want to get killed?
How are you, Dad? Nice of you to drop in.
Yeah. Well, I was listening to the show outside there, Bob, and I knew you'd have some time to spare, so I thought I'd fill in the gap, you know?
You've not only filled it, you're overflowing, Bob.
Well, of course, this is the time of the year when people drop in on people, and you are people, aren't you? I don't tell.
The insults I have to take to get a free guest star, isn't it?
What's that, Robin?
Just open your mouth and let's have it, Dad.
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin, mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly
Yes, sir. What a fortunate family the Crosbys are to be able to sit around the tree on Christmas Eve and sing the carols with Tin Pan Alley's St. Nicholas, the one and only Dare Bingle. You know, every Christmas my kids, Linda and Tony and Nora and Kelly, throw it in my teeth. Daddy, why can't you sing like Mr. Crosby?
That's very gracious of you, Robert. But when Gary, Denis, Philip, and Lindsay gather to sing the carols, I want to tell you I'm just the fifth in the foursome. Besides, on Christmas Eve, the gang discussed matters of far greater importance than Daddy's music.
And don't we all? You know, on Christmas Eve, our thoughts and our thanks go out to the mothers and dads of more than 300,000 young men who traded their lives for our freedom, and to the thousands of their buddies who'll be spending another Christmas in our veterans' hospitals.
You mind if I throw in something personal here, Robert?
This is the time for it, Harry.
Well, Bob, when a Hope and a Crosby get together, things usually get a bit zany. But crowding Christmas as we are, I'd like to take my hair down. Up, no cracks here. And tell you very sincerely, Santa Claus couldn't bring me anything I value more dearly than a lifelong lease on the good fortune that has given me so many good friends.
It's wonderful. Sign right here. I'll go for that. Merry Christmas, Bing.
Merry Christmas, Bob.
Merry Christmas,
Merry Christmas, friends.
Are you that girl everyone's raving about?
She found her own rave number on the dial-a-wave chart. Now she's my number one rave. She's my sweet, sweetheart.
Rave and only Rave Home Permanent brings you the easy-to-use dial-a-wave chart to end guesswork in home waving. A flick of your finger and there's your rave number, your personal guide to the perfect wave for your kind of hair. So fast, yet so sure, Rave Home Permanent gives you exactly the amount of curl you want, long-lasting yet more natural from the very first day.
Coming up, it's Fibber, Magee, and Molly on NBC.
KFI and KFI-FM Los Angeles.
Mommy, this is Creep's binder. Remember?
Creeps, yeah, creeps. You remember? Nick sent me up the river.
Oh, well, it's nice you don't feel bad about it.
Well, why should I? Gee, it took a genius to outsmart me.
You want to touch me?
I got rid of all those reporters.
What'd you tell them?
Told them we were out of scotch.
What a gruesome thought.
Where is he? What happened, Nick?
Who do you want blasted? Man's just been killed. I think you boys better get out of here before the police arrive.
Grab your kids. Holy screw! More!
What happened?
If there were any reasonable chance for me to help you, it'd be different. But during this quiet little weekend in the country, my family's been threatened. I've had a knife thrown at me, I've been shot at, and I've been suspected of murder. From now on, this is your case. You handle it. I'm going back to New York and forget it. Come on, Mom.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, the only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. You get a call that the body of a man has been found in an alley. He's been strangled with his own necktie. The body has been robbed. There's no lead to the killer. Your job, find him. Thousands are changing to Chesterfield, both regular and king size, because Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette to give you premium quality in both sizes.
That means king-size Chesterfield contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king-size cigarette.
It's the same fine tobacco as in regular Chesterfield, and there's enough to give you more than a 1/5 longer smoke. Yes, more than a 1/5 longer smoke from king-size Chesterfield.
So remember, Chesterfield is the only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size.
Buy 'em either way you like 'em. Premium quality Chesterfield, and much milder.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Sunday, February 10th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. We'd gotten the call at 8:36 a.m., and it was 8:49 a.m. when we got to the corner of 18th and Winfield, the back alley.
Must be it there.
Yeah, there's Harper.
Sergeant, back here. Hi, Friday, sir.
Harper? Where is he?
Back here.
Who found him?
This fellow gives his name as Alexander Jones.
Where's he now?
Al's got him out in the car. Figured you'd want to talk to him. Pretty bad off.
Yeah.
Must have had himself a real time last night. He's seeing things this morning. We picked him up just coming out of the alley. Stopped to talk to him. It looked like he was having a real rough time.
Jones, huh?
Yeah, probably not his real name. I've seen him around here before. Here's the body.
Strangled.
Yeah, ambulance is here. Here's a slip. He was DOA.
Yeah. See how the tie's pulled up out of the shirt.
Looks like he was robbed. Pockets all turned inside out.
You want to call the crime lab, Frank?
Yeah. Found a couple of footprints over here in the gutter. Heel indentation looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Put this box over them. I don't know if they'll mean anything. Thought I'd better keep them for you, though.
Mm-hmm. It's like the body was dragged back here, doesn't it? Marks in the dirt.
Yeah.
How about the neighborhood, Harper? Anybody around here see anything?
Well, I don't know. There wasn't anybody on the streets when we picked up this Jones guy. Haven't had a chance to canvass the area. Didn't want to leave here, you know.
Yeah. Well, we better call the office head and send out a couple of men.
Call Lee. He'll be right out. Got him at home. He's sound asleep. Said he'd call the lab and have Alan bring the stuff out, and Lee'd come right here.
How about the coroner?
He's on his way.
Well, I want to call the office, Frank. Get some help checking the stores around, see if anybody heard anything.
I used the phone in the cigar store on the corner. Guy on there said he opened up about 7:15. Said he didn't know anything about it. Store's back door is right there. See the one with the cigar posters on it?
Yeah. All right, come on. I'll call in, and then we can check some of the other places, huh?
Right.
I'll wait here, Sergeant, until the rest of them come.
Fine, thanks, Harper. We'll be in the stores around the street side there.
Okay.
Let us know when Lee gets here, will you?
Yeah. What do you think, Joe?
Well, I don't know. The way he's dressed there, good clothes, looks like he had money. Doesn't figure, does it?
Yeah?
What was he doing down here? "9:12 a.m. I called the office, and 2 teams of men were sent out to help us canvass the area. Frank and I checked with the owner of a liquor store who was getting ready to open for business. He told us that he'd come in early that morning to clean up his store and that he'd taken a load of trash out into the alley at about 8:25 a.m. But at that time, he hadn't seen the body. He went on to say, however, that it was possible that it might have been there, and he just didn't notice it. 9:26 a.m. Sergeant J. Allen and Lieutenant Lee Jones from the crime lab arrived and began collecting the physical evidence. The body and the surrounding area were photographed. Photographs were taken of the footprints that Officer Harper had found. They were compared with the shoes worn by the victim, but they didn't match. The coroner went through the dead man's pockets but found nothing. Everything had been removed, all his personal effects, if any. The crew from the crime lab went through the alley and found a wallet behind the garbage cans at the rear of the liquor store. There was no money in it, but other papers hadn't been disturbed. Driver's license, Social Security card, and several business cards in the wallet bore the name of Arthur McKinley. The description on the license matched that of the victim. Comparison of the thumbprint on the driver's license with those taken from the body matched. McKinley's home address was listed as 9722 Willetta Street in Hollywood. The coroner removed the body. 10:52 a.m., Frank and I talked to Alex Jones, the man who had been in the alley where the body had been found. We had him take everything out of his pockets.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't kill anybody.
We didn't say you did. All we want to know is what were you doing in that alley?
I went there to get away.
From what?
People. They're no good. None of them. No good.
You got a job?
Yeah, I work.
What do you do?
Wash dishes sometimes.
Pearl diver?
No, sir. No pearl diver. I'm a bartender. I don't feel so good. You got anything to drink around here?
You know better than that, don't you?
Oh, I didn't mean booze. Something cold. It feels like somebody's closed a valve in my head. It feels like it's going to blow apart. Isn't there something, anything, as long as it's cold?
How about a Coke?
Yeah, be fine.
I'll get it for you. Want one, Joe?
No, thanks.
Mind if I go with you? Kind of stuffy in here.
All right, come on. We'll all walk down. You ever been arrested, Alex?
Yeah, a couple of times. Picked me up for being drunk.
What's your real name, Alex?
Stafford. Alex Stafford, that's the truth.
Where you from?
Kansas.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing out here?
Figured that when I got out of the service, I'd come out here and go to work.
Yeah?
I got out here, spent a couple of days looking for a job, had my muster and out pay about $400. Figured I didn't have to go to work right away.
Just a second. All right, here you go.
Thanks.
You want one, Frank?
No, thanks. I want to check R&I and see if they've finished the run on McKinley yet.
Sure cold. Tastes good. Feel better.
That's fine. All right, let's go. Frank, see you back at the interrogation room.
Okay, Joe.
Want to stop at the office, give the coroner's office a call?
Yeah.
Like I was telling you, I figured that I didn't have to come up with a job right away, so I started to see the town. You know, try to find a place to work where I could maybe do some good.
What?
Where I could do some good. Where the tips would be good, you know, nice people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I went around to the bars and talked to the bartenders, checking around. Each of the places I'd have a drink, you know, just to be sociable.
Yeah?
It wasn't long before my dough was gone. I was flat broke, kicked out of my room. We can't blame the landlady. She carried me for a couple of months. Finally said I had to go.
All right, go ahead. What do you mean when you said that you were running away from people?
I got a job yesterday, washing dishes in a restaurant down on Spring. I worked like a dog. When I left last night, they paid me. I guess the boss knew I didn't have any money, no place to sleep.
Yeah.
I started to find a bed. And then I got to thinking that a drink might make me sleep better. So I stopped at a bar and had a couple. I had a couple more. I guess I fell asleep.
Yeah?
And anyway, I went into the alley. That one where you found the dead man. I sat down and I went to sleep again. When I woke up, I was walking out when a cop in a car stopped me.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I didn't know the man was in there. Honest, I didn't. Now, you gotta believe me, 'cause somebody's gotta believe me. I didn't know he was there.
Anything?
Not on McKinley. Found Alex record.
Yeah.
Like you said, a couple of drunk arrests, that's all.
I told you. Didn't I tell you that, huh? I got nothing to hide. I didn't even know the man was there.
All right, take it easy. Anything from the coroner?
Yeah, Joe, I called. Fixes the time of death at about 11:30 last night. Body hasn't been posted yet.
All right. You prove where you were at 11:30 last night, can you, Alex?
I don't know. I was someplace.
Yeah, we know that, but where?
Well, I got to think. 11:30. I was still working. I was washing dishes in the place over on Spring.
You can prove that, can you?
Yeah, sure. The boss, he'll tell you. He saw me. I didn't leave until 12. That's when I left the place. 12 o'clock. He'll tell you. 12 midnight.
All right, Alex.
Can I go now?
Well, we got to put in a call first. Maybe it might be better if we held you over a little while.
Why? I haven't done anything.
Well, it's against the law to be drunk on the streets. You know that, Alex.
Yeah, I guess I do. You're going to put me in jail, huh?
No, we're going to have to book you. The judge will decide where you're going to go. Probably be the county work farm.
Yeah. It's probably better that way. Give me a chance to get off the booze. Boy, I had it this time. Seeing those things. Just one thing, Sergeant?
Yeah?
I want to make sure you understand that you really believe me.
What's that, Alex?
I'm not a dishwasher. I'm a bartender.
$12:18 p.m. We had Alex Stafford booked at the main jail on a charge of violation of 4127 LAMC, drunk. We called the place where he'd been employed and found that he'd been telling the truth about the time he had left the restaurant on Spring Street. 1:36 p.m. We drove out to McKinley's home in Hollywood. It was a small stucco cottage set into the side of a hill. In front of the house, there was a boy's bicycle and a smaller child's wagon. Frank rang the bell, and we waited.
Yes?
Miss McKinley?
Yes, that's right. What do you want?
Police officers, ma'am. We'd like to talk to you.
It's about Arthur, isn't it? Isn't it?
It might be better if we talked inside, Mrs. McKinley.
All right. Come on in. You have to excuse the way the house looks. I haven't felt like cleaning it up. I've been so worried about Arthur.
That's quite all right, ma'am.
Now, what is it you want to tell me about him? He's dead, isn't he? You don't have to lie about it. I know he's dead. I spent the whole night thinking about it. You can probably tell I haven't gotten any sleep. I don't want you to lie about it. I want the truth. Arthur's dead, isn't he?
Yes, ma'am, he is.
I'll have to sit down.
Was something we can get for you, Miss McKinley? Water, something like that?
No. Nothing.
Why do you say you knew your husband was dead, ma'am?
I just knew it, that's all. I can't tell you how. I can't put it into words, but I just knew it, that's all. When he called last night, I knew.
What time was that, ma'am?
About 6:30. Said he was just leaving the shop and that he was on his way home. It was his birthday. He's going to stop and get some beer and a couple of bottles of bourbon.
Mm-hmm.
We're having some people in. He said he was going to stop for some things. Then he said he'd be right home.
Yes, ma'am.
And the children waited up for him till 10 o'clock. That's way past their bedtime. I let them wait up. They had some presents they wanted to give their father. Arthur Jr. had made a wallet and handcraft class at school, all tooled and carved and everything. It's on the table there.
Mm-hmm.
Little Bro got him an ashtray. She picked it out by herself. It's on the table, too. Guess maybe you'll never get it now.
I wonder if we could call your family doctor, ma'am. You don't look like you're well.
No. I just can't believe it yet. But I know it's true. That's funny, isn't it? I know it's true, but I don't believe it. I know it's true, and I don't believe it. How did it happen? Was it an accident in the car?
No, ma'am. He was murdered.
Arthur. Arthur, he was murdered?
That's right, Miss McKinley.
Miss McKinley. There's no Mr. McKinley anymore. He was murdered.
I think maybe you better let us call a doctor for you, ma'am. Get you something.
No, there's nothing a doctor can do. Nothing anybody can do. Nothing. Who did it, you know? You know who killed him?
No, ma'am, we don't. Not yet.
You said your husband called you from the shop, ma'am. What shop would that be?
It's a florist shop. Our shop. We owned it. He called me from there about 6:30 and said he'd be home. That he was going to stop for some things and then he'd be home. But he wasn't. I knew it. I knew it all night. I thought of what I'd say, what I'd do, how I'd feel, but now none of it fits. None of it seems to matter. Nothing matters much. Nothing. He said he was coming right home.
Who's your family doctor, ma'am?
What'd you say?
Your family doctor, ma'am. Who is he?
Dr. Simpkins in Hollywood. Dr. Simpkins, Hollywood, 27083.
Want to call him?
Yeah.
He said he was going to pick up a few things and come right home. My husband, Arthur McKinley. You know that, do you?
Ma'am?
There is no Mr. McKinley anymore, is there?
We called the McKinley family doctor. He arrived and gave Mrs. McKinley a sedative. Frank and I talked to her before it took effect. We asked her about her husband's friends, his business associates. She could give us no new leads. She told us that her husband usually brought the weekend receipts from the store home with him on Sunday night so that he could make out the deposit slip for the bank. She said that he usually had about $300 to $400 on Sunday night. She gave us the name of the liquor store where he did business. 2:47 p.m., Frank and I drove out to the store.
Gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Mr. Kennedy?
Night?
Police officer, Mr. Kennedy. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure, anything to help the police. Nothing that I've done, is it?
No, sir. It's about Arthur McKinley.
You get home last night? Wife called, seemed pretty upset. Nothing wrong, is there?
Was Mr. McKinley in here last night, sir?
Yeah, he was. Let's see, I guess it's about 6:45. Come in, got a case of beer, a couple of bottles of bourbon.
Was there anybody with him when he came in?
No, there wasn't.
Did he seem all right to you when he was here?
What do you mean?
Well, was he in good spirits? Did he act like anything was wrong?
No, of course that don't mean anything.
Sir?
Well, even if there was anything wrong with Arthur, you'd never know it. Always laughing, always had a joke. He had a great one last night, real funny.
Yeah?
He told the one about the two musicians that were walking down the railroad track, and one of them said to the other, "Boy, this is the longest stairway I ever been down."
Well, yes, sir.
And then the other musician said, "I don't mind that, but these low banisters are killing me." Low banisters. Say, what's this all about anyway? Something happened to Arthur?
He's been murdered, Mr. Kennedy.
Arthur? Arthur McKinley? You sure?
Yes, sir. We're sure.
How about that? Only last night I saw him laughing away. And he was killed. You know who did it?
No, sir, not yet.
How about that? Bet his wife's pretty upset.
Do you know anyone who might want to kill him?
No, not Arthur.
Anybody in the neighborhood he had quarrels with? Any disagreements?
No, not I can think of.
Well, has there been anybody new, anybody you don't know hanging around the neighborhood lately? Anybody who could have known about McKinley's carrying that money around with him?
Well, let me think. Yeah, come to think about it, there is a fella. Seen him around the last couple of days. Matter of fact, I saw him last night when I helped Arthur carry the beer out to the car. Sure, that's where I saw him.
Sir?
He was in the car with Arthur.
February 10th, 3:50 p.m. We continued to question John Kennedy. He told us that when Arthur McKinley had left the liquor store, he had carried a case of beer out to the car for him. Kennedy said there was a man waiting in the car. The liquor store owner told us that he had seen the man in the neighborhood on several previous occasions, that the man had talked to most of the shopkeepers in the vicinity asking for odd jobs. Kennedy went on to say that he had hired him himself once to wash the front windows of the store. He gave us a complete description, and Frank called it into the office. A local and an APB were gotten out on him. Kennedy was unable to give us his name or tell us where the suspect might live. He agreed to go downtown to the city hall and look through the mug books for us. He called his brother down to take charge of the store, and as soon as he arrived, Kennedy was taken down to the office. 5:17 p.m. We drove back to the McKinley home. Mrs. McKinley had recovered from the initial shock of finding out that her husband was dead. We asked her if she knew where her husband's car was, and she told us that as far as she knew, he had driven it the night before, and that she hadn't seen it since. She gave us the description and license number, and we called it into the office. A broadcast was gotten out on it. We asked Mrs. McKinley to go with us to her husband's store, and she agreed. On a table in back of the store, we found 2 empty beer bottles and a couple of glasses. Leighton Prince was called, and they came out and lifted 2 sets of fingerprints from the bottles and the glasses. Crime Lab came out and photographed the place. There was no sign of a struggle, but there was evidence that there had been a party there the night before. We drove Mrs. McKinley back to her home, and at 8:13 p.m., Frank and I checked back into the city hall.
Long day, huh, Joe?
Yeah, I'm getting a little tired. What do you want to eat tonight?
Doesn't make any difference. Go ahead.
Right. I'll get it. Homicide, Friday. Yeah, Dean. Mm-hmm. They did, huh? Who? Oh, let me get that. Yeah, I got it. Okay, thanks, Dean. Yeah, you bet. Good night. It was Bergman. They made the prints on that bottle and glass.
Yeah?
A fellow named Fred Gerard. Did time for armed robbery.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
We like to give you the facts about Chesterfield so you can be your own judge.
Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette to give you premium quality in both regular and king size.
Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette to tell you what it's made of. The world's best, kept tasty and fresh by pure and costly moistening agents. The best that money can buy. And Chesterfield cigarette paper is of the highest purity.
Now, Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette to present this scientific evidence on the effects of smoking.
A medical specialist is making regular bi-monthly examinations of a group of people from various walks of life. 45% of this group have smoked Chesterfields for an average of 10 years. He reports that he observed no adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses of the group from smoking Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder.
Sunday, February 10th, 8:30 p.m. Frank and I pulled a package on Fred Gerard. He'd been arrested in 1942 on a charge of violation of 211 PC. He'd been convicted for 5 years in the penitentiary at San Quentin. Back with John Kennedy, the man who had seen Arthur McKinley leave the liquor store in the company of the man we figured to be the murderer. When we entered the mug room, he was talking to Sergeants Joe LaMonica and Danny Galindo. He told us that so far he had been unable to identify the man he had seen with McKinley. We showed him a mug shot of Gerard, and he positively identified it. He went on to say that as far as he was concerned, there could be no mistake, and that as far as he knew, Gerard was the last man seen with the victim before his death. McKinley's car had been found 2 blocks from the alley where we'd found the body. In the back of it, the officers found the remainder of the case of the 2 bottles of bourbon. Leighton Prince went out and dusted the car. Came up with 1 good set of prints other than the victim's. When these were checked, it was found that they matched the file copies of Gerard's fingerprints. 9:46 p.m. We drove out to the address listed in Gerard's package. His landlady showed us to his room. It was evident that he hadn't been in it the night before. Frank and I waited for him to return. 10 p.m. 11. 11:30.
What are you doing here?
You Fred Gerard?
Yeah, that's right. Who are you?
Police officers.
Oh, cops. What do you want with me?
You know a man named Arthur McKinley?
Why?
Do you know him?
Yeah. Oh, anything wrong with that?
When'd you see him last?
Last night.
Where?
At his store. I came by about 6:15. We talked for a while, and then he closed his store. He said he had to get home for a birthday party, something like that. We went to Kennedy's to get some beer, and then he went back to the store. I iced a couple, and then I left.
What time was that?
Well, I guess about 8:30 or so. Had to meet a guy out in Santa Monica, so I left.
McKinley at his store?
Yeah, that's right. Say, what's this all about? What are you giving me problems for? I haven't done anything.
All right, take everything out of your pockets. Put it right down here.
Look, you got no right to barge in. Tell me what to do. I'm clean.
And you got no reason for not cooperating.
Well, I suppose not.
Then take everything out of your pockets.
Yeah. Keys.
Your money in your wallet?
Yeah.
How much you got?
I don't know. I have to count it.
All right, count it.
5, 6, 7, 8. $8, I don't know. 56, 7, 8, 9, 92 cents. Canadian penny.
Was there anybody with McKinley and you when you were drinking?
No, just went in the back of the store to have a beer, a little talk. We got along pretty good. He used to hire me once in a while, clean up a store, sweep out, things like that.
Yeah. Was he feeling all right when you left him?
I guess so. I didn't ask him, but he didn't say anything about it. Just said he had to get home for a party, that his wife would be hacked if he was late. I said I left at 9:15. You might ask Stu Bennett. He might be able to tell you something.
Who's he?
Owns a little grocery just down the street from McKinley.
So you might know about McKinley?
Yeah, he was there when I left. I was walking out when Mr. McKinley opened the door. Bennett was walking by. He said he had some things he wanted to talk to McKinley. When I left, Bennett went into the store. What's this all about, anyway? Something happened to McKinley?
He's been murdered.
Oh, no, kid. You're a nice guy. You figured I did it, huh?
That's the way it looked.
Yeah. Well, I did some time. I won't try to con you. You'll probably know. Anyway, I wouldn't kill anybody, though. I'm going straight. I've been working every day since I got out.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you, though.
Yeah?
You might talk to Stu Bennett. He was with him.
Fred Gerard has a complete description of Stuart Bennett. We called the name into R&I, but he had no record. We checked Bennett's store and found a card on the front door that gave his home address. Frank and I drove to his house. He lived in a new apartment development in the southwest section of town. Monday morning, 12:47 a.m. We rang the bell to his apartment. He's probably asleep.
Yeah. Want to try it again?
No. I'd like to talk to you.
Just a minute.
Yeah? Police officers. I'm Smith. This is my partner, Joe Friday.
How do you do? Want to come in?
All right.
Well, what is it you wanted to talk to me about?
You know a man named Arthur McKinley? Do you?
I knew you'd find out. I knew it. I knew it right after it happened. Right away.
All right, you want to get dressed?
Yeah, all right. I came home last night after it happened. I thought about it. I thought and thought. I wanted to go and tell you about it. I knew that I'd done a terrible thing. Killed Arthur. Killed another human being. You got to understand one thing, Mr. Friday.
What's that?
It's important to me. I'm not a vicious man.
Why'd you kill him?
I stopped last night to talk to all of us getting together a sort of a pool. Hiring Fred to sort of take care of all the stores. That's what I went to see him about. I thought it'd be nice to have someone to take care of the stores, wash the windows, sweep up, and we'd all chip in and pay him. Sort of a pool, like I said.
Yeah?
We talked. Arthur wasn't too much in favor of the idea. Said he'd been thinking about giving Fred a regular job in the flower shop. Said things were real good with him. He thought he'd take on an assistant. Things were going real fine for him.
You better get dressed. We'll go downtown.
After I killed him, I took him out of the store, put him in an alley.
Yeah?
Now, I wanted to come and tell you about it. I went down to City Hall. I walked up the stairs on Spring Street. You know the big ones?
Yeah.
I was going to give myself up. I wanted to tell you about it. And then when I got there, the doors were closed. The sign said to use the Main Street entrance. I sat down on the stairs. Sat there for a long time. I thought about telling somebody about what I'd done. And then I walked around by the police department. On the walk, it goes around. I looked into the window and saw the detective. I wanted to go right in and tell him about it.
All right. Come on. Get your clothes on. Let's go.
Now, that should prove it to you.
What's that?
I'm not a vicious man.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 5th, trial was held in Department 97, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. What the results of that trial?
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, remember now, Chesterfield is first to present scientific evidence on the effects of smoking. A medical specialist is making regular bi-monthly examinations of a group of people from various walks of life. 45% of the group have smoked Chesterfields for an average of 10 years. He reports that he observed no adverse effects on the nose, throat, and sinuses of the group from smoking Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder.
Stuart Carlisle was tried and found guilty of murder in the first degree. He is now serving his term in the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California. Murder in the first degree is punishable by death or by confinement in the state penitentiary for life. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Eddie Firestone, Carolyn Jones, Herb Bygren. By John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Turn around, dirt.
Turn on.
Greatest but least known of the Indian Scouts was Ed Bannon, portrayed by rugged Charlton Heston. And the most dangerous of all the Apaches was Toriano, played by Jack Palance, star of Sudden Fear and Shame.
You have been a quick thinker. You have remembered your Apache training and come among us alone and unarmed.
Now the secret history of the Great Apache War is revealed for the first time in this spectacular story of a forgotten man. Bannon, who won his nation's highest award, but was hated by the soldiers he fought beside.
Why don't you get off the post? You've been fired. Nobody around here likes the smell of you. Before you go, this is from the colonel.
Violence was to be his destiny, even from the women who loved him.
The Apache in you finally came out.
Cati Hirado, the sensation of High Noon, as Nita, whose blood mingled the passion of Spain and the death lust of the Apache. Mary Sinclair as Lee, the army camp woman, who loved him in spite of herself.
I just want you to take me with you wherever you go.
But Painted Death waited in ambush as Bannon led the troopers on their fateful invasion of the Apache wasteland.
We've got about 10 seconds to make it into that draw.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
The Special Service Division invites you, soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations, to drop in at Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Tallulah Bankhead. Yeah, the dame that just won a Pulitzer Prize. Yeah, that plate is skinny of teeth. Oh, she ain't in it no more. She was fatigued. Fatigued. You know, pooped. Yeah. Tallulah Bankhead. T-A-L-L-U-triple-L-A. Yeah, Tallulah. She claims it's a real name, too. Well, anyways, I'm fixing up the joint for her. Yeah, I'm having the windows washed. Huh? Don't wash the windows. Why? Oh, if the customers inside sees how nice it is outside, they'll leave, huh? Huh? Oh, nothing new. Oh, yeah, we had a fire in the kitchen. Yeah, Moriarty gave the chef a hot foot and got a little out of hand. Yeah, the whole kitchen was on fire. How'd the chef come out? Medium rare. Okay, Duffy, I'll call you back.
Hey, Mr. Archer?
Yeah, Eddie.
Well, what looks different about you tonight?
I got a haircut, Eddie. How's it look?
What's the difference? You can't put it back, anyhow. And you got a manicure, too.
Yeah, I want to make sure I don't scratch Tallulah when I shake hands with her. However, Eddie, leave her stop brandying tonsorialities. Did you learn that thing?
What thing?
That thing I wrote for you to say when Miss Bankhead walks in the door.
Miss Bankhead, I is deeply gratified at your magnanimous gesture performed in the presence of this infinitesimal establishment.
Okay, Eddie, and say it as if you meant it.
Yes, and as if I understood it.
Hi, Arch.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Arch, could you loan me the lend of a quarter?
Could I loan you the lend of a quarter? What kind of English is that? Finnegan, could you borrow me a quarter?
Could I borrow you? I'd like Arch, but I'm broke. That's why I asked you to lend me the loan of a quarter. Look, I want to take a dame to a nightclub.
A nightclub with a quarter?
She's a big eater, and I'm a big tipper.
Oh, well, who's the dame, Finnegan?
Oh, beauty, Arch. A real pin-up girl.
Yeah, pin-up girl, huh?
Yeah, she puts up the pinch in a bowling alley.
Oh, well, she sounds rather charming, Finnegan. What's she like?
Her face is kind of ugly, and she's got a terrible shape, but she's got one great feature.
What's that?
No brains.
Well, Finnegan, you can't have everything.
Gee, Archie, when's Tallulah going to get here? I can hardly wait to see her. Do you think she'll wear an ermine wrap?
That's a dame for you. Miss Duffy, all you think about is clothes. Don't you admire Miss Bankhead's talent?
Don't I admire her talent? Didn't her acting make me cry? Gee, I'll never forget her. When she was in Skin of Our Teeth, gee, she tore my very heart out.
Yeah?
The way she stood there, talking to Frederick March, wearing red silk stockings and a red cape, 3/4 lined with white silk. What acting.
Good, huh?
Oh, wonderful. And then she finds out that he doesn't really love her, so she stands there in a pair of genuine alligator shoes with Cuban heels. And she says, ha ha ha. And then in the scene where the house collapses, the poor girl can't stand it anymore. She faints on a mink coat that must have cost at least $5,000.
Yeah, she's terrific. I hope she's impressed when I read her that welcome poem I had specially written for her.
Who wrote it?
Only one of the greatest poets of our time.
Who?
Crackpot O'Toole, the convict.
Well, I'm sorry I won't be around to hear this welcome poem.
Why not?
Durf Hogan and me's got a double date with 2 sailors on the SS Idaho.
The SS Idaho. Last time it was the Kansas, wasn't it?
Yeah. We get tired going out with the same boat all the time.
A date? A date with Miss Duffy? You're engaged to Breckenbridge.
So what? It don't mean that he owns me just 'cause I'm wearing his union button.
But don't he object to you running around with sailors?
No, Breck and I have a mutual agreement.
You have a... What's the mutual agreement?
It's a mutual arrangement.
Oh.
When I go out with a sailor, I take off the union button.
Well, what's mutual about that? You get all the breaks.
Certainly. Who do you think thought of the arrangement?
Well, tell me, Miss Duffy, is it retroactive? Can he go out with other dames?
Oh, of course not. That would be two-timing.
But you going out with sailors, ain't that two-timing?
No.
Why not?
Archie, everybody knows that with a sailor you can only go out once.
Eddie, got the table set for Miss Bankhead?
Right.
Okay, let's check it. Finger bowl?
Check.
Private knife and fork?
Check.
Wax bananas?
Check.
Paper napkins?
Check.
Toothpick?
Check.
Oyster fork?
That's the toothpick.
Check. Wait a minute, Eddie. The ferns.
What do you mean, ferns?
The ferns, them long parsleys you put on the table. Well, we're going to get them. All the florists is closed.
Well, if you come with me, I know a place where we can borrow some ferns.
Why do I have to come with you?
Well, somebody has to talk to the undertaker while I borrow them.
Okay, Eddie, I'll go with you. Hey, Miss Duffy.
Yeah?
Miss Duffy, if Tallulah arrives, be polite to her. She's a very close friend of mine.
A close friend.
You doubt me?
The closest you ever came to Tallulah was the last row in the balcony.
Oh, yeah? That, my drab beauty, remains to be seen when she gets here. Oh, Tito, while I'm gone, why don't you rent it a joint with a number, huh?
What shall I sing, Archie?
How about Mother McCree?
How about La Feria de las Flores?
How about When Irish Eyes Are Smiling?
How about La Feria de las Flores?
How about La Feria de las Flores?
Oh, swell.
That's what I like about you, Tito. You can sing anything. Come on, Eddie. See you later, Tito, Miss Duffy.
Me gusta cantarle al viento porque vuelan mis cantares y digo lo que yo siento por toditos los lugares. Aquí vine porque vine a la feria de las flores y no hay cerro que me empine ni cuaco que se me atore. Aquí vine porque vine a la feria de las flores. Ay, 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 ay. No hay cerro que se me empine, ni cuaco que se me atore. Porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. En mi caballo tordillo he venido de muy lejos y traigo pistola al cinto y con ella doy consejos. Atravesé las montañas a venir a ver las flores. Aquí hay una rosa huraña que es amor de mis amores. Atravesé la montaña a venir a ver las flores. Aquí hay una rosa huraña que es la flor.
Tito, you have never been in splendider voice.
Thank you very much, Senor Finnegan.
Believe me, for me it's a great compliment because I ain't got no ear for music.
Thank you very much, Senor Finnegan.
I bet you it's because that Miss Bankhead is coming here tonight.
Finnegan, everybody ain't impressed with celebrities. After all, what's a celebrity? Believe me, there's lots of celebrities if they wasn't famous would be nobodies, let alone celebrities. And that goes for the well-known ones, too. For instance, take Tallulah Bankhead. I wouldn't even...
Good evening.
Good evening. Now, if this was Tallulah Bankhead, I wouldn't even... It is Tallulah Bankhead. Oh, Miss Bankhead, permit me to introduce me to Miss Miss Duffy. This is,
Just call me Joe.
Hello, Joe.
What do you know?
Gee, excuse me, Miss Bankhead. See, you got me so excited I thought for a second you were a celebrity. Gee, you look exactly the same off stage as you do in the flesh.
You want to know why?
Why?
This is the same flesh I use on the stage.
Oh, excuse me.
Certainly.
Hello? Hello, Vera? The sailors? Well, I'll be there in a few minutes. Well, as soon as I can, Vera. Well, Vera, if they were on a boat for 4 years, they can certainly wait 10 more minutes. Well, okay, then. Darn it.
What's the matter, Miss Duffy?
Well, Miss Bankhead, I don't know how to say this. You see, I got a date, and there are 2 sailors.
Okay, count me in.
Oh, you're joking. No, what I was saying was that I got this double date, and sailors hate to be kept waiting.
Dearie, it's the same way with the Marines. Well, now, don't you worry about me, Miss Duffy. You run along and keep your date.
But who'll mind the cash register?
I'll mind it.
Oh, Miss Bankhead, that's so sweet of you. And will Archie be surprised when he comes in and sees you all alone with a cash register? Well, I gotta go now.
Give my regards to the fleet.
Oh, thanks, I will. Bon voyage.
Anchors away. Do-do-do-do-do. What a dump. Isn't anyone going to answer that? Oh, very well. Hello? Who is this? Duffy? No, Archie isn't here. And no, neither's Miss Duffy. Who am I? Yes. No, not Katrinka Yarbox. No, not Emma Pfeiffer. Have I ever been to Coney Island? Why, yes. Am I tattooed where? No.
Wait a minute. Lady, is that call for me?
I think so.
Let me have the phone. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Huh? Who was you talking to? I don't know, just some dame that picked up the phone. Well, when you don't have a cover charge, anybody's apt to liable to come in. Huh? No, Tallulah didn't get here yet. Okay, Duffy.
I beg your pardon, but I'm...
Excuse me, lady, I'm busy. Hey, Miss Duffy! Miss Duffy! How do you like that? She walks out and leaves the joint all alone. Hey, lady.
Yes?
Did you see Miss Duffy?
Yes, she left you a few minutes ago.
And you've been here alone with the cash register?
Yes.
Just a minute. 10, 20, 30, 40, half a buck. Okay, it's all in. No hard feelings, lady. Hey, Eddie, hand me them ferns there.
Oh, those ferns are lovely.
Lady, please, look. Don't touch.
Well, I just thought I might...
What's the matter? You got nothing to do? Wait a minute. Here's a slug. Go play the jukebox. Hey, Eddie, hand me that new tablecloth.
My, what a beautiful tablecloth.
You like that, huh? Got this tablecloth special for Tallulah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't want her to wipe her hands on nothing but the best.
Why all this fuss about Tallulah?
Well, why not? She's only the greatest actress in the world.
Oh, come now. Such talk about Tallulah. There are other actresses who are just as good, if not better.
Yeah? Who? You see? Telling me.
You sound like you know Tallulah.
No, Tallulah and me has known each other since we was both in knee pants. But what am I doing wasting my time here with you? Eddie, what else we got to do? Is the place all cleaned up?
Mr. Archie, if I sweep this floor once more, we'll all be in the cellar.
Well, let's see if we forgot anything. Oh, yeah, Crackpot O'Toole's welcome poem that I got to recite. Eddie, see if I got it memorized right.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Salute to Tallulah by C.P. O'Toole. Let's see now. H-E-L-L-O spells welcome. H-E-L-L-O spells... Something wrong with that line.
Yeah, it don't rhyme.
Well, that's it. O'Toole must have had an off day. Well, leave us go on. Every customer and every waiter welcomes T. Bankhead, the star of the legitimate theater.
The food.
The what?
The food.
Oh, yeah. The food is free to you, Tallulah, of course, so don't be bashful. Eat like a horse. What a poet, that crackpot.
What a crackpot, that poet.
Lady, no remarks from the gallery.
Oh, it's no reflection on you. I think you read it very beautifully. I think you're a born actor.
Yeah, I agree with you. Acting is in me blood, you know. Got the smell of the grease ball in me nostrils. You really liked it, huh?
Yes, I did. I liked it, but I do have one suggestion.
What?
Well, since it's a welcome poem, I think you should attack it with more verve and esprit.
With what?
Verve and esprit.
You mean louder?
Yes, and with more emotion.
Oh, would you mind reading this second stanza and showing me?
Not at all. Well, let me see it. Let me see now. Salute to Tallulah, stanza 2. We are happy to see you, Miss Bankhead, Tallulah. So we are all shouting a fond hallelujah. I would have seen your show, but the warden said no. Signed, Crackpot O'Toole, Sing Sing Cooler.
Hey, you know, you read that as good as I did. Was you ever on the stage?
Oh, on and off.
Oh, yeah? What was your stage name?
Sarah Bernhardt.
Did Miss Bankhead get here yet?
No, Eddie, and I can't understand it. She's usually the soul of propinquity.
Well, the customers is getting sore.
Well, what am I going to do? Hey, wait a minute. Europa, I got an idea. Bubbles.
Yes?
Listen, Bob. I was thinking, since you used to be an actress, maybe I could introduce you to the crowd and kind of make believe you were Tallulah.
Would it fool them?
Yeah, sure. There's just a lot of dopes around here. What do you say? To help a guy out, could you be Tallulah Bankhead?
I am Tallulah Bankhead.
What?
I am Tallulah Bankhead.
Atta girl, that's getting right in the spirit of it.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Well, Tallulah was going to recite. You ever done any reciting?
I've been known to.
Well, do you know anything with any, verve and esprit, you know? Sonnet, may perchance?
No, Archie, no. But I'd like to read a letter. A letter I can't get out of my mind.
Oh, who wrote it?
It was written by a captain in the Russian army to his wife. A captain who had been asked to cover the withdrawal of the wounded. Cover it until the last man, the last yard, the last breath. This was the letter. Dear Anchor, I know that when I'm dead, for you I will continue to live, and that nobody will edge me away from your careful heart. I know this wound will never heal. But if it happens that you meet a man fine enough for your grief, whom you will love a little, and if as a result of your love you have a new life, and it is a son, then let him bear my name. Let him be my continuation, though I am dead and your new friend is alive. This will not punish him, for not everybody must die. And if he cannot understand and would not like it, then leave him without sorrow or tears or longings, and let it be not his, but our son. And when a new Sevastopol is built, come here, and somewhere on Chejonis, somewhere near the sea, plant poppies. They grow very well here. And that will be my grave. It may be that you will make a mistake. Maybe it won't be me, but another who lies there. It doesn't matter. Someone else will think of her own and plant flowers above me. Nobody will be left out. for we shall lie close, and there will be no space to spare where we lie.
That was swell, Bubbles. You got me all weepy, and I ain't kidding. No, you did that as good as Tallulah.
Better.
Please, leave us not guilt the lily. Just a second. Hello? Hello, Duffy. You heard that, huh? And you thought Tallulah was great, huh? Listen, Duffy, want to hear a secret? It wasn't Tallulah. It was a dame named Sarah Bernhardt. Huh? Sarah Bernhardt, what? She did. When? 19 years ago. Holy cat, I want... Hey, lady, come here a minute.
Now, before we leave Duffy's Tavern, leave us put a couple of nickels in Duffy's jukebox. Duffy's jukebox, where the feet meet the beat. Well, the platter's spinning, the needle's in the groove, and here's the first number coming up. Duffy's Tavern was rebroadcast especially for you men and women in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
Get me Edward G. Robinson on the phone, will you, please?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Eddie? This is Mark. Yeah, in person. And to what am I indebted for the honor of this call, Mr. Hillinger? How are you, sweetheart? Say, Ed, I caught that new epic of yours last night at a sneak preview. What you mean, a slight case of murder? Say, tell me, how'd you like it? Pappy, it's a sockaroo. As a matter of fact, I am heading my list of best bets with it in next Sunday's column. Well, that's swell, coming from you, Hellinger. You know, I've been wanting to get into an honest-to-goodness comedy for a heck of a long time. My wife has seen me die in pictures so often, she was beginning to feel like a celluloid widow. Well, Eddie, I've always wanted to see you play a Damon Runyon story, because Damon paints the big town and the guys and gals of Broadway as they really are. And that's right down your alley. I had one look at that script, and I offered to do it for nothing. Well, almost nothing. It's a grand idea for a picture, all right. It certainly is. Now, here's a public enemy who's forced to retire from the rackets and wants to become a social butterfly. The only difference is, from now on, Remy is legitimate. What's going to happen now? Yeah, how about that? Shut up, will you? I'm going to take care of every one of you guys. You're going to be salesmen. Salesmen? Only there's going to be a little change in our sales methods. Come on, boys. Come right in, honey. Into the music room.
Music room? Up to now, this has always been the slot machine room.
Now, look, there'll be lots of people coming up here that are a cinch to take any one of these kids. So I don't want the best. I want the worst.
Well,
Yeah, that's right. Now, give me the ugliest and toughest little gazebo you got. I want to mold them, see? And here, folks, we have Douglas Fairbanks Rosenblum.
you talk like you're announcing a bout.
Hello, Douglas. Hi, Toots. Hey, does the old dame live in the house, too?
Great stuff, isn't it?
They're worth 40 grand, boss. The paper says dead or alive.
Yeah, for 40 grand, you'd ruin my social reputation. Ah. Somebody shot them, boss.
Shot him?
Yes, sir, right there in that room.
You've got to get him out of here. I can't have people like that around my house. What would the neighbors think? What would Mary's fiancé think if he came in while they were here?
Hey, what would anybody think? I've been trying to be legitimate, and it ain't my racket. I don't know the rules, so I'm going to play my own game. Starting right this minute, I'm going to be illegitimate.
Well, what's he done?
He was mixed up in that truck holdup.
Don't go in there alone and try to arrest my father. You'd better bring your whole state troop with you.
I want a policeman.
now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies, this season's two-piece play suits are bolder, deeper, exposing more skin. You'll want to be a bearskin beauty, beautiful all over. So get big bath-size Palmolive soap. Use it in tub and shower. Makes oceans of soft, lovely lather. Gives you Palmolive's famous complexion care all over. See if regular cleansing with Palmolive doesn't make your skin softer, smoother, more alluring. For bearskin beauty, get bath-size Palmolive soap today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
That makes life tingles in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Denis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benedera, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Here's Denis to sing When the Red, Red Robin Comes Bob-bob-bobbing Along.
When the red, red robin comes bob-bob-bobbing along, there'll be no more sobbing when he starts throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead. Get up, get up, get out of bed. Cheer up, the sun is red. Live, love, laugh, and be happy. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. And the red, red robin comes bob-bob-bobbing along. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red, red robin comes bob-bob-bobbing along.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate's instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. In his relatively short lifetime, our young hero, Denis Day, has held a great many jobs. And up till now, no employer has ever accused him of helping business. But things may have changed. For yesterday, Denis became a clerk in the Weaverville District Telegraph Office. And those who know him say this will not help one business, but two: the post office and the telephone company. Our young hero, however, is determined to make good. In fact, to become the greatest telegraph clerk in history. And he's now telling his girlfriend Mildred how he's going about it.
You mean you don't send out the telegrams the way the customers write them, Denis?
Oh, I keep the sense of them all right. But you take one of the wires I got this afternoon. George fell off a horse today and broke both his arms. Naturally, a person who receives a message like that is going to be upset, so I try to minimize it.
Well, how?
Well, I sent it out. George fell off a horse today and broke both his arms, but don't worry. His legs are still working fine.
I see.
Sure. Things like that are bound to call me to my boss's attention sooner or later. And wait till he hears about my big bargain wire.
Your big bargain wire?
Yeah. You know those telegrams you send a woman every time something important happens in her life? Well, I've made up one wire that covers everything. Save people a fortune.
One wire that covers everything?
Sure. It says, congratulations on your engagement, your son's graduation, your daughter's wedding, and happy golden anniversary, my dear widow.
Oh, Denis.
Great, huh?
Well, is that all you do, make up and edit telegrams?
Oh, no. I also take all the incoming messages off the wires.
Well, that doesn't sound too difficult.
Well, right now, it's pretty confused. There's so much stuff coming over from the Republican convention, it's mixed up with the other messages.
Oh, really?
Yeah. One telegram read, congratulations, Joe. Stop. You have just become the father of twins. Dewey is sure of 18 in Oregon.
Goodness, what a mix-up. I hope you straightened it out.
Oh, sure. I sent Dewey a telegram that he'd had twins in Oregon, that's all.
What?
And the other wire read, you have just become the father of 18. Joe, stop.
Oh.
Oh, my gosh, here I am talking away, and I nearly forgot what I came home for. I got a telegram here for your mother.
A wire from Mother? Oh, golly, it must be from her niece and nephew in Los Angeles. They were expecting a baby.
Yeah, and if I remember the telegram correctly, that's what they got.
Well, you better give that wire to Mother right away. She's been waiting to hear all week.
Okay, I'll see you later. Oh, hi, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Oh, hello, Denis.
Good morning, my boy.
I got a wire for you, Mrs. Anderson. It's from your nephew in Los Angeles.
Oh, at last. Give it to me. Little Susan arrived this morning, 7 pounds, 6 ounces. Stassen says it's time for a change.
Oh, it's that darn convention news sneaking in again. It's just a mistake, Mrs. Anderson.
Oh. Well, isn't it just marvelous, Herbert? Bill and Henrietta have a little girl.
Yeah. I hope they didn't have the trouble that we did when Mildred was born. Remember, for a while, the doctor was afraid he might lose me.
Yes, but we managed to pull you through. Oh, my, isn't this exciting? We've just got to buy little Susan things for her layette. Herbert, we'll use the $50 we've saved up.
Poopsie. That $50 was supposed to buy that new suit I need so badly.
Herbert, you don't want your new little grandniece to go naked, do you?
She'll attract a lot less attention that way than I will.
Nonsense. Hand me my purse. Denis, do you think you can run an errand for me and for once in your life get it straight?
Why not?
It baffles you, too, huh? All I want you to do is this. Take the time and go down and with a $50 bill to 314 10th Street.
314 10th Street?
Yes. It's a new baby shop that's just opened. I'll phone them and order everything and tell them you'll be in with the money.
Okay.
The address again is 314 10th Street. And it's for Susan Quincy's layette. Can you remember that?
Oh, Mrs. Anderson, you know me.
This once surprised me. Come along, Herbert.
Huh. Always making cracks about me. Thinks I'm some kind of a dope. Thinks I can't remember a simple name like Susan Quincy and a simple address like 310 14th Street. I'll show her someday.
This is sure some town Big Sam picked out for us, Pinky. A bookie could starve to death in a burg like this.
Well, keep your shirt on, Duke. Nobody knows yet that we're taking horse bets here. Wait till the word gets around. We'll get action.
Yeah, but when is it going to start? So far, we ain't had
Hey, anybody here?
Gee, could that be a customer out front?
I'm here about the layette.
Oh, you hear that, Pinky? He wants to lay a bet.
Didn't I tell you we'd get action soon? Coming, pal. Now, what can I do for you, Bud?
310 14th Street, isn't it?
Yeah, you're in the right place, pal.
Good. Here's the $50.
50, eh? Okay. On who?
I beg pardon?
What's the name of the entry?
Oh, Susan Quincy.
Susan Quincy. Oh, yeah, here it is in the form, only it's just listed as Susie Q.
Susie Q, huh?
Yeah, she's the first at Hollywood.
Oh, really? I thought that sort of thing was going on out there all the time.
Well, how do you want her, pal?
Huh?
Well, do you want her to show?
Oh, no, that's why I gave you the $50.
Then you want her to go on the front end.
I wanted to go on both ends. She might get in a draft or something.
In other words, you want her to cross.
Sure, cross around everywhere.
Personally, I don't think she's got a chance, kid. Not with the kind of handicap she's faced with today.
Oh, you know her parents?
Well, no. She's got pretty good bloodlines.
Oh, the best. Her father spent 4 years in Harvard, and her mother came from Wellesley.
Harvard and Wellesley, never heard of them. Must be trotting tracks.
What Duke is trying to tell you, kiddo, is that according to the dope, that baby is a terrific long shot.
Oh, I know. I understand her family never even expected her mother to get married.
Don't you mean mated?
Sure, if you want to call it that. Well, anyway, her mother was nearly 30, and she hadn't even met anyone yet.
30? Why, they generally mate them when they're around 6.
6?
Sure. I certainly never heard of anyone waiting past 8 or 9.
Gee, I guess I traveled with a...
Well, there ain't no use discussing it any further. Your dough is up, and you got yourself a deal.
Swell. I'll drop back in on my way home from work and pick up the bundle.
Pretty sure of yourself, huh? If you ask me, you'll find this Susie Q pulled up on the stretch.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Who ever heard of anyone wearing one of those at her age? Hold on.
Oh, hello, my boy.
Oh, hi, Mr. Anderson.
Take care of that layette order for Poopsie, all right?
Oh, sure, nothing to it. Those salesmen in that store are two of the nicest fellas I ever met.
Fellows? Why, the salespeople in that shop are all women.
Oh, really? Gee, they had me fooled completely.
Dennis, what address did you go to?
310 14th Street, just like Mrs. Anderson said.
310 14th Street? Why, she said 314 10th Street.
You mean I made a mistake? Oh, what'll I do?
Well, as I see it, you've got a choice between a head start and a headstone.
Boy.
What kind of a store was it? Can you describe it?
Well, there were just these two men in the back sitting at a desk. One of them was reading a newspaper called The Racing Form, and he was...
Oh, my soul and body, Dennis. You gave that money to a couple of bookmakers.
Oh, my gosh, and it'll be at least 6 years before little Susan learns to read.
They don't sell books. It's a horse parlor.
Don't be silly. There wasn't a horse in the place.
Dennis, don't you understand? You bet Poopsie's $50 on a horse.
You mean I... Oh, my gosh, so that's what Susie Q is.
Now, you've got to call those men this minute and tell them to cancel the bet.
Yeah, and I don't even know their number. Say, maybe Miss Baker will help me out. Thank goodness she's our operator. Hello? Hello? Hello, Miss Baker. This is Denis. Look, you got to connect me with a store at 310 14th Street. It's a matter of life and death. In both cases, mine. Yeah, gee, thanks, Miss Baker.
That's a break.
Yeah. Hello? Say, this is the fellow who was just in and made that $50 bet. It seems I made a mistake, so I'd like to cancel the... Yeah, but... Yeah, but... Yeah, but... Yeah, but... Yeah, but... Yeah.
Well?
They said a bet was a bet, and if I tried to get out of it, I'd find myself in the river some dark night. What can I do, Mr. Anderson? You know how easily I catch cold.
It isn't pleasant to have a cold in your head and your head in a block of cement.
Yeah, they aren't even handling the bet themselves because they haven't got that much money. They said they're phoning it in to someone called Big Sam over in Middletown.
Oh, if we could only think of some way to keep that phone call from getting through, then the bet would be off.
Well, you know that's impossible, Mr. Anderson. The only chance we have is if Susie Q wins the race.
Well, do you think she possibly can, Dennis?
Gee, I don't know. Let's have a look at that paper and see how the experts rate her.
Yeah, here.
Let's see. First race at Hollywood Park. Waterman, very foy. Good early speed from gate. Excellent morning workouts. Red sunset, speed and plenty of courage. Susie Q has bushy tail.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and as I just said, our only chance is to keep that phone call from going through.
We'll be back in just a moment to continue our day in the life of Dennis Day. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing Dolores.
I love the kisses of Dolores, not Marie or Emily or Doris, only my Dolores. From a balcony above me, she whispers, love me, and throws a rose. Ah, but she is twice as lovely as the rose she throws. I would die to be with my Dolores. I, Dolores. I was made to serenade Dolores. Chorus after chorus. Just imagine eyes like moonrise, a voice like music, and lips like wine. What a break if I could make Dolores mine, oh, mine.
It started when Mrs. Anderson gave Dennis $50 to buy a layette for her grandniece, and he bet it on a horse by mistake. Now the only chance he has is to keep the bet from being phoned into the bookie in Middletown. Luckily, his spinster friend, Miss Baker, who has quite a crush on him, is the local telephone operator. So Dennis has just dropped down to the exchange to see what he could do about tying up the phones.
Why, Dennis, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just dropped in to thank you for getting me that number, Miss Baker. It sure was nice of you.
Oh, it was nothing. Sit down, darling. Sit down. Right here on this stool.
But you're already sitting on it.
Yes, I know.
Miss Baker, please. This is a place of business.
Of course, and that's just what I mean. Come on, you gorgeous thing.
Oh, now, Miss Baker, I'm no different than hundreds of other attractive men, and you know it.
Oh, but you are. If I had a dozen boyfriends, I'd look at you the same way.
Really?
Yes, of course, I might be a little more relaxed about it. Come on, sit down here.
Oh, no. Gee whiz, you get me all embarrassed.
You're not embarrassed about sitting on that little Mildred Anderson's lap. I saw you last night.
Miss Baker, you've been spying again.
Oh, I have not. I just happened to be walking past your keyhole on my knees.
Oh, that explains those holes in the doormat.
Well, I can't help it if I'm a little jealous. You've never taken me out even once since we met.
Well, would you like a date with me tonight?
Tonight? Oh, Dennis, do you mean it?
Sure. Why don't you run over to the beauty parlor and get yourself all fixed up? I'll run a switchboard for you.
Oh, you mean right now?
Oh, why wait? If you want to look attractive, you better start pretty early.
Oh, but Dennis, I can't be... Oh, just a minute. I'll take this call. Hello? Middletown? Yes, sir.
Middletown. Quick, Miss Baker, to the beauty parlor. Hurry before they run out of eyelashes and hips and things. Quick.
But Dennis, I have to...
Go ahead. I'll take this call. Hurry or no date.
Oh, well, all right. Here, take my headset. I'll see you later.
Okay. Oh, my gosh, I got to stop this call from going through. If he gets to Big Sam...
Hello.
Just want your number, please.
Yes, I want Middletown 333.
Middletown 333?
Yeah. 333.
That number has been changed to Middletown 334.
Okay, then give me Middletown 334.
That number has been changed to Middletown 433.
Then give me Middletown 433.
I'm sorry, there is no such number.
Operator, will you get me my party? This is important.
I'm doing the best I can.
Well, hurry, will you? I got to get through to Big Sam.
That name has been changed to Small Pete.
It has not. I want Middletown 333. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. I'm connecting you with Pulaski 333.
I don't want Pulaski. I want Middletown. Middletown.
That name has been changed to Cincinnati.
I want Middletown 333. Can't you get that through your head?
Yes, sir. I'm ringing Hoboken 999.
You've got the wrong number.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll hang up.
I mean, I've got the wrong number.
Okay, then you hang up.
Please, operator. I want Middletown 333. Please.
I will connect you.
Thank heaven.
Here is your party.
Hello, Big Sam?
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
What?
Kindly deposit $87 for 3 more minutes.
Never mind. I'm going down to the telegraph office and send a wire. Goodbye.
Oh, my gosh, the telegraph office. Where's my hat? Uh-oh, here he comes. Boy, I hope this eye shade hides enough of my face. If he recognizes me...
Hey, mister, you.
Howdy, Bob.
I want to send this wire to Middletown right away, immediately. You understand? Fast.
No, don't get in a sweat, sonny. Keep your Bull Durham dry. Who's she going to?
Sam Daniels.
Hey, what's that last name?
Daniels.
Better spell it for me, sonny.
All right. D-A-N...
What's the first letter?
D. D as in darling.
D as in what? Didn't quite catch that.
Darling. D-A-R...
What's that letter after A?
R. R like in return.
A?
Return. R-E-E...
What'd you say?
T. T as in tomorrow.
How's that again?
Tomorrow! T-O-M-O-R-R-O-W.
I didn't quite catch that last letter.
W. Like in wife.
Hey.
Wife. W-I-F-E.
W-I-F what?
E. Like in elope. E-L-O-P.
Did you say...
No, P like in plumber.
Oh, plumber. Now I got it. I'll read your wire back.
What wire?
Darling, return tomorrow. Wife eloped with the plumber.
No!
Want to send a straight wire or a night letter, sonny?
I don't want to send it at all. I'm taking the next train out of here and talk to the man myself. Goodbye!
Oh, my gosh, the train. Well, what am I waiting for? I know Earl Welch, the station agent, pretty well. Where's my hat?
Hey, you. Are you the ticket agent?
Yep, here I am.
Give me a ticket to Middletown, quick. I want a ticket to Middletown. What's the matter? Are you crazy or something? That's the last train today, and it leaves in 2 minutes. Now give me a ticket.
What you going to Middletown for? See the Burlicue show?
It's none of your business.
I went to the Burlicue show once, caught an awful cold.
Look.
The fellow in the back of me kept yelling, "Take it off." I didn't want to disappoint him.
Look. I want a ticket to Middletown.
Oh, yes, so you do. You want the green ticket or the red ticket?
How do I know? Does it matter?
Nope, they're both the same.
Then give me a green ticket.
A green ticket with a blue suit? You don't care how you look.
Then give me a red suit. I mean a blue suit. Give me a... Oh, my gosh, look. The train's pulling out.
Yep, they will do that, you know.
Oh. You fool, now I can't get to Middletown. Do you realize you just cost me $50 I'm going to have to give back?
You don't say. Well, ain't that too bad?
That's the fairest thing I ever heard.
And he returned Mother's $50 to you, Dennis?
Sure, the bet was off. I outsmarted him. But I still may be in trouble with your mother, Mildred. I found out something when I got back to the telegraph office this evening.
What?
Well, I found out that...
My gracious, did you children see the evening papers?
No, why, Mother?
Oh, if only I'd played a hunch today.
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
Well, this morning, Susan Quincy was born, and this afternoon, a horse named Susie Q won at Hollywood Park and paid over 200 to 1.
Mildred, if you want to shoot me, I'll be glad to write a suicide note.
Oh, my golly, is that what you meant you found out at the telegraph office?
No, I didn't know about that. But I found out that I delivered the wrong telegram to your mother this morning.
What?
Yeah, the wire I gave you was supposed to go to Mrs. Wilkins down the street. It was her sister that had the baby, only in Chicago, not Los Angeles.
But then what did my wire say?
I'd rather not read it to you.
Dennis Day, I want to know what was in that wire.
Well, it says, just got a sure thing tip on a horse. If you have any spare cash, take it all and bet it on Susie Q in the first race at Hollywood. Sign your nephew, Bill.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Blue Shadows on the Trail. But first...
Dream girl, cream girl, hair that gleams and luster cream shampoo.
Yes, for soft, glamorous dream girl hair, try Luster convenient tubes or jars, whichever you prefer. Luster Cream, the new three-way loveliness, fragrantly clean, glistening with sheen, soft, easy to manage. Not a soap, not a liquid, but an utterly new, rich lathering cream shampoo. A blend of secret ingredients plus lanolin. 4-ounce jar, $1. For jars, 49 and 25 cents. Be a dream girl, a lovely
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
Well, as Jack Benny would say, we're a little late, folks. Good night.
Next week, tune into another Dennis Day show brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
Won the Pulitzer Prize, the Critics' Award. The most revealing play ever written.
New York, London, Paris, Brussels, Rome, all cheered it. It's an even greater motion picture.
of a woman, Blanche Dubois, who wanted so much to stay a lady. A vivid, vibrant, exciting story, because every searching chapter was written by men. Men who taught her to trust and to hope, to love and to hate. The youth who brought remembrance of yesterday. The man who was willing to take her out of the dark alleys of New Orleans. The brute who lied and cheated, who promised everything, gave nothing.
Don't you ever talk that way to me. Disgusting, vulgar, greasy. But who do you think you are, a couple of queens or something?
Could it be you and me, Blanche?
What does it cost for singing furs like that?
Why, these are tribute from an admirer of mine.
Well, he must have had a lot of admiration.
Lies! Lies inside and out! All lies!
Never inside! I never lied in my heart.
You got plenty of room to get by me now.
Tomahawk.
You think I'm going to interfere with you?
Marry me, Mitch.
I don't think I want to marry anymore. No, you're not clean enough to bring in a house with mud.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. Presenting Fibber, Magee, and Molly in their first program of their 9th year for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Written by Don Quinn with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Many of you hearing Fibber, Magee, and Molly regularly in your living room realize that this program is also being heard by a great many of your boys out there in service, way over in Africa, in India, New Guinea, Guadalcanal. It reaches them by means of shortwave radio, and I can tell you it's a thrill to read the letters that come in from them occasionally. Like these few lines from one of our fighter pilots in the South Seas, written after a furious air battle. Quote, "For a time it was tough going. They never stopped coming. Then tonight we turned on the radio and heard Fibber, Magee, and Molly. I wonder if you understand how much their humor meant to us. For a little while we could forget. It was like a blessed interval of sanity in a siege of violent madness." Unquote. And another boy wrote, "It bridges the gap of thousands of miles, forming a link with our homeland." Unquote. We on the show and the makers of Johnson's Wax are grateful for these letters. They raise an obligation that we do not take lightly. I bet you if you had an uncle who was a historical character and he was going to be glorified on a radio program in exactly 11 and a half minutes, I bet you'd be pretty excited, too. And that's why there's so much to do and hey and oh boy and whatnot around 79 Wistful Vista tonight as we meet Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
What time is it, Molly? What time is it?
Oh, we have 10 minutes yet, Magee. Sit down, calm yourself.
Well, gee whiz.
Heavenly days, it's only a radio program.
Yeah, but gee whiz. It's going to be all about Uncle Sycamore, who fought in the Indian Wars and got scalped and was a hero and knew Kit Carson and Buffalo Bill as well as I know you. Better, even.
How could he know them better?
Well, you're still a mystery to me.
Oh.
How you can make our ration points come out even every month has got me baffled. What time is it now? What time
Well,
is
it's still 9 minutes before the program, and stop biting your nails.
Well, gee whiz.
Hadn't you better turn on the radio and let it warm up?
I don't dare. I worked all day getting it fixed again, and I don't want to turn it on before I have to. What time's it now?
Oh,
What time?
calm yourself.
Huh?
Calm yourself. You're as jumpy as a 1912 movie. What did your Uncle Sycamore ever do that he was such a hero?
What do you mean, what did he do? Why, he was one of the greatest characters ever knew in the Wild West. I ever tell you about the time he won 14 buffalo hides, a barrel of corn meal, and a mule from Kitty Carson in a wrestling match?
You mean Kit Carson.
This was Kitty Carson, Kit's sister. My Uncle Sick. Hey, what time's it, Molly?
We
What
have
time?
7 minutes yet before the program.
Oh, gee whiz.
Incidentally, McGee, where is your Uncle Sycamore now?
Last I heard of him, he was trying to get into the Marines.
The Marines?
Yeah.
Why, your uncle must be 90 years old by now.
Yeah, that's why he picked the Marines. He read someplace they were the oldest branch of the service. Hey, I guess I can turn on the radio now,
Yes,
huh?
go ahead. Anything to keep you from hopping around like a cricket on a hot sidewalk.
Well,
And I hope this radio will work.
Huh?
We can't choose the car radio in emergencies anymore, you know.
Why not?
No car.
Oh. Let's see now. Station WVJK. That's 567 on the dial, isn't
Well,
it?
it was before you fixed it. Heaven only knows where it is now.
Well,
Don't you know it's illegal to change the wavelength of a station without the government's permission?
it is? Oh, my gosh. Don't tell anybody, then. I don't want to... Hey, it's almost time for the program. Listen. There. I think that new tube I put in is going to work swell.
I didn't know you could buy new radio tubes.
I took one out of the sun lamp. It was just as good...
This is station WVJK, the happy station.
Oh.
The following program was given earlier today and transcribed for presentation at this more convenient time because the man who runs the turntable at the studio found some worms in his victory garden and had to go fishing. Stand by, please.
Come on, Molly, over here by the radio.
What for? I'm comfortable sitting right here.
You heard him telling us to stand by, didn't you? Gee whiz.
Presenting the winning of Wyoming, or the half-pint man in the 10-gallon hat, featuring that...
Oh, now what's the matter?
Oh, my gosh. Hey, get your hand off the floor lamp, Molly. The radio don't work when anybody's touching any metal in the room.
Oh, dear.
Give me a screwdriver or something. I'll fix it. Must be a wire loose. Give me a hairpin. No, give me a match. Give me anything. I'll see if it's...
Oh, McGee, there's somebody at the door.
Well, tell them we don't want any. Tell them we're not home. Tell them we lost our coupons and starved to death. I got to get this thing fixed quick. Now, let me see.
Oh, dear. Come in. Oh, Abigail Uppington. Hello, darling.
How do you do, my dear? I'm Mr. McGee.
Oh, hi, Uppy. Excuse me, but the radio just went Republican on me, and I got to get it fixed quick.
Republican?
He means it can't decide whether it's going to run again or not. What's on your mind, Abigail, dear?
Well, I read in the Wistful Vista Gazette, my dear, that there was going to be a radio program tonight about Mr. McGee's Uncle Sycamore McGee. I just wanted to tell you to listen.
Oh, how could we hear anything anyway with people ringing our doorbell all night long?
Why?
I never saw it fail. You try to hear something special on the radio, and what happens? Everything. That's what happens.
McGee, mind your manners.
Oh,
He's a little excited about his Uncle Sycamore on the radio, Abigail.
Oh, then you knew about the program tonight.
Oh, indeed we did. We've been waiting all day to hear it.
Look, will you two chatter faces pipe down a minute? You got me as nervous as a twitch. Just about had this thing working.
All right, McGee. Look, Abigail, won't you sit down here and listen to the program with us?
Oh, no, thank you, my dear. It's a Wild West sort of thing, I believe, and I simply can't stand all the shooting. My first husband was shot, you know.
Oh, really?
Yes, practically all the time.
What's the matter?
Well, Abigail was just saying that she couldn't listen with us, dearie. Shooting makes her too nervous.
Oh, it does, eh? Oh, well, Hey, I got it, I believe. Listen.
Huh?
And as the dying rays of the sun paved the trail with gold, these hardy pioneers looked about for a place to make camp for the evening. They had traveled 20 miles from Fort Dodge, and as the peaceful campfires...
Oh, I was afraid of that. I can't stand it. Let me out of here, my nerves.
Oh, my gosh, there goes the radio again. Up, he slammed the door too hard. Give me another hairpin, quick.
All right, but... McGee, where did you get that horse pistol?
In the desk drawer. I had to get that old horse out of here some way, didn't I? I was just shooting blanks anyway. radio fixed again. How much of the program have we lost?
Only 3 or 4 minutes, McGee.
Uh-huh.
But even that is disheartening.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes I wish the radio had never been invented.
Huh?
And then when I think how we both like to eat regularly, I'm glad it was.
Sure changed people's way of living. Was a time when everybody used to gather around the piano and sing the old songs. Now they gather around the radio and sneer at the new ones. Oh, here we are.
On and on into the beckoning west rumbled the covered wagons. On and on into the promised land of golden grain and grains of gold marched the hardy Argonauts.
What's an Argonaut?
Search me, lady. I just read what they give me.
Oh.
Suddenly, the wagon train is halted. Indians. A shot is heard. In the distance, and riding like the very wind over a nearby hill, comes the intrepid scout and Indian fighter, Sycamore Magee.
Rest that dadbag. Quick, Molly. Give me a stick of chewing gum. Give me another hairpin.
Oh,
Quick,
dear,
hurry up.
fix it quick, McGee. It's just getting exciting.
I will. All it takes is just a little bit.
Oh, my goodness. Come in, come in.
Oh, for the love of my...
Hi there, kids. Say, there's a radio program on you ought to be listening to. It's all about a fellow named Sycamore Magee.
Yes, we know, Mr. Oldtimer. We know. We've been listening.
Ain't listening now, daughter. What'd you shut it off for?
Doggone it, we didn't shut it off. The radio has gone haywire.
Hey?
Wire.
Oh, haywire.
Hey, be quiet, will you? How can I hear what I'm trying to do?
What's the matter with it, daughter?
Oh, McGee's been tinkering with it all afternoon, Mr. Oldtimer. He thinks he's a regular Marconi with cheese. Is Bessie home yet?
Yeah, she is, daughter. I got her. You got Bessie? Why, you little home wrecker.
No. He means he got the radio fixed.
Yeah, listen.
The wagon train was saved. Due to the heroic...
Well, glad you got it fixed, Johnny.
Sycamore Magee.
No, you'd want to hear it on account of your uncle was mentioned in it.
Quiet, Mr. Oldtimer.
Oh, don't mind me, daughter. I kind of like these Western programs myself. Never just read about old Ranger.
Hey, will you pipe down? We're trying to listen.
Go right ahead, Johnny. Go right ahead. Hey, daughter, you were asking me about Bessie, and I started to tell you Bessie's home now.
I wish you were.
Oh, okay. I guess I can take a hit without being kicked in the face. If that's the way you feel, I'll come all the way over here and tell you about the radio program.
McGee slammed the door so hard he threw the radio off again.
That doddering old walnut puss. I'd like to tear his head off and throw it in his face. Give me another hairpin, quick.
Here, take them all. I'll run up and put on a shower cap. What happened on the program, McGee? I didn't hear a word of it.
Well, me either, but I'll have it fixed again in a jiffy. It's only that it just takes...
Oh, for heaven's sake, keep working, dearie. I'll get it. 79 Wistful Vista, Molly McGee speaking.
Good evening. This is a radio survey. Is your radio turned on?
I don't know, dearie. Hold the wire. McGee's the radio turned on?
It's turned on all right, but nothing comes out.
Thanks.
Huh?
I said thanks.
For what?
Never mind.
Huh?
Hush. Hello, radio survey. Yes, our radio's turned on.
Thank you. Will you please answer these 2 questions? What is your name, and what is your favorite radio program?
My name is Mrs. Fibber McGee, and...
Thank you. Never mind the other question.
Who was it?
A radio survey. Wanted to know if we were listening.
What is this, a convention?
We ought to put a newspaper and cigar stand in here. Come in.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Molly. Hello, Fibber. I want you
Now,
to...
look here, Junior. We've been trying to hear a radio program all evening, and I've had about all the interruptions I can take. I know exactly what you want to say, and we've all heard it many times. And we can forego it this once, so what do you say you point your well-pressed pants toward the great outdoors?
Hey, will you keep quiet?
Huh?
Why, Mr. Wilcox, what is this?
This is a very important thing, Molly. First, let me introduce Miss Claudette Colbert. Miss Colbert, Mrs. Magee, and Mr. Magee.
Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
How do you do?
Hi, sis. Now, look, I don't want to be rude, but I'm trying...
Hey, will you be quiet a minute, Fibber? Go ahead, Miss Colbert.
We'll let you get back to your radio program in just a moment, Mr. McGee, but I would like to give you a message first.
You go right ahead, dearie. Now be quiet, McGee.
Oh, okay. What is it, sis?
Mr. McGee, you're an American citizen and probably pretty proud of it. You and I and all of us are proud to belong to a country which was founded on liberty and grew to greatness within the 4 walls of the 4 freedoms. But freedom does not come free. Freedom must be paid for in blood and tears and courage and sacrifice. Our government has started its 2nd war loan drive. It must raise $13 billion in the next 3 weeks. That means an average of $100 apiece for every man, woman, and child in America. It means we must all buy war bonds now and keep buying them up to and beyond what we all thought was our capacity. We're not giving up anything when we buy war bonds. We're keeping something. We're keeping faith with the men in our armed forces. And we're keeping alive our faith in the cause for which we're fighting. I think we can make $13 billion a very unlucky number for the Axis, don't you?
I sure do, sis.
Thank you, and good night. Come on, Mr. Wilcox.
My, isn't she a pretty thing, Magee?
Yeah, say, I've seen her around someplace. You see that new kid that works at Kramer's drugstore?
Magee, that was Claudette Colbert, the movie star.
I thought I'd seen her face around somewhere. What? Claudette Colbert?
Sure.
Oh, my gosh, and here I was. Oh, gee whiz, call her back. Hey, Wilcox! Hey, Junior!
You see? That's what you get for never listening to introductions, Magee.
Well, gee whiz, if Wilcox hadn't mumbled his words, I might... Hey, the radio. We're missing the program.
Now, listen, don't get so jittery, Magee. We haven't missed but a minute or two.
Hey, I got it again, I think. Listen. Yeah.
And there lay Sycamore Magee with a bullet in his chest.
Heavenly days, they got Uncle Sycamore.
Why, they couldn't have. He had 8 kids after that.
There was sadness around the campfires that night. Sycamore Magee, the great scout and daring leader, was dying.
Oh, sure.
The bells in the ancient churchyard of the settlement were softly tolling.
Lousy sound effect. Sounds like our doorbell.
It was our doorbell.
Huh? It is? Oh, hey, the radio is off again. The doorbell must have short-circuited. Oh, shucks.
Short-circuited.
That's what I said.
Oh, dear. Come in.
Hi, mister. Hi, Miss Magee.
Oh, it's you.
Sure. Hey, mister, can I please listen to Win a Fin with Uncle Win on your radio? Can I please, mister, can I?
No, you can't, sis. I'm sorry.
Our radio's not working right now, little girl, and anyway, we're trying to hear a program ourselves.
Yeah, so run along, sis. Hey, where's the glue, Molly? Oh, never mind. I got some Scotch tape. Go on, sis. Now, don't bother me. I got trouble.
Well, gee, mister, I gotta listen to Win a Fin with Uncle Win on account of I sent him a dandy question, and if he uses it, he's going to send me an encyclopedium, and if I get one, I'll let you write on it.
Let me write on what?
My encyclopedium when I get it.
Look, little girl, an encyclopedia is a book.
Yeah, you're thinking of a velocitude.
Velocipede, Magee.
Go on. Velocipede is a bug with 100 legs.
No, that's a centipede, I betcha.
Centipede, my clavicle. Centipede means temperature. Fahrenheit and centipede.
No, dearie, that's centigrade.
Well, then what's a velocitude?
Gee, I don't know, mister.
Well, what do you want to win something if you don't even know what it is? That's ridiculous. Now beat it, sis. We're trying to hear a program.
We're not bothering you, Magee. Go ahead and fix the radio. What was the question you sent in, little girl?
Well, it was a poodle, Miss Magee.
A what?
A poodle. You know, that's a riddle you can't get through your noodle.
Oh.
It was, why was Gone with the Wind so popular?
Oh, all right. Well, why was it? Tell us and scram.
Because Gone with the Wind was Southern, and Southern is a movie actress, and actresses make up, and you can't make up unless you're mad at somebody, and somebody's anybody, and that includes you, and you is a letter, and a letter needs a stamp, and a stamp is red, and so is the Red Cross, and the Red Cross has a lot of ladies, and the ladies are all knitting Afghans, and boy, that's some yarn, and so is Gone with the Wind.
The King's Men sing Everybody Every Payday.
Give a great big lusty cheer. By your victory, rat-trats here. Give a dime or a dollar, make the Axis holler, and the rats will disappear. Everybody, every payday, buy up on the USA way. That's the job, it's up to you and me. Put your baker, banker, scholar, take a dime from every dollar. Everyone pitch in for victory. Everybody, every payday, every farmer, every heyday, send your dollars into Uncle Sam. 10%, that's a rent everyone can pay for a home in the USA. In this corner, Uncle Sam, 130 million strong. painter, template maker, welder, teacher, doctor, scholar. Take a dime from every dollar. Everyone pitch in for victory. Everybody, every payday, every farmer, every heyday. Dig a little deeper, maybe you will find a sleeper in your sock. For Uncle Sam, 10%, that's the rent everyone can pay. For a home in the good old
If you don't get that radio fixed again pretty quick, Magee, it won't be any use. The program will be over.
I know. I'm working as fast as I can. Now, let me see. The peanut tube goes on the left of the static illuminator. Here we are, Mike.
Vaulting into the saddle, Sycamore Magee rode again.
I thought he was dying.
Yeah. Uncle Sycamore always was an easy bruise, but a quick heal.
As the thunder of his hoofs died away in the distance, a sinister bronze face, beady-eyed and cruel, peered through a thicket at the pioneer children playing poker for arrowheads among the wagons. Then, as a cloud obscured the sun, a faint sound was heard.
Those kids aren't playing poker, they're playing knock rummy.
That was a knock rummy on our door.
Huh?
And the radio's off again, too.
Oh, well, if this isn't the dog, why can't people leave us alone? That radio won't
No use
stay on.
trying to fix it now till whoever it is leaves, Magee. Come in.
Buenas noches, señora. Hello, mister.
Oh, it's Rosita. Hi.
Hello, Rosita. We haven't got much time to talk now, dearie. We're trying to catch a program. And I do mean catch. It bounces.
Oh, that is all right, Mrs. Magee. I just want to leave you 2 tickets to the fiesta, they celebrate tomorrow night at the Wistful Vista
Auditorium?
Oh, si, senor. Oh, you took the word right out of my mouth. But it's okay. I was through with it.
What's the celebration for, Rosita?
Tomorrow is Pan American Day, senora.
Oh.
It is to celebrate how North America is good neighbors with South America. And to tell everybody that if we stick together, nobody's going to get stuck.
Our company, Johnson Wax, does a lot of business with South America, sis. Most of their raw material comes from down there.
Yeah. Oh, that is fine. I think if North Americans were knowing South Americans good, and South Americans are knowing North Americans good, there will not be any North or South Americans.
No?
No. There will just be Americans.
Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? What part of South America are you from, dearie?
Who, me? Oh, I'm from Peoria. You know that.
I didn't mean you. I meant Rosita.
Oh, I started out to be a baby in Mexico. But I have traveled all over the countries in Latin America. And every place I go, I like it better than someplace else.
Well, that's great, and thanks for the tickets, Rosita. We'll go to the celebration. And you know what?
No, what?
Well, the way you've traveled around and all, it's nice to know we can look at you and see a real Pan-American.
Oh, muchas gracias, senor. And it is nice for me to look at you and see a real American pan. Adios, amigo.
Riding into the purple
Listen, Magee, the door slam knocked the radio on
into the
again.
tense moment as Sycamore Magee, the last of the great plainsmen, thundered into the Indian encampment. One lone white man against a horde of hostile savages.
Oh, boy. Watch yourself, Sick.
Be quiet.
Then a piercing sound sliced through the stillness.
You certainly fixed that radio, Magee.
There.
Stops every time the doorbell rings or door slams or anybody touches the floor lamp or the wind blows from the east.
Well, it'd be all right if people would leave us alone. Give me another hairpin.
All right, here. Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Mr. Magee.
Hi, Wimp. Excuse me while I work on this doggone radio.
Oh, I hope you get it fixed, Mr. Magee. There's a program on about your uncle, Sycamore Magee, and I came over to tell you.
Yes, we know, Mr. Wimple. We've been trying to listen to it. Were you listening to it yourself?
Oh, no, Mrs. Magee. I don't like to be near the radio at this time of the evening. The bedtime stories are always on, and Sweetie Face likes to curl up in my lap and listen to them.
Curl up in your lap? I thought she weighed about 180.
185, Mr. Magee. But she's still just a little girl at heart.
Oh, is she really?
Yes. You should see her take me by one hand and one foot and use me for a skipping rope.
Mr. Wimple, I think your wife is a pretty cruel woman.
Please, Mrs. McGee, you are speaking of the woman I...
Love?
Well, that's a pretty strong term, Mr. McGee. Let's say that I admire her, and I really do. She has some wonderful qualities, she says.
You know, one of these days you're going to get fed up with all that mistreatment, Mr. Wimple, and I shudder to think what will happen then.
I got even with her yesterday, Mrs. McGee. I had about all I could stand. So when Sweetie Face was sitting out in the backyard, I sneaked in the house and got my big jackknife.
Oh.
Yes? And I held it behind my back and tippy-toed out in the yard.
Yes, yes.
And then I sat down close to Sweetie Face.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
And you know what I did? I beat her 4 games of Mumbledy Peg.
Oh, dear, I'm glad you didn't...
Hey, be quiet. I got the radio going again. Listen.
And that concludes the saga of the winning of Wyoming.
Oh.
But as a special surprise for our listeners, we have in the studio with us the hero of these great exploits, that hardy old plainsman and Indian fighter himself, Sycamore Magee.
Heavenly days, Magee. They've got Uncle Sycamore himself down there.
Quiet.
We're going to ask Uncle Sycamore, as we call him, to say a few words to the radio audience.
I think, Mr. McGee, if you move this floor lamp a little closer to the...
No. Don't touch the floor lamp, Mr.
One side, Molly. Out of my way, Wimp. I got to hear this. I think I can fix it quick.
Well, I'm really awfully sorry, folks. I didn't realize...
That's all right, Mr. Wimple. You didn't realize what you were doing.
Be quiet. I got it.
Thank you, Uncle Sycamore Magee.
That's right.
When you bought your kitchen linoleum, you probably gave very serious consideration to its colors. As a matter of fact, those bright linoleum colors are important in making your kitchen a pleasant room to work in, and you do spend a good many hours there. So it pays to keep those colors fresh and bright. Keep the linoleum from getting that faded-out, gloomy look. Yes, the same Johnson self-polishing glow coat that protects your linoleum surfaces, makes them wear so much longer, also protects the colors, keeps them bright and new-looking for many years. And don't forget that one of the main advantages of Johnson's Glow Coat is that it needs no rubbing or buffing. Saves you many hours of work. That's why on the label it reads Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat.
Ladies and gentlemen, this starts our 9th year on the air for Johnson's Wax. You've been swell, and everyone connected with this show wants to thank you again for your loyalty to us and our sponsors' products. We may not be so sophisticated,
but we're glad you like our polish.
Good night.
Good night, Al.
The characters of the old-timer and Wallace Wimple heard on this program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
At home, resting at the end of this joyous Christmas day, think of us here in this dank and squalid radio studio, slaving away with no surcease from our labors, no holiday.
Jimmy.
While the nation celebrates, we toil.
Mr. Wallington.
If you ask who is responsible for
Jimmy.
our horrible plight this Christmas night,
Mr. Wallington.
Here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, look, before we start, Mr. Wallington, if you have any grievances to air, kindly take them up with me after the show. Don't...
Well, I think it's a shame after
Well, now,
all...
there is a time and place for everything, Jimmy. Now, don't be a schlemiel.
No man can call me a schlemiel, not on what I get.
You're not walking out on us, Mr. Wallington.
No, I'm not walking out, but I won't say another word tonight.
James Wallington has just given his Christmas gift to the world, ladies and gentlemen. And now, hello, Kenny.
Hi, fellas. What's perking?
Well, we took down the no perking sign. The perking is over. Monotonous, The perking's over. Mr. Wallington has just apparently come to a boil.
You mean about working on Christmas?
Yes, Mr. Wallington is in a huff with a belt in the back. We just had words. What is radio coming to, Kenny, when a comedian can't even call an announcer a schlemiel?
Oh, but this is Christmas, F.A. Everybody is supposed to be friendly. You and Jimmy ought to make up. Hey, Jimmy.
Now, let him alone, Kenny.
Yes, what is it, Kenny?
Mr. Allen's going to take back that schlemiel.
Oh, let's get on with the show. Now,
but this is Christmas, F.A.
Well, all right. I won't defy the Yule tradition. Jimmy, I take back that schlemiel.
Thanks, Fred.
Fine. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen.
Yes?
Remember 2 weeks ago you called me a nudnik?
Yes?
Well?
Well, you want me to take that back now, too?
If it's not too much trouble.
Well, all right, Kenny. I take back that nudnik.
Gee, thanks, F.A.
Now, all right. It's Christmas Day. Are we all merry?
Oh, F.A.
Yes, Kenny?
Now that I'm not a nudnik anymore...
Yeah?
Can I be a schlemiel?
Yes, Kenny, with my blessings, you are now a full-fledged schlemiel.
Yee-hoo! Today I am a schlemiel.
And going from the nudnik to the schlemiel, we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. The outstanding municipal event of the past week in New York City was the formal opening of the new 6th Avenue subway. Impressive ceremonies in presence of Mayor LaGuardia and other dignitaries added color to opening of newest link in the city-owned subway system. Tonight, Texaco News presents several little-known people who bring you some interesting trivia on the new 6th Avenue subway. Now, first, a freelance statistician, Purvis Preen. You have some data on the new subway, Mr. Preen?
I got the figures right here.
Can we have them?
Yeah, as soon as I get them out, I got them here in my coat someplace. Where'd I put them figures?
There's a lump in your side pocket there.
Well, that's a mouse trap.
Oh, a mouse?
Yeah, I got mice in my overcoat. I got to carry a mouse trap.
Oh,
Where'd I put them figures?
There's a bulge in your back pocket there.
Oh, that's my union suit. It keeps creeping up.
Getting altitude, huh? I see.
Here's the figures. In with this racing form.
Oh, you have a hobby, too. Well, now let's have the figures, if you don't mind.
All right. The new 6th Avenue subway runs from Washington Square to 50th Street. It costs $60 million.
Yes?
During the coming year, the subway expects to carry 40 million passengers.
40 million at a nickel a head? That's $2 million.
Yeah. The city's losing $58 million.
Well, as a statistician, Mr. Preen, what is your personal opinion of the new subway as an investment?
Well, I would say it's vice versa.
Well, how do you mean?
The subway's a hole in the city, and the city's in the hole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Purvis Preen. A subway builder who didn't make the 6th Avenue subway, but who gives his opinion of subways in general, is one Bramson Grimes. How long have you been building subways, Mr. Grime?
Man and boy, I've been in the subway game 40 years.
Both of you, hey? You don't say.
Well, I invented the first subway.
Really?
Yep, I got the idea from a gopher.
A gopher, Bramson?
Yeah, I seen a gopher burrowing into the ground. I said to myself, if that little gopher can make a hole in the ground, Bramson Grime, so can you.
And you started making holes in the ground?
Yeah, at first it was only a hobby. Then I worked it up into a business.
Well, how did you make a subway in those days, Mr. Grime?
Well, I used to harness about 2,000 gophers. I'd get behind them with a big whip, yell, giddy-up, and into the ground we'd go.
Well, wasn't it rather haphazard building subways that way?
Yeah, I never could tell where my subway was coming out.
I see.
Well, take the time I started building that hole to Jersey.
From New York to Jersey City?
Yeah, I was underground 4 days. Came up in a lady's backyard in Hoboken.
You came up with 2,000 gophers in a woman's backyard in Hoboken? Well, what did you do?
Nothing. I tipped me hat, said, excuse me, lady, turned my gophers around, yelled, tally-ho, and back we went into the ground.
You started burrowing again?
2 days later, I come out in Jersey City.
Well, what do you know?
Today, that hole is known as the Hudson Tunnel.
What do you think has been your outstanding subway job to date, Mr. Grime?
Oh, 1913, the mayor of New York sent for me. I made the Brooklyn subway.
Good for you.
The people in New York owe me a debt of gratitude to this day.
Why?
Thanks to me, people can go from New York to Brooklyn without being seen.
Well, thank you. A young lady who became famous overnight as a result of her initial ride in the new subway is, what is your name, miss?
Babette Wasservogel.
Babette Wasservogel. And what is your claim to fame, Babette?
I was the first lady to get a seat on the new 6th Avenue sub.
First lady to get a seat. Well, how did this happen?
Well, for 18 years I've been living in the Bronx and working at Macy's.
Yeah?
Half of my life is spent in the subway.
And you never get a seat?
Every day it's the same routine. I stand in the subway going to Macy's. I stand all day in Macy's. I stand in the subway coming home from Macy's.
You are going through life erect.
My lap is only a memory.
And in 18 years, no one has ever offered you a seat in the subway.
Well, a couple of times a man has pointed out a seat and raced me for it.
But you've never won?
Nah, I weaken in the stretch.
Oh, what a pity. I'll remember that when the pari-mutuals return. Well, tell me, how did you happen to get the seat that made you famous?
Well, it was the second day the 6th Avenue subway was open. Everybody was nervous, trying to put the subway over.
They were afraid it might flop, huh?
Yeah. Well, I finally gets on the train and it's jammed. I got me arms full of bundles.
Yeah?
All the ladies are standing as usual.
As usual.
All of a sudden, a guy stands up and says, "Lady, won't you take my seat?"
Why, it must have been a shock.
I fainted.
You don't say.
I finally come to and I says, "Thank you for the seat, mister."
Yes?
The guy fainted.
And you?
I sat down.
Thank you very much for a most thrilling story, Miss Babette Wasservogel. The busiest man at the opening of the 6th Avenue subway was Leonardo Schlepp. You were on the go, were you, Leonardo?
I didn't get to bed for 3 nights.
Before the subway opened?
Yeah, I'm at 14th Street, 23rd Street, 34th Street. I'm working day and night. It was the toughest subway job I ever done.
Well, what is it you do in subways, Leonardo?
Well, I do freelance muraling.
Freelance muraling?
Yeah.
You're an artist, huh?
Yeah, I do retouch work mostly.
Well, how do you mean retouch work?
Well, say an artist paints a girl's face, like a toothpaste there in the subway.
Yeah?
I come along and draw a mustache on the girl.
I see.
Yeah, if it's a little kid sitting in a bathtub, I draw a big nose on the kid.
You do?
Yeah, on Elsie the cow, I might draw milk dripping.
Oh, so you're the guy.
Yeah, I got exhibitions all over. The BMT, the IRT. They call me the Catacomb Rembrandt.
small, vicious circle, I imagine.
Yeah.
And you say you worked pretty hard on the new subway, Leonardo?
Morlin, I ought to take a rest, but I gotta keep going.
Well, what are you working on now?
Well, there's a blank space at 33rd Street, and I'm writing a poem for it.
Oh, you're going to write a poem in on the wall at 34th Street, a subway poem? What is it called?
The subway.
Oh, what a twist you've put on it.
Yeah.
How does your subway poem go, Leonardo?
Well, here it is. What is the subway? LaGuardia's pride. It's a crack in the ground through which people ride. It's bustle and bedlam, torn pants and dresses, third rails and slugs and Bronx Park Expresses. That is the subway. It takes us to work. Rich man and poor man, wise guy and jerk.
Well, thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker comes to his personal microphone to sing for you Cantique de Noël. Outdone yourself tonight.
Well, I sure hope Grandpa heard me up on his Christmas tree.
Oh, your grandfather is on his Christmas tree, Kenny?
Yeah, he's hanging on the top branch right next to the popcorn ball.
Oh, your grandfather hung himself up for the present, huh?
No, this was an accident, kind of.
Oh, really?
Grandpa was stringing the colored lights on the tree last night, and the one at top wouldn't light up.
And?
Grandpa climbed up to see what was the matter. He took out the bulb and stuck his finger in the socket.
Uh-huh.
He can't get it out.
Oh.
Grandpa's still hanging there. Poor Gramps.
Yes, Kenny, that bulb was a dud. But your grandfather's not the only man who found a dud bulb on his Christmas tree, Kenny. For further details, I refer you now to James Wallington, M.D., master of duds.
Yes, many persons decorating the Christmas tree last night probably found a few bulbs that wouldn't light up. They were duds. And there are duds of another kind, too. Worthless, slow-action elements in gasoline that fail to vaporize and go off completely in the cylinders of your car, causing sputtering starts, slow warm-ups, bucking, and stalling. But you're not getting duds when you buy Fire Chief gasoline. Texaco Refining removes the duds completely. The duds are out. That's why Fire Chief gives you flashing, brilliant performance, fast starts, quick warm-ups, economical mileage. So next time, try Texaco Fire Chief. Remember, at regular gasoline prices, it's all action, not a dud in a tank full.
Maestro Goodman and his Jolly Jivers have just played a medley. Three Blind Mice, Mary Had a Little Lamb, and In and Out the Window. Say, how come, Maestro Goodman, you're playing three numbers in one this evening?
Can I help it? The music is stuck together.
Well, how could your music get stuck together?
Before the program is starting, Goodman, I'm rehearsing.
Yes?
In one hand, I'm conducting with a baton.
So?
In the other hand, I'm holding in my mouth a lollipop.
A lollipop? Well, I know, but...
Suddenly, Goodman, am getting excited. Why? Who knows?
Well, what happened?
My hands I am mistaking. The baton I am sticking in my mouth, and with the lollipop I am conducting.
I see. Too bad you didn't have another arm. You could have taken care of all the things you mentioned in there. I see. So with the lollipop, conducting with the lollipop and the baton in your mouth, when you went to turn over the music, your hand was sticky.
That's my story, and I'm stuck with it. Also the music.
Well, fine. I'm glad to know that.
If you want to lick the music, it's peppermint. Delicious.
No thanks. No thanks. I'm on a diet. 2 weeks ago, I gained 3 pounds just listening to one chorus of Sweet Sue. Say, hello, Portland.
Hello.
I didn't see it coming. Say, you look a little tired tonight.
Yes, I haven't been home for 2 days. I went to see your new picture.
And it took you 2 days?
Yes. I got in line Monday afternoon at the corner of 41st Street and 7th Avenue.
Well, what took you 2 days?
Well, part of the line got pushed into a bus station on 41st Street.
No kidding.
The next thing I knew, I was in Hackensack.
Well, did you finally see Love Thy Neighbor?
Yes.
Well?
Jack got the girl at the finish, didn't he?
Yeah. Yes, I got paid.
Wasn't Jack on on the screen longer than you?
No, it only seemed longer.
Do you think you and Jack will ever make another picture?
Not me. I was hoodwinked into this one.
Well, how?
Well, when I got out to Hollywood, I found out that the producer of the picture was Benny's uncle. The director of the picture was Benny's cousin. The cameraman, Irving, was Benny's nephew. And when the picture was finished, I was informed that Benny's father, who is a tailor, was going to cut the picture. So, if you see the picture again and it looks like a sleeve, you'll know whose fault it is. Now, before I get good and mad, what about our guest?
Well, this is Christmas night, and everybody is sitting around the house stuffed with turkey.
So?
So I thought people might like to hear about another kind of stuffing for a change.
And our guest tonight?
He's a sausage stuffer.
A sausage stuffer?
Yes. Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Otto Hottendorf.
Well, good evening, Mr. Hottendorf.
Good evening, Fred.
You, Mr. Hottendorf, are a bona fide bologna stuffer.
That's right, Fred. I've been stuffing bologna for 13 years.
And where do you practice this unique art?
I work at the Armour and Company plant in Jersey City.
Well, tell me, Mr. Hottendorf, how did you ever come to make worst taxidermy your life's work?
Well, when I was a young fella, I got a job at Armour's. I started off helping around the grinding machine and finally worked my way up to bologna stuffing.
Well, after 13 years, I imagine you stuff a beautiful bologna. Well, does the Armour plant turn out other elongated knickknacks besides bologna?
Yes. Armour makes about 5,000 meat items, Fred, including a lot of byproducts.
Byproducts?
Yes. They make buttons, cones, violin strings, and many other things.
Well, you never get confused over at your plant, do you, Mr. Hottendorf?
How do you mean, Fred?
Well, it might be pretty embarrassing one day if your deliveries got mixed up and a delicatessen suddenly received 10 pounds of fiddle strings and Heifetz found himself playing humoresque on a salami.
We don't make mistakes at Armour's, Fred.
Oh, excuse me. Toujours l'amour, hey? Well, do you work on these, excuse me, my tongue is a little greasy. It slipped out, Mr. Hottendorf. Do you work on these other items, or do you just concentrate on bologna?
Well, there are dozens of different kinds of bologna, Fred. I work on all of them.
Why, I thought no matter how you sliced it, bologna was still bologna.
You're wrong, Fred. There's ham bologna, beef bologna, salami, liverwurst, bratwurst, knockwurst, stockwurst, pinkerwurst, getwurst.
Now, wait just a minute. You win, Mr. Hottendorf. I gave up around pinklewurst. But tell me, how do you go about conjuring up one of your bloated snacks? Now, what happens before you personally do your stuff?
Well, before the meat reaches me, it's prepared for stuffing by special grinding and cutting men. It has to be chopped very fine.
Bologna, then, is really just hamburger with a girdle on. Well, tell me now, what happens next?
Well, when the meat comes to me, I load up my machine with it.
Yes?
I take a casing. That's the skin a bologna comes in. And put it over a nozzle on top of the machine.
Yes?
Then I turn on the machine, and the air pressure forces the meat into the casing.
Until it has a skinful, huh? Well, it's practically all machine work, isn't it?
Not all, Fred. I still have to tie the bologna in the right places. A machine couldn't do that.
Well, just now, how do you apply those delicatessen tourniquets, Mr. Hottendorf? Do you employ a sailor's knot or a running noose? Or do you use the old reliable Dr. Kildare ligature?
No, there's no fancy work. I just pull a cord good and tight around the bologna.
I see. And now, as an authority on bologna, Mr. Hottendorf, I wish you would answer one question for me.
What is that, Fred?
Now, is it possible to slice a bologna so as to get the slices evenly between two hunks of bread?
How do you mean?
Well, whenever I slice a bologna, I either put two slices in side by side, which leaves a big gap of bread in the middle, Or I cram in 3 or 4 slices of bologna, one on top of the other, and get a lump in the middle of the sandwich that springs my jaw. Now, what can I do about this gastronomic dilemma, Mr. Hottendorf?
The perfect solution for you is the new square bolognas.
Square bolognas?
Yes. For the past 3 or 4 years, Armour's has been making a square bologna which fits evenly between 2 slices of bread.
A square bologna. Well, destiny has finally shaped the bologna's end. Well, this has been a very interesting glimpse into the art of meat upholstery and all of its sidelines, Mr. Hottendorf. And I think that we both deserve to be complimented on a remarkable radio accomplishment.
What's that, Fred?
Well, we've been talking about bologna stuffing for 7 minutes, and neither of us has once tried to make a joke out of, "That's a lot of bologna." Now, that is a new high in broadcasting restraint, Mr. Hottendorf, and I want to be the first to congratulate you.
Thanks, Fred.
Now, before you go, I think it might be nice if we summed up the facts on your personal worst inflating career. Now, you say you've been stuffing bolognas for 13 years?
That's right.
And about how many bolognas do you stuff a day?
I average about 14,000 pounds a day. That's around 3,200 bolognas.
Well, 30 at around, they run about 1.5 feet each. You stuff then 4,800 feet of bologna a day. Now, there are 300 working days approximately in the year for you. 300 times 4, 4,800. Times 13 years. That's 4,800. Why, Mr. Hottendorf, do you realize that in your lifetime you have stuffed almost 18,720,000 feet of bologna?
That sure is a lot of bologna, Fred.
There you go! I reckon, Mr. Hottendorf. Well, I guess you just couldn't hold out. But thanks a lot, old man, for trying.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Hottendorf. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Martins. Their song, The Toy Trumpet. Now, yes, sir.
I got something for you outside. Hey, bring in them sacks, Joe.
Okay, Mac.
Gotcha. Take it easy now.
Hey, where do you want me to put these down, Alan?
Say, his face looks familiar, this fella. I'd swear I've seen him on another delivery truck. Say, what are all these sacks? What in the world is in these things here?
45,000 telegrams, brother.
45,000 telegrams from me?
Yeah, they're from Texaco dealers all over the country. Sign here, please. Sign here and here and here.
Now,
and
just a minute. You're too militant for a little man. Now, let me read one of these and find out what this is all about. Fred Allen, please extend to your audience my sincere wish for a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Signed, a Texaco dealer.
Here's another one.
A Merry Christmas to the motoring public, and may the friendly, cheerful service of Texaco dealers continue to spread some of the Christmas spirit through the whole year.
Keep going, brother. You only got 44,998 more.
Oh, now, look. I appreciate the spirit behind these telegrams, but if I try to read them all now, my astigmatism is going to have bunions on it. Can't we boil all these wires down to a digest message?
Such as what?
You're asking that you really want to know?
Yes, sir.
Well, the simplest and best holiday greeting in the world, friends. All the telegrams, all the tinsel, and holly and red ribbon in existence cannot say more than this. Ladies and gentlemen, 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast wish you a Merry Christmas. Ensemble. And now, put the bones on the side of the orchestration there, gentlemen. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Allen.
Oh, yes, Portland.
Mama told me to thank you for the lovely Christmas present you sent her.
Your mother liked that mink neck piece, huh?
Yes, all but one thing. It eats a lot.
The mink neck piece eats?
4 meals a day.
You mean they delivered a live mink to your mother?
Yes. What company would send out a live fur piece?
Well, confidentially, Portland, I bought that fur from a credit clothing company. You know, by sending out a live mink, they save time and money. Now, if I miss a payment, they don't have to send a truck and a man and waste the whole day to get the fur. You see, the man just leans out of the main office, whistles, and the mink sprints back to the warehouse.
Gosh, that's some system.
Oh, mink whistlers make big money. Oh, and beaver urgers. You know, men who urge beavers to build things. But tell me, how did you like the present I gave you?
Oh, that perfume bookmark is lovely.
Yes, it's a new idea. You know how sometimes a bookmark slips down into the book and you can't find the page?
Yes.
Well, with the perfumed bookmark, you just smell along the edge of the book until you come to the page. And, by the way, thanks for your present.
Did you like it, Mr. Allen?
Oh, it was swell. You know, I've always wanted to own a copy of the Mona Lisa.
That's not a copy. That's the real thing.
Now, Portland.
That's what Mr. Goodman's brother-in-law said when he sold it to me.
Was it retouched?
No, he just cut the Coca-Cola bottle out of Mona Lisa's hand.
Coca-Cola bottle that Mona Lisa formerly held in her hand is by the picture no more. So Goodman's brother-in-law is selling fake paintings now. Why, that guy's so crooked that you've got to be cross-eyed to look him straight in the eye. Well, I'll see about this thing. Mr. Goodman, come over here, please.
I, Goodman, am aggravated.
I, Allen, have done something to offend the sticky-fingered maestro.
When Goodman gives a Christmas present to a friend who is no stranger, and the friend does not give to Goodman a Christmas present, then Goodman no longer considers the friend a friend, stranger.
I'd like to get a cheap interpreter by the hour if it could be arranged.
Mr. Goodman means you didn't give him a present.
A statement I made in plain English not 2 minutes ago.
Well, Maestro, I did give you a Christmas present.
When? This I'm asking in all sincerity.
Yesterday afternoon at rehearsal, I slipped a silk polka dot muffler into your music case.
A polka dot muffler and my music case?
What's wrong with that?
Don't you know that to a musician a dot is a note and versa versa?
You thought that muffler was a piece of music?
A piece of music, he says. We're playing it tonight.
Well, I thought I heard a fringe in that last number. Well, look, if you don't want the muffler, I'll take it back.
On my orchestra, it sounds good. Thanks very much.
And thank you for that can of tobacco with the broken seal you sent over this morning.
You liked it?
I smoked 2 pipefuls of that tobacco, and 4 moths flew out of the curtains with their little wings up in the air.
A gift horse in the mouth, you shouldn't look.
Just for that, I'm going to take back my muffler.
Who needs it? I have a long chin.
Go away. Say, Portland, where's Kenny? He has a long chin. He doesn't need a muffler. You've got a Balbriggan chin, I suppose. It keeps you warm in the winter. Where's poor Kenny, Portland? It's time for his song.
Kenny's over in the corner. It's pretty low.
What's the matter with him?
Well, Denis Day told Kenny that there isn't any Santa Claus.
No Santa Claus? Why, Kenny's little toy world must have toppled.
Quiet. He's coming, Mr. Allen.
Hello, Kenny.
Hello, F.A.
Well, how did Santa Claus treat you this year, Kenny, my little man?
Santa Claus. Horse feathers.
See, Mr. Allen? Denis Day did that to Kenny.
You bet. Denis Day is one smart kid. He knows what time it is.
Oh, now look, Kenny.
You got to get up pretty early in the morning to put one over on Denis.
But, Kenny...
That Denis knows everything about everything.
Meaning?
There ain't no Santa Claus, brother, and you know it.
No Santa Claus, he says. Then who was it sitting there on the 4th floor at Macy's? Mr. Bloomingdale, maybe?
Some corny actor in white whiskers. That's who was sitting there, Mr. Gullible Goodman.
You see what Denis did, Mr. Allen?
Now, easy, Kenneth, old man.
Boy, was I a chump. Being a good boy. Writing letters to the North Pole. Airmail yet. Leaving a hot lunch next to the fireplace every Christmas. Santa Claus.
Now, look, Kenneth. Millions of people believe in Santa Claus.
Listen, F.A., you're not pulling the bull over my eyes.
Why, Kenneth, I could get hundreds of kiddies to swear that last night they saw a sled drawn by reindeer flying through the air, piloted by a man in red clothing.
Oh, that.
Dennis and I saw that man in the sky.
Well, that was Santa Claus.
Then what was he doing spelling out I.J. Fox?
I give up.
Let me try, Mr. Allen.
It's no use, Porty. Thanks to Dennis, I've seen the light.
Kenny, didn't you hang up your stocking last night?
Yes?
And when you woke up this morning, wasn't your stocking filled with goodies?
Yes?
Who do you think filled your stocking with all those goodies?
Dennis says it's a new deal.
That is silly.
Yes. Ask Denis how the New Deal can get into your stocking when it can't even get into Maine and Vermont.
Mr. Allen's right, Kenny.
Now, look, all of you, I'm going to explain this thing. Gather around. I, Goodman, and everyone. Now, look. Santa Claus is a symbol. The symbol of a spirit. Now, you all receive presents today. You don't get presents at any other time of the year, do you? Someone is responsible for those presents. You see my point, Portland?
Yes, I believe in Santa Claus.
Well, how about you, Mr. Goodman?
There must be a Santa Claus. Goodman is working.
What about you, Kenny?
Well, I guess Dennis was wrong about Santa Claus, Mr. Allen.
Of course he was. Now, you ought to assert yourself, Kenny.
That's right. You bet. I will assert myself. I'm pretty tired of being a stooge for Dennis Day. Say, that guy couldn't convince me of anything anymore, trying to tout me off as Santa Claus.
Good.
I'm going to tell him off right now.
Good.
What are you going to do, Kenny?
Hand me that phone, Porty.
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
Now, take it easy, Kenny.
Hello, operator. I want to talk to Dennis Day. He's with the Jack Benny program. I don't know the number, but they're in New York. They're stopping at Mulligan's Little Heaven trailer camp.
Now, look, don't lose your temper. Don't bawl Dennis out, Kenny. Just restore his faith in Santa Claus, and you will have done a good deed.
Okay, Mr. Allen. Hello, Dennis? Say, you were all wrong about Santa. Now, listen. What? No kidding. Holy smokes. I'll be right over.
Kenny, where are you going?
I got to see Dennis right away.
Why?
He just got some dope on the stork.
Kenny Baker, you come back here and sing your song. No Santa Claus. The next thing Dennis Day will tell you, there's no Major Bowes. Kenny Baker has just sung A Nightingale Sang in Berkeley Square.
Oh, say, Fred, I'm a little late, but I want to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Well, thanks, Larry Elliott, and a Happy Yule to you. Did the gentleman... Did the gentleman with the white muff do right by you this year?
You bet he did, Fred. You know, I was listening to what you were telling Kenny a little while ago about Santa Claus.
Yeah?
Wouldn't it be swell if we could go back to the days when we were kids and really believed Santa brought our presents?
Oh, and those presents we used to get, Larry. Gee, I'll never forget the year Santa brought me that bottle of liniment and a bicycle.
Yeah, I got a bicycle one year, too. I could do all kinds of tricks on it.
Me too. Under the name of St. Ange. I played 20 weeks for Pantages years ago as a child.
Well, could you ride your bike with no hands, Fred?
Not only no hands, Larry. After the kids in the next block got around to me, I was riding no bicycle. But getting that bike for Christmas was a thrill, nevertheless.
Yes, and think of the thousands of youngsters who had that thrill this very morning, Fred. The gift of a new, smooth-running bicycle.
And the head waiter were fired.
This is the night of December 25th, 1940. As the professors of Metropolis University finish their annual dinner at the faculty club, they little dream that the shadow of death hovers grim and black over their banquet table. Coffee is served, cigars are lighted, and the dean rises to introduce the president emeritus of the university.
Order, gentlemen, please. Members of the Metropolis Faculty Club. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our beloved President Emeritus, a man who has spoken at every function Metropolis University has held for the past 30 years. I give you our perennial after-dinner orator, Dr. Phineas B. Dull, Dr. Dull.
Thank you, brothers, thank you. Tonight, as I gaze around this distinguished assemblage, I am reminded of a story. There were two Irishmen, Patrick and Michael. Patrick said to Michael, "Begorry and be Davers,
20 minutes later, Dr. Dull is still telling his story.
And then Michael said to Patrick, Begorry and Bejabbers.
35 minutes later, Dr. Dull is still telling his story.
And then Patrick replied, Begorry and Bejabbers.
1 hour and 10 minutes later, Dr. Dull is still telling the same story.
And then Patrick and Michael said to each other, Begorry and Bejabbers. Begorry and Bejabbers.
And Dr. Dull is finished before his story. The dean summons the police. Who will solve this crime? Will it be the FBI? Will it be Superman? Will it be Inspector Bungle?
Hello? Yes, this is the FBI. A murder? You got the wrong FBI, buddy. This is Flugelman's Bagel Institute. So long.
Superman's office. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman's super secretary talking. Sorry, Superman can't take the case. He just had a nervous breakdown. Yeah, Superman went nuts trying to tear the cellophane off a pack of cigarettes. So long.
Hiya, party. Yeah, this is Inspector Bungle Gabbin. A murder at the Metropolis Faculty Club? Yeah, I can take the case. Well, I was due at a gangbusters rehearsal, but I can get Warden Dawes to stand in for me. Okay, I'll be right over. Don't nobody move. This is Inspector Bungle talking. Don't nobody move.
Inspector Bungle, at last...
Don't nobody move. I got just covered like a hockey player's shins. Don't nobody move.
For heaven's sake, Inspector, I'm the only one here and I'm not moving.
Oh, excuse me, Bud. That's me opening line on gangbusters. I thought I was back on the program.
Well, this isn't a radio show, Bungle. This is murder.
Hey, a lot of radio shows is murder, Bud. Who are you?
I am Dr. Irwin Flunk, Dean of Metropolis University.
Yeah? Well, who's this guy at the banquet table with his head in the finger bowl?
That's the body, the late Dr. Phineas B. Dull.
Yeah? Who killed him?
Nobody knows. We were having the annual faculty banquet.
A banquet, eh?
Yes.
What was the entree?
Fried fillet of sole.
With lemon?
No, sauté.
I like it better with lemon.
I like it better sauté.
Well, I like it better...
Well, I know,
Just a minute now. Where was we?
There's been a murder.
Who's this guy with his noggin in the digit basin?
That's the body, remember?
Oh, that's right. Now, who bumped him off? What happened?
Well, after dinner, I introduced Dr. Dull. He got up and started telling a story. 3 shots rang out, and Dr. Dull fell over dead.
I know. One of the guests must have done it. I'm grilling the guest. Hand me a guest.
With lemon?
Yeah, I like it with lemon.
I like it better sauté.
Well, I like it better... Now, hey, wait a minute. There we go again. Bungle ain't cooking no meal. Bungle's solving this murder.
I give up. I confess. I'm guilty.
Professor Borax, you?
Yes, I, Professor Alan Borax. I killed Dr. Phineas B. Dull.
Oh, yeah? That's only one man's opinion, Bud. Why did you kill him, Whiskers?
It was that confounded Irish story, Begorry and Bejabbers. For 30 years, that old fossil has told that same story. I couldn't stand it anymore. Tonight, I stopped it.
Oh, yeah? I'm Detective Bungle, Bud.
Take me away, Bungle.
Not so fast, Whiskers. How do I know you killed Dr. Dull?
Professor Borax has confessed, Bungle.
Yes, I'm guilty.
Yeah? How do I know you ain't confessing just to get on we the people?
I've got my gun here. It's still smoking.
That's good enough for Bungle. I arrest you, Professor Borax, for the murder of Phineas B. Dull.
I give up. I confess. I did it.
You done what, lady?
I shot Dr. Dull.
Dean Witherspoon, you?
Yes, it was that Begorry and Bejabbers story. I couldn't bear it. I killed him. Here's my gun.
I give up. I can't stand it. I confess I did it.
You confess what, Bud?
I shot Dr. Dull.
Professor Toad.
Hey, what is this? A mystery or the Goodwill Court?
But I tell you, I killed him.
No, I did it.
I did it.
No, it was
Quiet. Bungle settling this once and for all.
What are you going to do?
I'll find out who's guilty. Ibbity, bibbity, sibbity, sap, Ronald Trance, and Dorful Nab. Hiking, kibby, sleet, and snow. Eeny, meeny, miny, what do you know?
It came out on you, Bungle.
Yeah, okay, you're under arrest, Bungle. Who, me? Yeah, you, Bungle. I ain't done nothing. You're coming with me. Let go of my collar. You going quiet? You going to come with me? Come on, Bungle, let's go.
Well, wait a minute. You couldn't have committed the murder, Bungle. You weren't even here.
Hey, that's right. Turn me loose, Bungle. Okay, Bungle, I will.
But I tell you, I committed the murder with this gun.
I committed the murder with this gun.
Gentlemen, please. I have a gun, too.
Oh, yeah? And none of yous ain't guilty.
What?
There ain't no bullet holes in the body at all.
But all three of us fired.
And all three of yous missed.
Well, bless my test tubes, then we're all innocent.
That's terrible.
I thought I'd put an end to that Vigorian bijabber.
Come on. Break it up, you three poofs. Get over in the corner and sit down. Bungle solving this crime.
Well, but if nobody shot the doctor, what killed him?
Bungle's got the solution, Dean Flunk. The noise of them shots give the old guy a heart attack. That bumped him off.
Oh, that's impossible. Dr. Dull never even heard those shots.
Why not?
Dr. Dull has been stone deaf for 30 years.
Deaf, eh? Well, that's funny.
What's funny about that?
When I was frisking the body for them bullet holes, I found this piece of paper. The name on it says Erasmus Drum.
Erasmus Drum? Why, he's in the faculty club tonight. I saw him in the chess room before the banquet started.
Well, get him up here. What are we waiting for? Call him on the house phone.
All right, I will. Hello? Page Erasmus Drum, please. Have him come to the banquet hall at once, please.
That's more like it. The mystery solved, Dean Flunk.
You mean Erasmus Drum committed this murder, Bungle?
This piece of paper tells the story, Bud. Here he is now. Come in.
Who is Inspector Bungle?
I am, Bud.
What the devil do you mean by ruining my chess game?
Are you Erasmus Drum?
I am Dr. Erasmus Drum, the famous ear specialist. And I'll trouble you to see me by appointment, sir.
Oh, yeah? Dean Flunk? Meet the man who killed Dr. Phineas B. Dull.
I killed...
Ridiculous, Bungle. Dr. Drum wasn't even in the banquet room.
Of course not. I've been in the chess room all evening trying to rook my opponent's bishop.
Oh, yeah? Well, Dr. Dull is dead, Bud.
Dead? Why, Dr. Dull was in my office only this afternoon.
Right. When I found your bill for services rendered on the corpus's body, I knew you killed him.
Killed him? Why, today, after 30 years of intensive air treatments, I finally cured Dr. Phineas B. Dull of his chronic deafness. That's what that bill is for.
I know. And in curing the old guy of his deafness, Doc, you killed him.
But how could I?
For 30 years, Dr. Dull was telling that corny Irish story that went on for hours. For 30 years, it drove everybody else nuts. But he was deaf and couldn't hear it. Tonight, for the first time in 30 years, he heard his own after-dinner speech. That's how he was killed.
You mean
Dr. Phineas B. Dull bored himself to death. Begorra and bejabers. Thank you. We're a little late, ladies and gentlemen. A happy new year to you all. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Brothers invites you to a summer place. You'll be coming to this inn on a tiny private island off the coast of Maine. You have every reason to believe that you've come to a quiet and fashionable summer resort, and that your fellow guests reflect the discrimination of your host. And so, a word of caution. When you come, be prepared to be shocked. To see and hear things you've never experienced before in a motion picture theater. Because this is the inn, and these are the people of one of the most explosive bestsellers of our time. And this is the way it explodes.
I'm not asking you for the truth because I know you'd lie.
So I'm having him examine you completely and make his own report.
No.
You have disgraced me enough. Now do as I say.
Father, I haven't done anything wrong. I've been a good girl. I haven't done anything wrong.
So you went to a motel.
Don't make it sound like a house of ill repute, Mother. All we did was talk. Or do you want to call another doctor to prove it? Merry Christmas, Mama.
Must you persist in making sex itself a filthy word?
Did Bart know we were lovers before he married you?
He only knew that there was something wrong. He knew that on our wedding night. Did your wife know about us?
Do you and your husband often swim in the raw, Mrs. Jorgensen?
Good heavens, no.
Oh, she hasn't lived, has she, Ken? Why, there's absolutely nothing like galloping pair bottomed into the sea.
A boy at Buffalo High School. But I loved going there. We used to go up on the roof.
On the roof?
It was one of those flat kinds that had a stairway leading up to it. Gee, it got hot up there.
In the daytime, you mean?
During my lunch hours.
Lunch hours? Did you keep doing it?
Till I learned.
So you went looking for her. And you met Johnny here, and he threatened to kill you.
I wouldn't have blamed you if you had.
It would make it easier for you to sneak off and sleep with his harlot of a mother.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
That's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Look up the street there.
What?
Coming out of the Long Branch.
Yeah, come on.
I don't understand it. I didn't hear no gunshots.
Well, that man they're carrying got hurt somehow, Chester. If he'd only passed out drinking, they'd probably left him under the bar and stood on him to improve their reach.
Oh, I've seen that happen, Mr. Dillon. I've really seen it.
Now, look, there's Doc with him.
Well, he's got better ears than I have if he heard any gunfire.
Now, there are other ways of killing men, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true, Mr. Dillon.
I saw a man killed with a bullwhip once. Oh, that was
You
bad.
men carry him up to my office. The door's open. I'll be along as soon as I talk to the marshal. Matt, you'd better get into the Long Branch or there's going to be more of this.
What happened, Doc?
That's Bill Zant they're carrying.
I don't know him.
Well, neither do I. But that's what they said it is.
Well, it doesn't matter. What happened to it?
But he's been cut bad with a bowie knife.
Who did it?
That big drunk buffalo man, Noli Meeker.
Noli Meeker, huh? Is he still on the Long Branch?
Yes, he is, Matt. And you watch out for him. He's in a mighty dangerous mood.
Did you see it?
Well, I saw part of it. I was in there having a beer when it happened. Zant had a knife, too, but Noli Meeker knocked it out of his hand.
Oh, then Noli did this in self-defense.
No, he didn't. Everybody says Noli started it. Well, I've got to go and take care of Zant before he dies. Now, you watch out for Noli, Matt. Nobody can get anywhere near him.
Come on, Chester.
I saw Noli Meeker drunk once, Mr. Dillon. He sure does get mean.
Mean enough to start killing people?
Yes, sir. But when he's sober, he always seems plenty calm. I just don't know what happens to him.
Now, that's what happens to other people I don't like. Being drunk's no excuse for murder.
No, sir, it sure ain't.
See what he can do. Yeah, sure, here's now.
Oh, look at him. He's got the whole bar to himself, Mr. Dillon, and that bloody knife in his hand. How you going to take him?
You stay here. Evening, Noli.
Get away from me, Marshal.
Why don't you drop the knife, Noli? You're in enough trouble now.
I killed Zant, didn't I? I'll kill you next.
Zant isn't dead yet, Noli. Then I'm going to have to keep you in jail till we find out if he's going to live.
I ain't going to jail. Not if I have to cut me a path all the way out of Dodge.
If Zant dies, you murdered him. You're not leaving Dodge. Now, you can't be so drunk you don't understand that.
Come on, Marshal, let's fight.
With my 6-gun against your bowie knife, you wouldn't have a chance, Noli. Now, why don't you calm down before you get hurt?
You go get yourself a knife.
No, I'm not going to go get myself a knife.
Okay, we'll fight this way.
Forget about fighting, Noli.
I can cut good with this knife, Marshal. I can throw it, too.
Stop it, Noli.
Didn't know that, did you? What?
Hell, you don't throw too good when you're drunk.
Noli?
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters. Perfect gift for Christmas, too. Light and mild. L&M filters. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
This Christmas, why not give the very best to all the filter tip smokers on your list? This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Feel pretty good today, do you, Noli?
Leave me alone, huh? I got a head like I've been sleeping under a buffalo.
Yeah. Well, you don't deserve it, but I brought you some coffee. I put it right there.
I'd do better on a pint of Triple X.
You sure learn hard, Noli.
Go away. Go away. Let me sleep, Chester.
Last time I scalded my thumb bringing in coffee. In grades.
Well, how's our prisoner this morning, Chester?
Well, I don't think it's the liquor so much as the way you hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he had it coming.
He sure did. That knife couldn't have missed you more than an inch. I still don't know why you didn't shoot him.
Well, how would it look for me to shoot somebody that didn't have a gun? Besides, I don't think Nolly really knew what he was doing.
I ain't sure he knows yet.
Good morning, Mac. Chester.
Oh, Doc.
How's Zant coming along, Doc?
Well, that's what I came to tell you, Matt. Zant's going to live.
Huh?
He's going to be awful thin for a while, but he'll live.
Bring Nolly in here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Nothing vital was cut, Matt, but the man bled so much. It took me over an hour to get it stopped. And for a while there, I thought he'd surely die. You know, it's too bad there isn't some way to get blood back into a man when he loses that much.
Well, I don't know how you could do that, Doc.
Oh, if I could. I'd save twice as many lives as I do. Well, I'm going to go to bed, Matt. It's been a long night.
Thanks for coming down, Doc.
That's all right.
Quit complaining about sleeping, Ollie. You just escaped years and years of it, whole centuries.
I'll take that on any time, Chester. What'd you want, Marshal?
You sober enough now to tell me why you took your knife to Zant last night, Nolly?
Personal matter?
Well, maybe you better tell me whether it's personal or not. I'm not going to turn you loose to go stab him again.
Turn me loose?
You didn't kill Zant. He's going to live. Now, what were you fighting about?
A woman?
Is that all?
You got something against women, Marshal?
That's not what I meant. I've known you for a long time, Nolan. You never seemed like the kind of a man who'd try to kill somebody over a woman.
When I'm drunk, I get mean, Marshal. I'll fight over anything.
Even a woman, huh?
Now you're fogging me up again, Marshal.
Okay. Where did you know Zant?
We've both been working for Ezra Marcy.
Collecting buffalo bones?
We gather 'em up off the prairie and bring 'em back to Dodge and sell 'em to Marcy, and he ships 'em back east on the railroad.
It's beyond me how they can make fertilizer in China and stuff out of them little buffalo bones.
Nolly, you and Zant work together, is that it?
No. I got my own wagon. He's got his. But I still don't like him.
You going to leave him alone?
Marshal, I wouldn't hurt nobody less than I was crazy drunk.
You tried to kill me, too. Do you know that?
I did? Oh, Marshal, I don't believe that.
You threw your bowie knife at me. And you're lucky I didn't shoot you.
I shouldn't have done that.
Well, you start drinking again, and I'll throw you in jail as soon as I see you. All right, you can go now, Nolly. But you came awful close to hanging. You just remember that.
Well, my pa always said I'd hang. I won't cause no more trouble, Marshal. So long. So long, Chester.
Goodbye, Nolly. Mr. Dillon, do you believe that about them fighting over a woman?
Oh, there might be more to it than that, Chester.
Why don't you ask Zant about it?
Well, if Nolly's lying, Zant will lie, too. But whatever they were fighting about, I doubt that it's over. He hurt Zant too bad for that.
Morning, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
You waiting for the stage to come in?
No, I just got tired sitting in my office.
That's a funny thing about your job.
No?
You're either doing nothing, sitting in your office, or standing around the plaza like some bum. Or you're the most violent man in Kansas.
Well, it's a good thing I don't get paid for the job, isn't it?
You'd starve.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
But still, nobody could ever pay me enough to go against Nolly Meeker and his knife the way you did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I could have shot him, Kitty.
No, you couldn't. Not you. It's just what'll get you hurt someday, Matt. Or worse.
Look, Kitty, I'll die when my time comes, just like everybody else.
Matt, I'll feel better when I get some breakfast.
Oh, haven't you eaten yet?
I don't get up as early as some people.
I'll go with you, Kitty. I could
Good.
use a cup of coffee myself.
Oh, wait. Here comes Ezra Marcy. Looks
Huh?
like he wants you.
Morning, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Oh, Marcy.
Marcy.
I got a job for you, Marshal.
Oh?
I wish I'd never made a deal with them men. Neither one of them.
Oh, you mean Sant and Noli Meeker?
Them. They've been complaining and fighting more than they've been gathering buffalo bones for me.
Oh, why don't you deal with somebody else?
Most men would rather hunt for hides than bones, Marshal. It pays better. I buy both, so it don't matter to me, but even so, Zant ain't been much use since Noli cut him up. Now he ain't no use at all.
Why not?
Noli's got a shack down past the Opera House at the edge of town, Marshal. Let's go ask him. He got drunk again last night.
I thought you were talking about Sant.
It's about Zant I want to talk to Noli.
Oh, why do you need me?
Noli killed him, Marshal.
What?
Zant was due in with a wagon load of bones this morning, and he was late. So I rode up the river to look for him. And I found him, sitting on his wagon with a hole through him like a Sharp's 50 would make.
You think Noli did it?
Well, Noli tried to kill him before, didn't he? And he come in with a load of bones yesterday, and I paid him off, and he went and got drunk. Of course Noli killed him.
Does Noli have a Sharp's 50?
He used to be a hide hunter until he got tired of it. And it was a Sharps that killed Santa. Anybody can tell that.
Yeah, I guess they could.
That Noli Meeker's a murderer, Marshal. You go arrest him.
Did you leave Sant at the river, Marcy?
I ain't gonna bury him.
Come along and show me where he is.
All right, I'll send somebody out to bury him, but let's go find Noli. I don't want no murderer to get away.
I'll talk to Noli later.
No, we'll get him first.
We're going to the river, Marcy. Now. I went by the office and picked up Chester, and he and I followed Marcy up the river. Zant had stopped in a little cottonwood grove, apparently to water his oxen, a couple of miles above Dodge. And we found him there, slumped over the seat of his big Studebaker wagon, shot in the back. The wagon, piled high with sun-bleached buffalo bones, was headed toward the river. But the oxen had stopped when Zant was hit and were standing patiently, waiting for their next command. We laid Zant's body onto the sand, and then I had Chester lead the oxen down to the water. A few minutes later, he was back.
You gonna bury Zant out here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's as good a place as any.
While we're fooling around here, Noli's probably on the run.
I'll find him, Marcy. But I don't know how I'm going to prove he did it.
Well, you got all the proof you need.
What if he's got a good alibi? What if he can prove he was someplace else when this happened?
Marshal, now I ain't gonna miss Zant. But I ain't gonna watch a murderer go free, neither.
I'm kind of against murder myself.
Well, you're awful slow showing it. Wasting time coming out here and all this talk about proof and such. I'm telling you, Marshal, if you don't see Noli Meeker hung for this, I will.
Lynch talks something I won't stand for, Marcy. Now, don't make it around me and don't start making it around Dodge.
You're threatening me, Marshal.
I don't threaten people. I warn them. Now, you know me. You know what I mean. We'll go find Noli and see what he has to say. Chester.
Yes, sir?
We'll send somebody out for the wagon and those oxen. They can stand here a while longer. They've had their water.
Well, you know, that's the funny thing, Mr. Dillon. Them oxen didn't drink no water.
They didn't?
No, sir. And they hadn't been to the river, neither. There wasn't no tracks between where they was standing and the river.
Then why was Zant heading them toward the river?
I don't know. But you'd think Zant would have known if they wasn't thirsty.
Of course he would.
Well, I guess it don't matter much, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not so sure, Chester. I'm not sure at all. But let's go find Noli.
filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos, low nicotine tobaccos, L&M tobaccos, light and mild. L&M's got everything. King size or regular, it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
This is it, Marshal, right here. I just hope Nolly ain't awake and watching us out of one of them cracks.
You can ride back if you like, Marcy.
No, I want to be here when you talk to him.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Nolly.
What's Marcy here for?
You're still drunk, ain't you?
No, I ain't drunk. I done slept it off.
Were you drunk last night, Nolly?
I didn't cause no trouble last night.
Were you drunk?
Of course I was.
I didn't see you in any of the saloons.
Well, I was out here, sitting on the ground. I was sitting right there against the wall, me and a friend of mine downed a jug of corn whiskey. Took us most all night. What did you want to know for?
You had a friend with you?
He was here till about an hour or two ago.
Who was it?
Well, you don't know him. He's an old Indian, a Cheyenne.
Where is he now?
He's on his way home.
Where?
Absaroka Mountains.
Absaroka Mountains in Wyoming?
Well, that's what you're doing here. Looking for him 'cause he run off the reservation down south. Well, you won't find him, Marshal. That old Cheyenne's traveling alone, and he lives like a wolf. You'll never find him.
No, I don't expect we could.
Well, there goes his alibi.
Alibi? What are you talking about?
About Zant's murder.
Zant's murder?
You'll hang for it now.
Wait a
Nolly.
minute, Marcy. Zant was shot in the back with a Sharps 50 this morning, Nolly. A couple of miles up the river.
Marshal, you're thinking I did it?
Well, you tried to do it once before.
I didn't kill him, Marshal. If I was to kill a man, I wouldn't do it that way. I ain't no coward.
Arrest him, Marshal. He can do his talking in jail.
I didn't do it, I tell you. You know I ain't that kind of a man. I ain't a good man, but I ain't like that.
Okay, Nolly. I believe you. I couldn't prove it anyway.
Now, look here.
Shut up,
Marshal,
Marcy.
What
And you remember what I told you. I don't want to hear any talk out of you. Come on, Chester. There's something I want to do in town.
What are you after down here to the depot, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I want to talk to Sam Vestal, Chester. Just hope he's in.
Hello, Marshal. Chester. Come on in.
All right, Sam.
Fine, Chester. What can I do for you, Marshal?
Sam, as agent for the Santa Fe Railroad, I figured that you might know something about Ezra Marcy's bone shipments out of here.
Well, what is it you want to know, Marshal?
Well, I want to know if there's been any trouble about him.
There sure has. But how'd you know? Marcy told me not to say anything about it.
Tell me about the trouble, Sam.
Well, the buyers back east have been calling Marcy a crook. But I know he ain't, Marshal. I weigh them loads myself, and I'll personally guarantee they ain't short on weight when they leave here.
But they are short when they arrive back there, huh?
Some of them are.
Uh-huh. Zants.
How'd you know that?
I guessed it.
Well, you're right. I checked on it for Marcy, and it's the loads Bill Zant brings in that come up short back east.
Marcy pays Zant by the load, doesn't he?
Sure, but it made Marcy terrible mad being called a crook like that when he ain't one. If you ask me, maybe it's them fellas back east. They're the crooks. All Marcy wants is to be paid for the weight of the bones he ships out of here. They come up short back there. Ain't his fault.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Sam. I'll go talk to Marcy about it. I think maybe I can straighten this whole business out now.
Marcy's coming, Mr. Dillon. I found him in the Texas Trail. You know what he was doing?
What, Chester?
Stirring up a bunch of men in there about how they got to go get Nolly Meeker. He was telling them you ain't going to do nothing about it.
I'm going to do something about it.
Here he comes.
It's no use, Marshal. You can't stop me now. I already got 10 men in there on my side.
Well, that's 11-1 against Nolly, isn't it? We shouldn't have much trouble taking him. Except for one thing.
You ain't gonna stop us.
I'm stopping you right now.
All I gotta do is yell. And they'll be out here, Marshal.
Marcy, I had a talk with Sam Vestal down at the depot.
What?
The bones Zant's been hauling in. They've been losing weight on their way back east.
All right. So I told you. That's my trouble, Marshal. I'll handle it.
You've already handled it.
What are you talking about?
You're scared to death, aren't you?
I don't know what you're saying.
Those oxen weren't thirsty at the river. Zant wasn't headed for water because of them. It was to soak those sun-dried buffalo bones. You figured it out, too, didn't you? Waterlogged, they weigh in heavy here, but by the time they're weighed again back east, they're dried out.
Zant was a crook.
Yeah, sure he was. But you shouldn't have murdered him, Marcy.
Me? Murder him?
I'm arresting you for it.
Oh, no. No, you ain't.
I'm going to take your gun, Marcy.
No.
He shouldn't have tried that, Mr. Dillon. He's about the poorest gunfighter I ever saw.
Yeah, he was slow, Chester. But he'd have killed me if I'd let him.
Why'd you try it? I don't know how you could have proved he murdered Zant anyway.
I couldn't. But Marcy was feeling so guilty and so scared he didn't stop to think. If he had, he might have bluffed the whole thing out and gone free. No, it was his own guilt that did him in, Chester.
And now our star, William Conrad.
When you're choosing Christmas gifts for filter tip smokers, you can figure a carton of L&M's will please them most of all. Filter tip smokers know that L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M's come in just about the handsomest Christmas carton you ever laid eyes on. Give king size or regular L&M's, and you're giving America's best filter cigarette.
transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Herb Ellis, and Frank Cady. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tuberculosis can attack at any age, and it can invade any home, rich or poor. But Christmas seals fight tuberculosis. Help protect you, your family, and all of us from our country's #1 infectious killer. This year, use Christmas seals on your cards and packages. Why not go home for the holidays with Perry Como? That's the title of Perry's new RCA hit record, and he'll sing it for you next week when Chesterfield brings you all the top tunes on radio. Perry invites you to be his guest every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and reminds you to get a carton of Chesterfield for the weekend. Remember, listen again next week for another story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Lieutenant Costa, a leader of men whose captain was a coward.
You play the gutless wonder just once more, and I lose men because of it. I'll come back and I'll get you, Cooney. I'll shove this grenade down your throat and pull the pin.
Captain Cooney, a frightened shell of a man.
Oh, I'd like to go out there and stop one. But I haven't got the guts to... Go on, move!
Colonel Bartlett, a cigar-chewing brass hat who played war like he played poker. Hard and dirty.
You can count on me, Clyde.
No, I can't count on you, so it boils down to what scares you most, me or them. Now, listen to this. You foul up, so help me, I'll crucify you.
Lieutenant Woodruff, up for a medal, and one bullet away from a court-martial.
You take one more step up those stairs, and I'll kill you.
Oh, now, hold on, boy. Let's not fly off the handle here.
Next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O! The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with It's All Yours. It seems that every year the Easter parade gets more and more colorful. And today, when I was watching those gay new hats go by, an old song kept running through my head. The flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la, the flowers that bloom in the spring. Well, I was thinking that for bright color, vivid gaiety, and downright cheerfulness, those flowers haven't a thing on Jell-O. For Jell-O's 6 colors are glowing with beauty and cheer. And Jell-O's 6 flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime, are chock full of delicious, extra-rich goodness, deep and full-bodied and satisfying. That's why Jell-O desserts are always fun to serve, because you know that everybody will enjoy them. So for bright spring color and refreshing, extra-rich flavor, look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. That was It's All Yours, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who was the sensation of the Easter parade this morning in his frock coat, white spats, and beanie, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, a page from Esquire talking. And, Don, you're mistaken. I was not wearing a beanie. That was my derby hat, but the brim blew off. I have more trouble with that hat. I think I'll grow geraniums in it. Anyway, Don, wasn't it grand today? Did you ever see so many people out promenading?
It was a lovely sight, Jack, and I thought you looked quite dapper.
Thanks.
But I noticed you had your polar bear with you. What was the idea of taking Carmichael along?
Well, I had to take him. You see, when I left the house this morning, he grabbed a hold of the seat of my pants and refused to let go. What could I do?
Well, Jack, supposing he did rip your pants, you could have put on another pair.
Don, his grip was a little deeper than that. So I took him along. And you know, Don, there was one time when he embarrassed me, something awful. Here we were walking along Hollywood Boulevard. Oh, it was terrible.
What happened?
Well, just as we got to Grauman's Chinese Theater, Carmichael ran into the forecourt and put his footprints in the manager. Oh, I nearly died.
Oh, that must have been embarrassing. Was the manager sore about it?
Don, where he told us to go is no place for a polar bear. But we didn't let that bother us. Went right along with our stroll.
Say, Jack, did you see Phil Harris on the boulevard this morning? He had on the loudest suit I've ever seen in my life. It was really violent.
No, I didn't see him, Don, but I can imagine what Phil's suit was like. You see, he and Rochester have the same tailor.
Same tailor?
Well, he isn't exactly a tailor. He specializes in beach umbrellas. A fellow by the name of Neon Cone. By the way, where is Phil, our new movie star?
Oh, he hasn't come in yet. Incidentally, Jack, how's Phil coming along in your picture?
Oh, he's all right, Don, but he's getting so conceited. My, you see, it's awfully crowded at Paramount, and they're short of dressing rooms, so Phil has been changing his clothes in a barrel. You know?
In a barrel? Well, what's conceited about that?
Well, yesterday he asked him to put a star on it. Not only that, he's got lace curtains over the bunghole. I tell you, Don, if he doesn't... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy Easter.
Thanks. Say, you look stunning in your new dress. Where'd you get it?
Well, don't you remember, Jack, you told me to buy a dress for an Easter present and send you the bill.
I said that? When did I ever say that?
2 weeks ago when you were sick in bed with a bad cold.
Oh, well, I must have been delirious that night.
What else?
Now, Mary, that's just taking an unfair advantage. How much did the dress cost?
$82.50.
Yay! Well, don't sit down in it. It's going back tomorrow. $82.50. I could buy 4 suits for that.
Sure you could.
Never mind.
You walk up so high to buy a suit of clothes, your ears pop.
All right, that's enough. Huh?
Say, Mary, I saw you on the boulevard this morning. Who was that good-looking fellow you were with?
Oh, wasn't he handsome, Don? You know, Jack, while I was strolling along, I met the cutest boy.
Yeah.
He's a doll.
Oh, I'll bet. How'd you meet him?
Well, it was all an accident, really.
Hmm.
You see, I was walking down the street, and I just happened to drop my handkerchief, and he picked it up.
Oh, you happened to drop it.
Yeah. Then I got so nervous, I dropped my gloves.
Oh, both of them?
No, one at a time.
Oh, that was some accident, huh?
Gee, he's cute. His name is Wendell.
Well, that's an adorable name. Huh?
And he's so smart, Jack. You know, he's a college boy.
A college boy, eh? What's he taking up?
Chemistry and goldfish swallowing.
Oh, that's a marvelous profession. You know, Mary, you meet the most interesting people. Wendell. What's his last name?
Kendall.
Oh. Wendell Kendall.
The second.
That's all he needs. Anyway, Mary, I don't want you to go out with strangers. It isn't nice, and I don't like it.
I'll bring him over sometime, Jack. You'll be crazy about him.
I can hardly wait. Oh, everybody rise. Here comes His Majesty, the King of the Cinema. Hello, Phil.
I say there, old fellow, am I again the nucleus of your disparaging remarks?
Isn't that awful? Now, look here, Twitch. Now, get off your high horse. You're not the only guy that ever made a picture.
Guy, my word, your English is ghastly.
Oh, it is all of this. Now, listen, Phil, don't be so highbrow. I remember you when you led your orchestra with a rolled-up racing form. Now, while I think of it, I wish you wouldn't go around telling people that you're the star of my picture. You're nothing but a stooge, and you know it.
Stooge? How can I be a stooge when I did a big love scene yesterday with Dorothy Lamour?
Sure you did, but the minute you left the room, who do you think rushed in and kissed her? I did.
That's like having stewed prunes after crepe Suzette.
I'm talking to Phil. I've been in pictures quite a while, Phil, and I don't like to say this, but you have absolutely no screen personality.
No personality? What are you talking about? I'm grinning all the time.
That's just it. All you can see is teeth. Your mouth looks like an Elks convention. Fine star.
Sure I'm a star.
Now, Phil Harris, I'm the star of this picture, so let's forget it.
You are not.
I am, too.
You are not.
I am, too.
Boys, ladies and gentlemen, please understand that these two hams are not arguing about Jell-O. It is agreed by all that this
Look who's
tempting
a star.
dessert is not
I'm a
only
bigger star than you
economical
are.
and easy to
Oh, you
make,
are, eh?
but
Yes,
comes in
I
six
am.
delicious
Oh, yeah?
flavors,
Yeah.
strawberry,
You call
raspberry,
yourself a
cherry,
star.
Well, I
orange,
am a
lemon, and
star.
star. Now look what you fellas made me do.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Don, but Phil started it. Now, Phil, let's stop with our personal arguments. You've still got a job to do here, so pick up your baton and play something.
I'm not using a baton anymore. From now on, I'm going to conduct with my hands, like Stokowski.
Just keep time, that's all I ask. Go ahead, genius. Hold it a second. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm a little Easter bunny. Each year I bring you greetings funny. But now I'm in a hurry, so I'll lay my egg and away I go.
Get out of here! A fine rabbit with no fur. Play, that was Hold Tight, conducted by Phil Harris with his hands. I'm just saying that so the orchestra boys will know. They never look at them, folks. And, Phil, I must admit that it's more impressive when you conduct with your hands.
Is it really?
Yes, that phony diamond of yours shows up much better.
What do you mean, phony? This ring cost me $12 on a punch board.
Well, if you didn't get a turkey with it, you got gypped. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our play tonight is rather long, I think we ought to proceed with the casting without further ado. Are we all here?
All but me.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Why are you so late?
Well, we had an Easter egg hunt at our house this morning, and I just got through.
Oh, an Easter egg hunt, eh? Say, that's fun.
Yeah, and you know what, Jack? I found 5 eggs all by myself.
5 eggs. That's marvelous. Where'd you find them?
Well, I found 1 under the sofa, 1 in back of the clock, and 3 under a hen.
Well, that's some trick finding 3 eggs under a hen.
If I'd have waited, I'd have got 4.
Oh, that's amazing. Huh? Anyway, Kenny, you got here just in time for our play. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Benny Bagel Benders will present their version of that popular Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, that drama of life among the nurses in a big city hospital entitled Poor Girls in White. Now, inasmuch as we are short of the fair sex on this program, Kenny Baker, Don Wilson, and Phil Harris will be nurses.
You mean we gotta be girls?
You said it, sister. Now, Mary, you're going to be a girl, too.
Okay, I'll talk in a high voice.
That's the idea. Now, I'm going to play the part of Dr. DeSchnook, head of the hospital.
Why don't you be a girl, too, you sissy?
Kenny, I'm casting this play. So hush up, honey child, let's pappy slappy till you're happy. Now, this play will go on...
You would hit a woman.
Quiet. Now, this play will go on immediately after Kenny's song. Go ahead, Kenny. Wait a minute. Hello? Who? Miss Livingston? Yes, she's here. Who's calling, please? It is, too, some of my blank business. Oh, yeah? Well, listen here, buddy. Tell me who you are.
Oh, give me that phone, Jack.
Fresh guy.
Hello? Why, Wendell Kendall, of all people.
I might have guessed it.
What's that, Wendell? Oh, don't mind Jack. He's got a toothache.
I have not.
You would if you could.
Now, Mary.
Gee, it's nice of you to call, Wendell. Yes, I'd love to see you tonight. Where'll we go? Oh, my house?
There's a spendthrift if I ever saw one.
Well, look, Wendell, all I've got to eat in the house is ketchup. Why don't you stop at the delicatessen and buy some sandwiches? Oh, you like ketchup?
Why don't you ask him to bring his bagpipes? He can play while you're fixing dinner.
Oh, shh. Say, Wendell, after we eat, let's go and see Gunga Din. It's playing right near my house. What? Okay, see you later. Goodbye.
Oh, so he's going to take you to see Gunga Din, eh?
No, he's going to bring the poem over and read it to me.
Oh, that'll be Ducky. There's nothing like a poem with ketchup. Wendell Kendall, what a name. Sing, Kenny.
Another night of dreaming, drifting on a golden sea. A night of make-believing with one man for me. When twilight has gone and the world slumbers on, I'm building a sailboat of dreams. Each star up above knows my secret of love. I'm building a sailboat of dreams. Someday I will sail away and find you somewhere, my darling. come true. Till the day I find you, I'll keep building a sailboat of dreams. Out of the mist, lips I have kissed, call tenderly. Out of the west, hands I have pressed, beckon to me. Heart of my heart, no more we'll part, I hear her say. But with the dawn, my dream has gone astray. Someday, I will sail away and find you somewhere, my darling. But till dreams all come true, till the day I find you, I'll keep building a sailboat of dreams.
Because I'm building a sailboat of dreams sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, now that your number is over, I'd like to remind you that last Sunday when you were mad, you said you weren't going to sing at all today.
I did not. I said I wasn't going to sing good.
Well, you did sing good, so ha-ha.
I could have done better, so ho-ho.
And now, folks, leaving our childhood behind us, we will proceed with tonight's drama, Four Girls in White. And remember, folks, Kenny, Don, nurses. Are you all dressed, girls?
Yeah. Me too.
I rolled my stockings. Is it all right?
Yes, Don, but you've got your skirt on upside down.
How else could he get into it?
That's right. And, Don, you don't wear a girdle on the outside. Now, the scene of our play...
Holy smoke, I feel like a sultan with these bloomers on.
Well, pull them up a little, my goodness. Now, the scene of our play...
Hey, Jack, where does this go?
Kenny, put that down. Now, the scene of our play is the General Hospital in a large American city, where Dr. DeSchnook is about to give a lecture to his class of student nurses. Curtain, music.
Oh, say, I'm so glad to know my...
No.
Good morning, students. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. DeSchnook.
Now, girls, before we begin, you must realize that you are now embarking on a new and important career. It is not an easy one, girls. But in 2 short years, you will graduate and become full-fledged nurses. Aren't you happy? Aren't you thrilled? Aren't you inspired?
Well, as an average girl, I'd say no.
Now, Phyllis, please. Pay attention, girls. I will now call the roll. Marie Livingston. Marie, where are you?
Here in the back, Quack.
Oh. I didn't see you. Dolores Wilson.
Here, Doctor. Here, Doctor.
Dolores, even though you occupy 2 seats, just answer once. Phyllis Harris.
Here, Doctor, and I know my lessons like anything.
That's fine, Phyllis. Now, if you'll just shave before you come to class, everything will be lovely. And pull up those bloomers.
Okay.
Peaches Baker. Peaches Baker.
Oh, this is silly. I don't want to play.
Peaches, I'm going to can you if you don't behave.
Oh, brother!
Now, girls, we will take up our classwork. Peaches Baker.
Yes, Doctor.
If you were in the clinic and a little boy came in with tiny red spots all over his face, what would he have?
Freckles.
No, it's measles, but you were close.
For me, that's perfect.
Sit down. Now, Phyllis.
Yes, Doc?
I want you to tell us the difference between a bunion and a corn.
A bunion and a corn?
Yes.
Well, a bunion is a lump on your foot.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know what corn is.
Not much, you don't. And pull up those bloomers. You're next, Marie.
Yes, Dr. DeSchnook.
Now tell me, who was Louis Pasteur?
A very famous medical scientist.
Very good. And where did he do most of his work?
At Warner Brothers Studios.
That's right, under the name of Paul Muni. Now, Phyllis, name 3 well-known anesthetics.
What's that, Doc?
I said name 3 well-known anesthetics.
Gas, ether, and Joe Louis.
Correct.
Gin is good, too.
We're not interested in that, you naughty girl. And take that cigar out of your mouth. Now, Peaches Baker.
Peaches yet.
Now, Peaches, can you tell us what is the world's record for the itch?
7 years.
And who recently broke this record?
Fred Allen.
Right. That's very good, Peaches.
No kidding, Doc. Does Fred Allen really have the 7-year itch?
That ain't gold he's digging for, Miss Harris. Now, let's see.
Oh, Doctor, haven't you got a question for me?
Yes, Dolores, and it's a real hard one. Now, if a...
Jell-O, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Wait till I ask you. Don't be such a psychic. Or so psychic. Well, that's all the questions for today, girls. I'm going to the supply room to get some gauze, and then I'm going to show you how to bandage a broken arm. I'll be back in a second.
Has he gone?
Yes.
Gee, that doctor's an awful flirt. He keeps winking at me all the time.
Me too. I get so embarrassed.
What a masher. He's a masher. Last night he asked me to go to Ocean Park with him.
Ocean Park? Oh, I was there Tuesday. I met the cutest plumber. Honest, Peaches, did you? Yeah, he wanted to marry me, but I told him I was a career girl.
Quiet, girls. He's coming back.
Well, girls, here I am with the gauze. We will now take up bandaging, but first we need a broken arm. Dolores, break Phyllis's arm.
Okay.
Ow! Don't be a baby, Phyllis. Now, everybody take this gauze and wrap it around Phyllis's arm. Ready, get set, go. Ow! That's it, round and round. Use plenty of gauze.
We're all finished, Doctor.
Very good.
Hey, let me out of here!
Good heavens, girls, you've wrapped Peaches in there. Give me those scissors. Goodness, you're careless. Peaches, where are you?
Peekaboo!
Now come out here with the rest of us. But you did very well, girls. Now, our next subject...
Hey, what about my bandage?
Sorry, Phyllis, we're all through bandaging for today.
Oh, you are, eh? What am I going to do with my arm?
Well, you're not going to wave it at anybody. That I know. And pull up your bloomer.
Oh, Dr. DeSchnook.
Yes, Miss Pasadena. What is it?
There's a patient in your office, and he has a sliver in his finger.
A sliver? Rush him to the operating room immediately.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, Miss Pasadena, take off that bathing suit. You're a nurse now.
Okay.
Well, girls, I've got a real treat for you. I'm going to perform an operation. You can all watch me.
Oh, goody.
Follow me, girls. We're off to the surgery. Well, here we are, girls. Here's the operating room.
Tickets, please.
I'm the doctor. I get in for nothing.
What about the dames?
They're nurses.
They look like the dead-end kids. Hey, Curly Lock.
What?
Pull up your bloomers.
If I was the lady, I'd slug you. Phyllis, please. He has glasses on. Oh, Miss Pasadena, is the patient ready?
Yes, he's right there on the table.
Oh, yes, there he is. How do you do, sir?
Hello, stranger.
That voice sounds familiar. Now, just relax, old boy.
Say, wait a minute. What am I doing on the table?
I'm going to operate on you.
Well, take off the 8-ball. I'm superstitious.
Take it easy now. Be calm, and I'll have your tonsils out in a jiffy.
What tonsils? I only got a sliver in my finger.
I've got a special today, sliver and tonsils, $75.
I don't want my tonsils out.
Why not?
Well, I opened my mouth. It wouldn't look sporty.
Never mind that. Lay down. Now, gather around, girls, and watch closely.
Say, what is this, a preview?
Now, Miss Livingston, administer the anesthetic.
Okay.
And it looks to me like I'm going to have a snappy Easter.
It's working fine. Now, how do you feel?
When my dreamboat comes in.
It'll dock in a minute.
Do you think the operation will be a success, Doctor?
I never know, Miss Livingston. I never know.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, I think you got me.
A little more ether, Miss Livingston.
Okay, Doctor.
Ready, Puglazzi, Vesta Duplicazzi, crossing Tado, Rakabadi Salamanca Tombo. Good night, everybody.
There he goes out like a light. Now for the operation. Marie, hand me the forceps.
Here you are, Doctor.
Peaches, hand me the scalpel.
Here you are, Doctor.
Phyllis, pull up your broom. Okay, Doc. Now stand back, everybody. I need room.
Peanuts, popcorns, and programs. You can't tell a tonsil from an adenoid without a program.
Give me one of those. Dolores, stand by with the anesthetic. I'm going to whack out these tonsils, or my name ain't Dr. D. Snook.
Don't forget the sliver, please.
2 hours later, the operation is over, and Dr. DeSnook is at the bedside of his patient who's just coming out of the ether.
Well, there you are, sir. It's all over. That wasn't so bad, was it? Now, how do you feel?
I'm feeling fine, Doc, and sure I never felt better in my life, and I'm telling you the truth.
Good heavens, I changed his dialect. Come on, girls, let's run.
If you're feeling like buying some new spring clothes and you want your husband in a good humor when you tell him, here's one way to work it. Give him this tempting new dessert for dinner tomorrow night. Make a delicious chocolate cream pie, rich and smooth and satisfying, and amazingly quick and easy to prepare with Jell-O chocolate pudding. For all you have to do is make your Jell-O chocolate pudding the same way as always. Follow the simple directions on the package. With only a few minutes cooking, you get creamy chocolate pudding with that old-fashioned homemade goodness. And it makes a perfect pie filling. Just pile it into a crisp brown pie crust, cover with a topping of foamy whipped cream or meringue, and you have the grandest chocolate pie that a hungry man ever put a fork to. All three new Jell-O puddings have a smooth texture and a marvelous flavor. There's Jell-O butterscotch pudding, rich with true butterscotch flavor. And there's Jell-O vanilla pudding, delicate and creamy. They're made with fine, wholesome ingredients, and they're just plain mouth-watering good. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate, butterscotch, and vanilla pudding, the real homemade kind.
This is the last number of the 28th program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, folks, I hope you all liked our little play tonight, Four Girls in White. And, oh, yes, Don, Kenny, and Mary, I want to compliment you on your performance. You were very good.
I was good, too, wasn't I, Jack?
Yes, Phyllis, and pull up your bloomers. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
Heard on the program was It's All Yours from Stars in Your Eyes. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
If you please, Mr. Carter.
What is it?
Can I have a month off next August?
What for?
Well, you see, I just got a word from my lawyer. He got me a divorce. And 1 month every year, I win the custody of my wife's parents.
Who blind loves babes in the wood? We've got it all so bad, but isn't it good? We're on a bumpy road, it's true, but heaven is in view. For
perhaps you'll think I'm forward. But last night when I first saw you,
And slammed the door in my face.
I realized that you're the man I've been dreaming of.
What do you eat before you go to bed?
Pardon me, madam, but here are the seating arrangements for your final approval.
Oh, no, Whitcomb. Judge Chennock will sit on my left hand, and you will sit on my right hand.
How will you eat? Through a tube?
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
I'd like to dedicate our production to them. But a good many other people have some well-loved and long-remembered teacher in mind, too. So we let each listener silently make his own dedication as we raise the curtain on Act One of Cheers for Miss Bishop, starring Martha Scott as Ella Bishop and William Gargan as Sam Peters, with Mary Anderson as Amy. On a windswept plain somewhere west of the Mississippi River stand the ivy-covered walls of a small university. For more than half a century, it has weathered the storms of the prairie land, and now it's growing old with dignity and grace. In a little house just off the grounds, a white-haired woman sits at the window, looking out across the campus. She is Ella Bishop, senior member of the faculty. In almost 50 years of service, she has grown old, too.
Elle?
Oh, good evening, Sam. I didn't hear you come in.
I knocked 3 times. Nobody else home?
No, all alone. Sit down, Sam.
You're all I wanted to see. Just thought I'd stop in for a second on my way home, by way of an innovation. Tired, Elle?
No, I've just been sitting here looking backward. Great waste of time. What happened at the trustees' meeting yesterday?
Wasn't there. Had to go over to Pretty Prairie to see about some land I'm buying.
More land? You must own half the state already. And all from one little grocery store. You've been a great success, Sam.
So have you, Elle.
Me? I'm just an old maid school teacher with a lot of wonderful memories. Remember the day you drove up to the house in your brand new delivery wagon? Do you realize that's over 50 years ago?
50 years. I must have been 22.
I was 17. It was the day Midwestern opened. September 1888. There's only one building then, Central Hall, and I remember how thrilled I was to be a student at a real university. President Corcoran made the opening address in the auditorium. I'll never forget what he said that day.
I know that some of you have walked miles to get here, and that every day for 4 years you'll have to walk those miles, through rain and sleet and snow. But I know this. The end will pay you for those hardships, because the end is wisdom. Wisdom is first cousin to freedom, and freedom is the glory of our nation and of our people.
Wisdom is the first cousin to freedom, and freedom is the glory of our nation and our people. Oh, doesn't that give you a thrill, Muzz?
Yes, Ella. Drink your milk. You've had nothing since breakfast.
Of course, it was the way he said it, so simply. Oh, he has the most wonderful voice and the most wonderful eyes.
Is he married, Ella?
Who, Amy?
President Corcoran.
Oh, Amy. Muzz, what are we going to do with this romantic-minded niece of yours?
Well, goodness, I didn't say anything. I just asked if he were married. Did you finish shelling those peas, Amy? I'm doing it. Sometimes I think Amy is a little boy crazy.
No, she isn't, Muzz. Just 14.
Miss Bishop.
Oh, there's Sam Peters.
Sam.
He's got a new delivery wagon. Look.
I want to tell him about college. Oh, Sam. Sam.
Whoa, boy, whoa. Hello, Ellen.
Oh, Sam, wait till I tell you.
You don't have to. Omar Bishop.
Yes?
The apples didn't get in today. Have them here the first thing in the morning.
Early, please, Sam. Applesauce and pies.
First delivery. Cross my heart, Bob Bishop.
All right, Sam. You're always reliable.
Faithful old dog Trey. How are you, Al?
I'm not too pleased with faithful old dog Trey at the moment. Didn't come to hear about my first day at college. It just came about some old apples.
New apples. September sweetings.
Oh, what a nice name. What a nice world, Sam.
And you perched right on top of it, huh?
The very tip-top. Are you sure you don't want to enroll? It isn't too late.
Look, Al. See the name on that card? Sam Peters.
Oh, I know. It's something of your very own. Something you started.
Not just my own, Elle. It's...
Well, good glory, I know book learning isn't everything, but just you wait.
I'll wait. And the day you graduate...
You can help me decide which of the millions of teaching offers I'll accept.
Like heck I will. You know, for a smart girl, you sure have some mighty puddin'-head notions, Elle. Imagine figuring that you're cut out for a teacher.
But good glory, Sam, you don't think I'm going to spend all my life teaching, do you?
Oh, that's all right, then. I've got scads of time. But someday, Elle,
Sam, dear, you mustn't. I mean, don't you see, I just know you too well, and...
Well, stop.
What?
Stop. Stop answering questions till they're asked. You know, some girls take an awful lot for granted. Remember the day you graduated? You were mighty proud, Elle.
But all those teaching offers I expected, didn't even get one.
I never could understand that.
Neither could I. That's why I went to see President Corcoran.
That's right. I drove you over in the wagon.
So I thought that if you knew of an opening in any of the schools around here, I mean, just the prairie grade schools, well, do you, President Corcoran?
Well, I'm pretty busy with the fall enrollments, Miss Bishop, and I'm trying to arrange for a new member of the faculty, a young woman to teach freshman English. A girl I've watched pretty closely for 4 years. An intelligent girl, I think. Anyway, she seems to me to have one quality which is mighty important to the teaching profession. She loves and understands folks.
President Corcoran, do you... Of course, I know you couldn't mean... But I can't help thinking you might mean President Corcoran. Do you mean...
Oh, dear. There's a heap of repetition in that sentence for a teacher of freshman English.
Oh, President Corcoran.
You were pretty scared the first day school opened.
Wasn't I, though? I stood alone in that empty classroom, looking at the rows of seats, and my heart was heavy as lead. For an hour before the students came, I rehearsed my opening speech. Let me see. Good morning, class. I want you please to devote the first 10 minutes to the writing of a very brief theme on the subject of my favorite season. Oh, no, I'll have them write on some subject that will teach me something about them. Their life ambition, that's it. I've got to understand them if I'm going to help them to learn anything. Oh, good glory.
Good morning. Hasn't the teacher come yet?
Good morning.
You know, I wonder what she's like. Most of them are a lot of old hags.
Young man, I'm the teacher.
Yeah. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But don't be worried. I'm just as frightened as you are. Come to order, please. Mr. Anton Radchek, will you read your theme, please?
Yes, ma'am. My life's ambition is to be a great astronomer.
because ever since I can remember, the stars to me have been comfort and beauty and like friends.
Thank you, Mr. Radcheck. Miss Minna Fields. Miss Minna Fields.
Well, except to get learning, I ain't got no special life's ambition yet.
Quiet, please. Quiet. Miss Fields, Mr. Radcheck, I'd like both of you to come to my office, please, after class. Professor Wick studied astronomy at Yale, Mr. Radcheck. And both he and President Corcoran have agreed that if there's a student at Midwestern who wants a course in astronomy, he shall have a course in astronomy.
Oh, Miss Bishop.
Report to Professor Wicks in the morning.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Oh, I tripped.
So it just occurred to me, Minna, that you might be interested in the librarian's course. It would be an interesting job, wouldn't it, Minna?
Oh, yes, Miss Bishop. But, Miss Bishop...
Yes, Minna?
I have got a life's ambition now, Miss Bishop. It's to be just like you.
It was wonderful, that first year of teaching. I'd never been so happy in my life. And then there was the night of the Glee Club concert.
You couldn't go with me.
No, I had a cold. You were very nice about it, Sam.
I've often wondered, Al. Well, was that the first time you met Del Thompson?
Funny the way it happened. I'd made some maple snow candy and put it on the window to cool. It slid down off the sill, and I went out on the roof to get it. Of course, the window closed behind me. It would. And there I was, trapped on the roof. Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo!
You-hoo-hoo, me?
Yoo-hoo anybody. I'm locked out here on the roof, and there's no one to let me in.
Coming.
There's a ladder right over there by the wall.
I've got it. Shall I come up a la fire brigade?
Oh, no, thank you. I'll come down a la rescued maiden.
Are you sure you can make it?
Oh, positive. Oh,
What's the matter?
I lost my slipper.
Where? Oh, here it is.
Thank you. May I have it, please?
Oh, no.
What?
You mustn't ruin the most time-honored romantic scene in all the world of fairy tales. Extend your tiny foot, Cinderella. I'll put your slipper on.
Well, funnily enough, my name is Ella. I'm Ella Bishop.
And I'm the prince. And the slipper fits. So now it only remains for me to carry you into the palace.
Oh, please don't be absurd.
Don't you be absurd.
Oh, no, please.
You can't go plowing through snow in glass slippers.
Oh.
You'd catch your death of pneumonia, and then you couldn't live happily ever after.
I want to be put down here, please.
Oh, no, not on a snow-covered porch. I'll have to carry you inside.
Oh, please, you
Say,
must...
I just thought, carrying a young lady across the threshold. There's an old legend about that, isn't there?
Well, really. Put me down this minute, please.
Right in front of the fire. There. When I save lives, I save them thoroughly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delbert Thompson.
Well, you're not Cinderella at all. You're a witch with a gift of second sight.
No, I'm just a school teacher of average intelligence who lives in a small town where everybody knows everybody's business. Oh, we all know, for instance, that you are a brilliant young lawyer, that you're coming to live with Judge Peters, that you're to be his junior partner, and underneath your picture in your class book it said, mad, bad, and dangerous to know.
Well, then, shouldn't you in kindness ask the junior partner to sit down?
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't. My mother's at a concert tonight.
And we must observe the conventions at all costs.
At all costs.
Well, I'm glad to have been of service, Miss Bishop.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thompson.
And I'll pay my respects to your mother real soon.
She'll be delighted.
Maybe I ought to stay till she gets home.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Oh. Well, I tried. No harm done, huh?
No harm. Good night.
Good night, Princess.
Mad, bad, and dangerous?
All join hands. Circle to the right. Forward. And back. Now circle to the left.
Sam, pay attention.
What's that, Amy?
You're supposed to be dancing with me, not looking around for Ella.
Is your nose a little out of joint, Sam?
You mean about Del Thompson rushing Elle?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, Amy, honey. I'm not jealous.
Well, judging from the way he's been swarming around her, he sure must be crazy about her.
Who isn't?
There they are now. He's awfully good-looking, isn't he?
Why, Amy, you seem more interested even than Elle does.
Well, maybe I am. And she seems pretty interested to me.
Do you, Ella Bishop, take this man for your lawful wedded husband?
Of course I do, you fool.
And do you, Delbert Thompson, take this woman for your lawful wedded wife? I do. I now pronounce you man and wife. Now, may I kiss the bride?
Please do, Del.
Oh, Ella, it's like a dream.
It's the end of all dreaming. A little house all your own, a warm fire in the hearth. The man you love and children. Well, we were to be married in June, as soon as school closed. I'd been working on my wedding dress for weeks. It was beautiful. One night, Amy was alone downstairs when Del was to call. I found out later that she was trying on my veil, with her back to the door. That's how Del came to mistake her for me.
The most beautiful bride in the world.
Del.
Why, Amy. Amy, I thought...
Don't talk. Kiss me, Del.
Amy, we're crazy. I mean, what a crazy mistake.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Amy, do you have my veil? Oh, hello, Del. Amy, put it in the spare room, please, with the dress.
All right.
Oh, Del, you shouldn't have seen the veil. I hope it isn't bad luck.
How could it be bad luck?
Oh, I didn't mean that seriously. But you aren't supposed to see the wedding finery before the wedding day.
Ella, why can't this be the wedding day?
Darling.
We can keep it a secret till college is over if we have to.
But, Del...
Why not? We can drive to Maple City. We can be married tonight.
Darling, I have to go to Central Hall tonight, a special meeting.
Ella, listen.
I can't, dear. There's a girl who's been accused of cheating in an examination. I know she didn't cheat, and I'm the only one who can help her. I can't desert her, Del.
All right, Ella.
Will you drive me over?
Certainly.
Oh, Ella.
Yes?
I'm going to have a game of cribbage with Judge Peters. Could you two drop me?
Del will. You can let me off first.
Oh, what a night. Isn't the moon beautiful?
I thought you were going out on the river with Larry Winslow.
Larry, no. I'm sick of wasting my time on those children.
Right here, Del, please.
I'll wait for you, Ella.
No, don't. I'll be very late. Good night, dear.
Good night.
Give my love to Judge Peters, Amy.
Del, it's too beautiful a night for cribbage.
Shall I take you home?
Oh, no, please. It would be heavenly down by the river. Could we drive down there,
Or what?
Or are you afraid?
Get up.
I had a note from Del the next day. Came to me in class. He said that something terrible had happened, that he must see me alone. I was frantic. I rushed back to the house to wait for him. Del. Oh, Del, what is it? Tell me nothing's happened. Something terrible you said. Tell me, Del. Tell me nothing's happened.
It is terrible, Ella. It's about... Ella, I'd give my right arm to spare you this. You must believe that.
Just what is it you want me to believe?
Are you trying to make it difficult, Ella?
If you won't tell her, I will.
Yes. I'm sure Amy will supply all the lovely details.
Amy, it was all your fault anyway, Ella. If you hadn't left him for a stupid board meeting, it's not like I'd taken anything you really cared a lot about.
Amy.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, but it isn't so. I didn't plan anything. It just happened. Oh, Cromniel, you needn't look at me that way. I didn't mean to do anything. Besides, it doesn't give you any license to treat me like dirt. That's what you're doing. You're treating me like dirt.
I'm going to my room.
No, you've got to listen to me. It was an accident, I tell you. You left him alone. You didn't care. But now he's mine. Do you understand? You can't marry him. He's mine. Oh, Ella.
Ella, open the door. Ella, what are you doing in there? Answer me, Ella.
What a night. Isn't the moon beautiful?
Why can't this be our wedding day?
Ella, I'm your mother. Let me in.
Isn't the moon beautiful?
We can drive to Maple City.
You let him alone. You didn't care.
We'll be married tonight.
And now he's mine.
Ella!
Tonight.
He's mine.
Ella.
He's mine.
Ella, what are you doing? Ella!
Mother, please don't worry. I'm all right now.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Martha Scott and William Gargan, will return in Act 2 of Cheers for Miss Bishop. You know, there's a game that we men like to think is a game played exclusively by the ladies. It's called conversational bridge. So just for a minute, let's listen in on a round of this fascinating game being played at Mrs. Johnson's home.
Don't turn round now. But is that May Saunders at the next table? Didn't she used to live next door to the Johnsons years ago?
Yes, she just moved back to town.
Looks wonderful, doesn't she? So young.
Goodness, wonder how she does it. I'll say one thing. She certainly has lovely skin. Oh, hurry, girls. They're waiting for us to finish this hand.
Well, our bridge players might be surprised to learn how very simple Mrs. Saunders' beauty care really is. She just follows the same easy routine that thousands of pretty women all over the USA are finding so effective. Ask her about it, and she'd tell you.
Here, every night I take a Lux Soap Active Lather facial, and often take one as a quick beauty pickup during the day, too. I find Lux Toilet Soap has wonderful active lather that removes dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics thoroughly. Leaves my skin looking beautifully fresh. Here's what I do. I pat the rich lather lightly in, rinse with warm water, then with cool, and pat dry with a soft towel. These Lux Soap facials really work.
Women who've tried Lux Soap facials say they're delighted with the way they leave skin feeling smooth, soft. Why don't you use this gentle care regularly for 30 days? Remember this important fact. Lux Toilet Soap is the beauty soap used by 9 out of 10 screen stars, the world's loveliest women. That's proof positive it's as fine, as gentle a soap as money can buy. Get 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of Cheers for Miss Bishop, starring Martha Scott as Ella Bishop and William Gargan as Sam Peters, with Mary Anderson as Amy. In the little house near Midwestern campus, the 2 old friends, Ella Bishop and Sam Peters, are talking quietly. The room is filled with memories, some gay, some sad. Memories of a day when Sam and Ella were young.
We were to be married in June, and it was June when Del Thompson took Amy away as his wife. I wanted to run away, too, to run away and hide and never have to speak to another soul. I sent my resignation to President Corcoran, and he came to the house that afternoon.
Just received your letter, Ella.
Well, I thought it easier to write, you see. Mother and I are going to New York, President Corcoran. It's an assistant librarian's position.
I see. Well, of course, it is a hard job, teaching. It never pays much.
I know.
And lots of the time it's a headache, wondering if it's worthwhile.
Why, President Corcoran, you can't feel that way. You're inspired. I mean, you give young people courage and confidence ideals.
Oh, I'm trying. You see, Ella, I heard Abe Lincoln talk at Gettysburg, and he talks sense. You know, we've got something wonderful here in this country, the idea of people being free. But it's got to be taught and retaught to each new crop of youngsters, the value of freedom. Ella, your father homesteaded on this prairie. Remember what his first corn looked like?
Yes, it was small and green. You couldn't believe it would ever grow.
That's it. And human beings are harder to raise than corn. But when they're raised, if they're raised right, They're worth a lot more per bushel, eh? Well, I certainly didn't intend to deliver a lecture. Of course, we must accept your resignation. But are you sure your New York library needs you as much as our own seed corn here in Midwestern?
President Corcoran, may I have that letter? I've changed my mind.
Oh, boy. Whoa. Hello, Ella.
Why, Sam, a ride home for me.
Get in quickly, Elle.
Sam, what is it? It isn't Martha.
No, but I'm afraid it's going to be a shock. Amy's back.
Amy.
She's going to have a baby.
Did she come back alone?
Yes, she's alone.
I don't want a baby. Oh, Ella, I'm frightened, Ella.
There's nothing to be frightened about, Amy.
He just left. He just went away, and he didn't come back. Oh, he didn't know I was going to have a baby. I was going to tell him.
You should have told him, Amy.
Oh, he didn't love me. He never loved anybody but you.
Shh. The doctor says you need rest.
You will be kind to me, won't you, Ella? You're all I've got in the world.
This is your home, Amy. Go to sleep now.
Oh, Ella.
Ella. Shh. Don't, Amy. Sleep, dear. What on earth are you doing, Sam?
I'm stirring the water.
Well, it won't boil any quicker for that. Just leave it alone.
Ella, why does it have to, does it always take this long?
Oh, no.
Well, then what's the matter? There isn't anything wrong, is there?
Sam, please, I'm very busy. Give me that small kettle. I've got to go up.
Listen.
Mother. Mother, is she all right? Mother.
She's gone. You couldn't save her. She's gone.
Poor Amy. Poor little Amy.
Miss Ella, you like to see the baby? She's fine, healthy girl.
Oh, a girl. May I hold her, please?
Sure, Miss Ella. There. Holding a baby comes natural to you, Miss Ella.
I'm going to keep her. I'm going to call her Hope. Hope.
She was a fine baby, wasn't she?
She was lovely, and as I watched her year by year growing into a lovely young woman, I was proud. Do you remember, Sam, when she first entered Midwestern?
About 1900, wasn't it? I remember. Her first day in school, she ran over you with a bicycle.
Oh, no, Sam, that wasn't Hope. It was a girl in her class.
Oh, and I've been accusing Hope of it for years.
I was coming along the walk in front of Old Central, and the next thing you know, I was lying in a flower bed.
Look out!
Is anybody hurt here?
No, but I'm mad as a hatter.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry.
Come here, girl. You're an entering freshman, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Then don't you know that entering freshmen are not allowed to ride their bicycles on the campus?
Yes, ma'am, but I thought...
You mean you should have thought. A pretty mark against you before you even get into college. That is, if I were going to take the time and trouble to report you.
Oh, gee, thank you, ma'am. I'm terribly sorry.
Well, sorry myself. Shouldn't have lost my temper. Come and see me when you get homesick. Central Hall, Ella Bishop. Now scat and wheel that bike.
Oh, yes, I will. Thank you, Miss Bishop. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You sure you're all right?
Huh? Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
Well, then, perhaps I could come to your office, too, Miss Bishop. I have messages for you from 3 of your former pupils. They took extension work under me at Columbia.
Why, you must be John Stevens.
Who has been looking forward so much to meeting Ella Bishop.
Well, Professor Stevens, we're so excited about having you join our staff. I'd planned a very elegant reception, a little welcoming tea in my office. Very dignified.
Well, it's just tea time now, isn't it?
Come along.
Has Richard come yet?
No, your young sophomore is late as usual, Hope. And what about your beau? Hope, you really must.
Oh, you don't have to worry, Aunt Ella. When the kids at college ask me if it's a romance between you and Johnny Stevens...
Please, Hope.
Oh, do you object to me calling him Johnny? I think he's terribly attractive. Don't you, Aunt Ella?
Hope, if you've any idiotic notions about Professor Stevens and me...
Hello, folks. Any customers for a sleigh ride?
Oh, good evening, Sam.
The roads are slick and the moon is bright.
And you're out of luck, Uncle Sam.
I'm going skating with Richard, and Aunt Ella's expecting...
Hope.
Is expecting Professor Stevens for an academic evening. Good night, folks.
Good night,
night.
Hope.
Is Stevens coming, Ella?
Yes. He's bringing a new book. Won't you stay and listen, Sam? You could do with a little brushing up.
Don't know why I've never had more feeling for books. Wish I had.
Don't wish it. I wouldn't change you for the world.
You wouldn't marry me either. But you may yet. Unless this fellow Stevens.
Sam, I want you to help me. I must tell you something.
What is it, Elle?
Professor Stevens has a wife.
A wife?
She's in Virginia. They haven't seen each other for some time.
Oh. Well, why doesn't he get a divorce?
Oh, Sam, how wonderful to find someone in Oak River who doesn't shudder at the word.
Elle, if it's for your happiness.
Thank you, Sam. Excuse me. Good evening, John.
Good evening, Ella. Sorry I'm a little late.
Oh, that's all right.
Good evening, Professor.
Hello, Sam.
I've been trying to persuade Sam to stay and meet your new friend, Mr. Barry, isn't it?
Yes, the little minister.
I'm afraid it's out of my class. Now, if it were Frank Merriwell.
Oh,
Good night, Elle.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Sam. Shall I read some more, Ella?
Please do.
The meeting had only one witness, a weaver. And he said solemnly afterwards, they did not speak, but they just gave one another a look, and I saw the love light in their een. That's beautiful, isn't it? The life of every man is a diary in which he means to write one story and writes another.
Would you mind reading that again? Just the last sentence.
The life of every man is a diary in which he means to write one story and writes another.
Suppose that's true, isn't it? We dream so many beautiful things, but most of them never happen, do they? Just look at me, John. Playing hooky in Maple City for a clandestine dinner, and we'd both be dismissed if they found us out. And I love it, don't you?
More than I can say. But I have to ruin it, Ella. I had a letter today from my wife. I want to read you just one paragraph.
Oh, no, John, not tonight.
It has to be tonight. Listen. John, I know I was never the right wife for you, but I can never consent to a divorce. You must know what it would mean to my family. I am sorry.
I can understand.
But what about us?
Yes, what?
Scusatemi, signore, a special wine for the lady.
Oh, Orvieto. Thank you, Seiko.
Orvieto, I should know, but I don't.
It's a little Italian town, Orvieto. It's sunny and warm. It's planted in warm sunlight. I remember once seeing a beggar there with a beautiful flower in a ragged hat. He was perfectly happy.
A beggar with a flower in his ragged hat. And sunlight.
I stayed there for weeks and weeks. I ate chestnut bread with the peasants and drank the new wine, and I was perfectly happy. Ella, why can't you sail for Europe in June? Why can't I join you there?
Europe with you?
I could sail first and join you in Italy. Will you, Ella? Will you?
John.
A special flower for the lady.
Oh, thank you, Checo. John, will you take me home now? Good night, John.
Ella, please.
We've had 3 wonderful hours in Orvieto. There are some people who never go.
Oh, there's no time in Orvieto. Why can't we stay? Oh, my darling, is it asking too much?
Too much. Or too little, I don't know. I only know that I would stay oh so gladly, John, if I could follow my heart. But you and I, being as we are, there'd be tomorrow. And sometime we'll be glad we spent just this little time in Orvieto. Goodbye, John.
Your flowers, you're forgetting them.
Oh, thank you.
Flowers for the lady. The wonderful lady.
It's been perfect. All of it. Haven't you forgotten something, too?
Forgotten something?
A kiss. A
special kiss for the lady.
Goodbye, Ella.
Goodbye, John. Goodbye, my darling. Orvieto. So you're a teacher. You set yourself up to carry a beacon for boys and girls to see by. Well, carry it.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille will present Martha Scott and William Gargan in Act 3 of Cheers for Miss Bishop. Now I'm going to see if Sally here knows her ABCs.
What did you say, Mr. Ruick?
Well, I want to see if you know your ABCs, Sally. Let's start with A. What does A stand for?
A? Oh, I see what you're leading up to. A stands for active lather, of course. Lux Soap's active lather.
Right. Now, how about B? What does that stand for?
Oh, I know. Beauty bath. B stands for the wonderful beauty bath Lux Toilet Soap makes.
Good for you. Now, how about C?
That's easy. C stands for Lux Soap's costly perfume.
Say, you get an A+ and a gold star tonight, Sally. Now, if you can tell us just why those ABCs are so important, you can go to the head of the class.
That's easy. Lux Toilet Soap's active lather is important because it does such a thorough job, yet it's gentle as a summer breeze. That's one reason why active lather facials are such a wonderful beauty aid. They remove stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt, and leave your skin feeling soft and smooth and help you keep it that way.
We might add, Sally, that famous Hollywood screen stars like Irene Dunn and Claudette Colbert say they never neglect their daily Lux Soap beauty care because it helps them keep their skin as beautiful to look at as Hollywood's million-dollar complexions have to be.
But I hadn't finished about those ABCs, Mr. Ruick. I was going to say that a daily Lux Soap beauty bath is important because it protects daintiness. It makes a girl sure of skin that's sweet. As for C, Lux Toilet Soap's costly perfume, why, it's made of 34 different ingredients, all combined and blended to give an exclusive flower-like fragrance, a fragrance that clings. And, of course, if you want to go to the M's, now M stands for Lux Soap's mildness, and then...
Well, I'm afraid that's all we have time for, Sally. But the things you've said certainly add up to one important fact. Lux Toilet Soap is a quality product. It's as fine a soap as money can buy, yet it costs only a few cents a cake. So this soap that 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars use is a luxury every woman can enjoy. I hope if any of you ladies in our audience happen to supply on hand, you'll make a note like this now.
Tomorrow, 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap to help me keep skin beautiful and to make me sure of skin that's sweet.
Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone. The curtain rises on the third act of Cheers for Miss Bishop. With the gathering dusk, the present has vanished into the shadows of the room, and the past emerges clear and vivid in the memory of Ella Bishop.
Hope was just 18 when she became engaged to Richie Clark. She told me one day about a wedding dress that her friend had worn, her mother's. That same evening, I brought Hope up to my room and gave her my dress and the bridal veil that I had never worn.
Oh, Aunt Ella, it's the loveliest thing I've ever seen.
You could have it made over any way you like. There are yards of material.
Oh, I wouldn't have it changed for worlds. But, well, it was never finished.
No, it was never finished.
Oh, Aunt Ella. Aunt Ella, darling, I never thought that... Was it for you?
Yes.
I know I shouldn't ask, but, well, you know, I always thought that you and Professor Stevens...
Made in that fashion. No, dear.
No, of course not. But he did resign so suddenly last year, and so many people thought
So many people have so many wildly romantic thoughts, my dear. But do you like the dress?
Oh, I couldn't have dreamed a dress I'd rather be married in. Unless, well, you're not old, Aunt Ella, not really old. Are you sure you won't, well...
Yes, darling, I'm very sure.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm new here. Is this where you register?
No, that building over there.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, do I have to pay my entrance fee first?
No, any time this month. All you have to do in there is to sign your name or make a cross.
Thank you, ma'am. I ain't got no money till next week. To get me a college education, my pappy's selling two of the finest pair of Jenny mules in the whole state of North Carolina. Let her shine.
I sort of suspected you were from the South.
Yes,
What's your name?
John McCrae, but you can just call me Snapper.
Well, I'm Ella Bishop. I teach freshman English, and you could do with a little snapper.
Yes, I reckon I could.
Ella Bishop.
President Corcoran.
You're looking bonny, Ella. Did you have a good summer?
Good enough. How's everything with you? Was Scotland just as beautiful as you remembered it?
Just as I remembered it, even to the misty, moisty weather.
And Brussels, the exposition.
Well, I had rather sad news in Brussels, Ella.
Oh?
Yes, I'd arranged to see John Stevens there. You remember Stevens? Well, just before we were to meet, I heard that he was killed in a train wreck in Italy.
Italy?
Yes. Ella, what is it? What? Ella, I never knew.
No one knew.
You changed a lot in the next few years, Elle.
Yes, I grew bitter and old. In 1908, President Corcoran resigned and President Watts took his place. I seemed to feel all my friends slipping away from me. I didn't like President Watts, and I thought he didn't like me.
I'm president of this university, I must insist that every member of the faculty carry out my ideas. I demanded certain changes in the curriculum.
And I've made them, President Watts.
But you haven't made them interesting to your students.
You're calling me a bad teacher. Now, look here, President Watts. If you're asking me to resign...
I'm not. I know from your past record how valuable you could be. But the college right now is at a turning point. It can go ahead or it can slump to nothing. It can't remain as it is, a hobbledehoy in father's cast-off clothes.
President Watts, I won't listen to you anymore. A hobbledehoy.
I'm sorry, that's all you heard.
After 25 years of teaching, you dare tell me I'm a bad teacher.
Well,
you can go ahead and ruin Midwestern, but you're not going to humiliate me. A hobbledehoy in father's cast-off clothes. That's what you said. Well, if this college was good enough for President Corcoran, it's plenty good enough for you, Mr. Watts. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Ella.
Oh, President Corcoran.
President Emeritus. Or is it Emeritus? I was always going to look it up. Sit down, Ella, dear. Sit down.
I've been meaning to come and see you.
Oh, I should have come to see you. Now that I've retired, you're the busy one.
Oh, President Corcoran.
Why, Ella, bless you. What's wrong, my dear?
Oh, that man Watts.
Oh, so that's it.
Do you know what he said about our college?
What?
He called it a hobbledehoy in father's cast-off clothes.
He did, eh? A hobbledehoy in father's cast-off clothes. well, that's pretty good, Ella.
But President Corcoran...
He's right, my dear. You see, you and I, we knew the first of it. So naturally, it looks big to us now.
It is big.
It's magnificent compared to what we started with. But we are too close to it, Ella. Now, Watts has come in with a fresh viewpoint.
Fresh is the word. All his talk about modern methods.
They're what Midwestern needs, Ella. Why, even you, my dear, could do with a bit of modernizing.
Huh?
Oh, no, I'm not criticizing, my dear. Oh, no. I know that you've got a heart and mind and spirit as potentially young as spring itself.
President Corcoran, what you don't know about handling people. Me, an old maid, young as spring, and me loving it.
And loving Midwestern, too, eh?
I do love Midwestern.
Then stay and help our driving friend. Watts is a driver, Ella. You see, that's why I picked him.
passing of President Corcoran was a great shock. He died as he'd lived, quietly, beloved by everyone who knew him. Then the following year, I lost Mother. Hope and Richard were living in California, and you were the only one I could turn to, Sam.
Faithful old dog Trey.
Hope's daughter was born in 1924. It's hard to believe that she's a young lady now, old enough to be a sophomore at Midwestern.
Hello, baby. How are you?
Oh, hello, Gretchen.
Aren't you surprised to see your favorite grandniece? I haven't bothered you in ages.
I'm not surprised at anything these days. What's on your mind, my pet?
Oh. Love.
What a novelty.
This is. It's a man I met in Chicago. He's quite a well-known explorer, but... Aunt Ella, he's married.
I see. Can't he get a divorce?
No. His wife won't agree to it.
Oh.
It wouldn't be an open scandal. I could go along as a member of the expedition, secretary or something. Oh, Aunt Ella, you can't know.
I could sail first and meet you in Italy.
I think I can understand.
Yes, almost anything but this. You've been content to stay in one spot. But I've got such a yen to go places. Magic carpet places, rich, warm, exciting.
It's a little town in Italy, Orvieto. Sunny and warm, flooded with warm sunlight.
Aunt Ella, you're not listening.
Oh, yes, I am. It must be your own decision, dear. And there's one thing you must consider. The most important thing of all.
Reputation?
No. You'd be cutting yourself off from motherhood.
That's what's stopping me. I think that any woman who's half a woman would... Oh, forgive me, Aunt Ella. And besides, you had Mother to bring up.
Yes, darling, I had your mother. I remember the first time I held her in my arms. She was practically brand new, and she was crying, and I was terrified to pick her up, but I did. She stopped crying and began making little contented peeping noises like a chicken. That was so satisfying. And the feel of her was, too. That warm little body against mine,
but it wasn't the same.
Couldn't be, could it? Flesh of my flesh. Those are thrilling words, Gretchen.
You're right, of course. I can't go with him. One slightly used magic carpet for sale. Cheap. Thanks, great aunt.
Don't mention it, grandniece. Anytime. Oh, dear, there I go again. How long have I been talking, Sam?
Oh, a couple of hours.
Living in the past again. I will not live in the past. There's your sherry, Sam. We'll drink to the future.
The future. Well, I'll be getting along, Al.
No, sit down, Sam.
I can't. If I did, I probably couldn't get up. And besides, I'm expecting 3 more old bachelors for dinner and bridge. Old bachelor. Doesn't that give you a twinge of conscience?
Oh, Sam.
Well, anyway, if you feel like a hand later...
I might at that.
Well, if you do, just
holler,
holler Sam.
Sam. I will.
Oh, I met President Crowder on my way over. He asked me if I'd give you this note.
Oh, thank you, Sam.
Night, Al.
Good night. My dear Miss Bishop, I would greatly appreciate your calling on me tomorrow at your convenience. At a recent meeting of the Board of Trustees, a resolution was passed recommending the retirement of faculty members over a certain age. Retirement.
Aunt Ella, are you ready?
No, I'm not. Hello, Gretchen.
Aunt Ella, you haven't even started to dress.
I'm not going.
Aunt Ella, it's the last dinner in Old Central Hall. They're going to tear it down tomorrow.
I'm sorry, dear. I just decided. After all, I've been to 51 alumni banquets. 51 times have I sat through an hour of bad food and 3 hours of bad speeches.
It's no good, Toots. You're not fooling me one bit. Darling, I know how you must feel, sort of the
If
end
you
of...
do know how I feel, you'll run along like a good child. Have a good time and leave me here with my New Yorker. I want to catch up on some Broadway plays. Now that I'm retired and a lady of leisure, I may get to New York yet.
Sorry, Lamb Pie, but you've got to come tonight.
Gretchen, I've absolutely decided.
And I've absolutely decided, too. You're coming to the dinner, so go on and get dressed. Hurry, Aunt Ella.
Oh, hurry. Do you realize I'm over 70?
I don't believe it. Where are the orchids I brought you? Stick 'em on.
Oh, all right. Where's that pin?
No, not at the waist, Pets. On the shoulder. Much snappier.
I must, above all things, be snappy.
There's Sam waiting for us.
Evening, Al.
Oh, hello, Sam. They cornered you, too, huh?
Take my arm. We're going to make an entrance. Ready?
Lead on. Sam.
It's all for you, Al. You're the guest of honor. Keep a stiff upper lip.
Oh, Sam.
And now, one of her first pupils, Anton Radchek, astronomer extraordinary, winner of the Nobel Prize, Mr. Radchek.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure that Miss Bishop will remember the day when I, a simple farm boy, said to her, "My life's ambition is to be a great astronomer." Or if she doesn't remember, I could manage to trip over another chair.
And now, John McCrae, United States Senator.
Miss Bishop probably doesn't remember Senator McCrae, but if you just call me Snapper, she might. But I'm sure she'll never forget the day that I announced English ain't what I come for.
Miss Minna Fields, world-famous historian.
My ambition in life is still to be just like you, Miss Bishop.
Miss Ella Bishop, for your irreplaceable gift of human sympathy, and because you exemplify to all of us what the American spirit can be, your university bestows on you the highest degree in its power.
I can't thank you. I won't even try. I'll only say that I've had a long life. I've seen the brave, the gallant, and the kind. They keep coming on, the best in this country. So now, when old Central and I are retiring to make way for modern buildings and methods, it seems an appropriate time to quote the words of our great founder, words that inspired us when I was very, very young. Wisdom is the first cousin to freedom, and freedom is the glory of our nation and our people. So here's to our nation. She's young. She's growing too fast. She makes a lot of mistakes. But somehow she does manage to keep her people free. May she always. Sam, take me home.
Excitement tonight. A little too much for you, Al? You just rest now. Take it easy.
Good old dog Trey. Always thinking of me. Sam, there's a question you've been wanting to ask for a long time.
Stop. Don't you go answering any questions till they're asked, see? I've got scads of time, Al. All the time in the world.
All the time in the world.
Curtain falls on cheers for Miss Bishop. And at this moment, our cheers are for Martha Scott and Bill Gargan and the fine performances they gave tonight.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I'm happy to be back in this theater again.
And the same goes for me, CB.
It must be a rather strange sensation to grow 50 years younger, Martha, in the twinkling of an eye, from 70-some-odd to 20-some-odd.
24 to be exact, Mr. DeMille, but that was the part I liked best, playing Ella Bishop when she was 70. I think I'll have a lot of fun when I'm that old, won't you, Bill?
I'm looking forward to it, Martha.
Well, I'm somewhat closer to it right now than either of you, and the prospect doesn't bother me one bit.
You'll probably celebrate your 70th birthday, CB, by directing a television scene with 2,000 extras, mostly Indians.
That's a right smart idea, Bill. I'll put it on the calendar.
You should work for CB in a picture sometime, Martha. He took me on a trip to Hawaii to make 4 frightened people.
That sounds like a vacation, not work. What part did you play?
I was one of the 4 frightened actors.
Don't let him fool you, Martha. He was a tower of strength.
Well, he certainly was, and cheers for Miss Bishop. There's just one thing more I have to say, Mr. DeMille, and that's about Lux soap. I think women everywhere are grateful for the help it gives them in caring for their complexions. I know I am. I've used it for several years, but I think a day or two would be enough to convince anyone just how good Lux soap is.
Well, there aren't many people left who need convincing on the subject of Lux soap, Martha. But I'm confident we'll do it.
What's on the boards for next week here, CB?
A full hour of action, adventure, and romance, Bill. But we have a name for it. And the name is Flight Command. And we have 3 other excellent names, too. Robert Taylor, Walter Pidgeon, and Ruth Hussey. The original stars of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture. The play's a roaring drama of the United States Navy in the air, of the fighting men who wear the wings of the Navy, and of the women they love.
I thought it was a thrilling picture, Mr. DeMille, and I'm looking forward to hearing it on the radio. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. And let the rafters ring for your performances tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Taylor, Walter Pidgeon, and Ruth Hussey in Flight Command. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Martha Scott will soon be seen in the Columbia picture They Dare Not Love. Heard in tonight's play were Griff Barnett as Corcoran, Fred Mackay as Dell, Fred Shields as John Stevens, Shirley Ward as Mrs. Bishop, Kathleen Fitz as Gretchen, Betty Jean Haney as Hope, Ann Tobin as Minna, Hans Conried as Radchek, Lou Merrill as Watts, Bob Burleson as McRae, Earl Ross as Crowder, and Celeste Rush as Stenner. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the 19-year-old baby doll. She wouldn't let her husband come near her. She wouldn't let the stranger go away.
Oh, Mr. Vaquero, you're certainly all getting familiar.
Don't you have any fun-loving spirit about you?
Well, this isn't fun.
Her name is Carol Baker.
She has the same special raw electricity you found before only in Marlon Brando and James Dean.
I find you different this evening.
Never mind that. Just go while he's still on the phone.
Grown up suddenly.
I feel cool and rested for the first time in my life.
Well, there's no place he can run to in this county. Well, you can say that again, boy. You know, people know the situation between us. There's no torture on earth to equal the torture which a cold woman inflicts on a man. There's no torture to compare with it. What I've done is staked out a lot in hell, a lot with a rotten house on it and 5 complete sets of furniture not paid for.
What you done is bit off more than you could chew. Archie Lee promised my daddy that he would wait until I was ready.
Then the marriage was postponed.
Oh, no, not the wedding. We had the wedding. My daddy gave me away.
Yeah, but you said Archie Lee waited.
Yeah, after the wedding he waited.
For what?
For me to be ready for marriage.
Well, how long did he have to wait?
Oh, he's still waiting.
You just fixed your wagon. With his smart talk, oh, you just fixed your wagon. I'm gonna wipe that grin off your greasy wop face for good.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodlands.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Ranger work involves many things regarding animals, nature, and people. If one isn't kicking over the traces, the other one is. But that's what makes being a ranger a good life. Oh, there's a monotonous lot of work, too. Every year we have to count wildlife herds and flocks, and spend days riding the countless trails and fire lanes to keep an eye on things. But not too infrequently, we run into something different and unusual. And that's what happens in our story today. Let's call this one Terror on Finger River. We're in the Finger River country now. The Finger River is called by this name because of the many backwater areas that branch off the river. The Finger River itself runs into the Pacific Ocean, and for several miles in from the sea, it has a mixture of fresh and salt water. It's a great fishing river because of the numerous fingers that run off the main river and make excellent fishing and also hunting areas. A series of events took place that demanded our activities on the Finger River to begin. There's the marker, boy, Pablo.
Si, Senor Paul.
That trot line ought to yield a good catch.
Si, it should. This is a good place.
Okay, drop anchor while I get the sacks ready.
Si, Senor.
Here's your gloves.
Pablo begin hauling the line now?
Yeah. I'll unload the hooks.
Are you ready, senor?
Pull it in.
Hey. Look at the hook. Only the head is there.
Hey, I wonder what scavenger fish is around here. Pull up the next one.
Si, senor.
Jumping swordfish. Another one the same way.
I hope the whole line is not like this.
Well, haul it in, we'll find out.
There he goes, Rod. Good shot, Rod.
Thanks. Some mornings it does pay to get up. One more and I've got my limit.
Hey, there goes another one. Well, I guess that does it this time. I guess we might as well retrieve our birds and go home.
You said it. No sense sitting out here in the blind when we've bagged our limit.
Yeah, right. Although it's a lot more comfortable wearing these new type insulating suits than it used to be. Remember how we used to shiver and shake?
Do I? I chipped all the enamel off my teeth because I couldn't stop chattering. Let's go.
Yeah, go ahead and climb in the boat. I'll hand this stuff to you.
Whoops.
Oh, watch it. You get seasick there.
Everything aboard, Commodore?
Yeah, yes, sir, Admiral. You can shove off now.
Maybe you'd better untie the boat first.
Yeah, I guess I better.
Oh, boy, that shore looks a long way from here.
Yeah, it sure does. Well, take her away.
Steer me to the birds. We've got 7 of them to pick up.
A little bit to the right. Yeah, that's good. Now, lift your right oar, and I'll pick up the bird as we go by.
What was that, Ben? Ben, what was that noise? Is something wrong? Why, you're white as a sheet.
Where's my gun case?
Ben, you know we never carry a working gun in the boat.
We are this time, friend.
What's the matter with you? You're nervous as a cat. Hey, don't point that gun at me.
That's all right.
What did you see come out of the water?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Ben, what was it?
A barracuda.
A barracuda?
Yep, it came out of the water like a flash. It grabbed the bird and took off. I saw its head. It's got a long mouth and it was open. A row of needle teeth all along the top and the bottom.
Well, we made pretty good time, don't you think, Max?
I ain't got no argument there, Art. It sure beats walking.
Yep, that it does. Even beats running. I'll circle low over the cove. We'll land and taxi to the dock.
Hey, you're running this flying machine. Just get us down one hunk. I don't hanker after no bath. It ain't Saturday night. Hey, what's that big thing in the water?
Where?
Right below us.
Great Scott! What is it?
You tell me.
I'll circle around again so we can get a better look at it.
It ain't no log, that's for sure. It's gotta be a fish, because we ain't got no gators around here.
I'll try to get lower here so we can take a good look.
Great horny toad. It sure is a monster. Never seen any fish that big in the Finger River. Look at it. Just lollygagging around there.
Why, it must be 6 or 7 feet long. But you're right. We never had anything that size in the Finger River. I'll come around for a landing. The floats hitting the water will scare it off.
You know something, Art? About that big fish, that is?
Why, you think you recognize it, Max?
Not for certain, but it appears to me as if it might be one of them there barracuda monsters.
You really think so?
Well, I ain't for certain, but I know if it is. If it's one of them barracuda fish, we're in trouble. Them fellas has got a mouthful of razor blades for teeth.
It didn't take but a few hours for the stories of the 3 groups of men to get around the town of Fingers. Soon, most of the fishermen and the hunters were gathered in a supply store called the trading post. It's the usual practice for these sportsmen to gather here and compare notes, and listen for tips and where the best fishing and hunting is. But on this day, the gathering had a different purpose. There wasn't the usual joking and good-natured talk that usually goes on at the trading post.
All right. Hold it down, everybody. Paul, you say that 5 of your trout lines had the fish bodies bitten right off, and the heads remained on the hook?
That's right, Rod. Something big took after the hooked fish. Pablo, bring that line over here and show the boys.
Si, Senor Paul. Here, senors, is what is left of a good day's catch.
Great day in the morning. Some of these fish are pretty big and are bitten clean in two.
I've never seen anything like this before in my life.
Lost every one of them.
Must have been the same monster that grabbed off our ducks and almost got Ben's hand to boot. What did this thing look like, Senor Ben?
It was a big and long fish, Pablo.
Well, how long was it?
Well, that I couldn't say for sure, but I did see the head and the open jaws. And I still think it was a barracuda.
How could it be a barracuda this far up the river?
That ain't no yarn Ben's telling you fellas.
Did you see it, Max? Why do you know, Max? Did you see it?
I sure did, Paul. Me and Art came into the cove on Art's plane, and there it was, as big as life, lollygagging in the water right below us, and took off as soon as the floats hit the water.
That's the truth, men. We saw it. I'd say it was 6 or 7 feet long.
That's bad.
Senors, this is very bad for all of us.
I agree with Pablo, but how can we be sure it's a barracuda?
Yeah, that's just what I say. Let's not jump off the deep end until we know for sure.
I think we can give you the proof.
What kind of proof, Max?
Art and I seen something when we was walking over here that'll give you all the proof you need, Ben.
Well, where is it?
Back along the riverbank.
Let's go take a look.
Yeah, come on, let's go.
Oh, that poor dog. He really got it.
He looks like he's been shredded with 1,000 razor blades.
Yeah, we asked for it, Max. Man, I've seen all the proof I need. Nobody's gonna get me on the river now. The next time it might be one of us.
Yeah, Max says he's almost sure it's a barracuda.
Well, I ain't for certain, but pretty nearly so. If it ain't a barracuda fish, I'll eat that thing tail and all.
How can we fight and kill a barracuda?
Well, some of us earn our living off this river.
How about calling the Rangers?
Yeah, why not? I hear that the boss ranger, Bill Jefferson's a pretty smart hombre.
Well, see, Senor Ben, I hear many good things about him. Well, let's call him in. In the meantime, we'd better pass the word for everybody to stay away from the river.
The barracuda scare spread faster than lightning up and down the Finger River. And I can't say that I could blame those folks for their panic. Well, Max called me and told me about the monstrous fish that was raising so much havoc. I've known Max for a long time. Stumpy's known him ever since the two men were lads. We knew this was no joke. Old-timers like Max don't joke about matters of life and death. The boys and I moved fast to get to the town of Fingers, not only because of the panic, but also a lot of men and their families would be without income, since they earned their bread and butter from the river. The Finger River monster had to be gotten rid of, and quickly. We took off in a helicopter, equipped with floats, and headed for the Finger River country and the barracuda fish. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. The river is as empty of people as the front of church on Monday morning.
It sure is strange. The Finger River is always busy with boats and people.
I don't see a living soul near the water anywhere.
Looks like the barracuda scare is taking a real hold. Spread up and down the river.
Well, that's true, but maybe it's a good thing.
How do you mean, Tom?
Well, maybe it's better that nobody goes in or on the water until that vicious fish is caught. It might attack people.
Yeah, especially a child. You're right, Tom. Perhaps it's better to have everybody scared away than to take the risk of a tragedy.
I
wonder what kind of a fish it is. It's so large and so savage.
Hey, there's the trading post. We'll land on the edge of the river, next to it.
Well, what if the fish attacks the copter?
It'll sure have stomach trouble trying to digest this contraption, especially when it comes to the motor. Them there piston rods and the crankshaft give a feller acid indigestion. Is that the whole story now, gentlemen? All the facts?
You have it all, Bill, every gory detail.
Now that you got him, what are you going to do about it?
Have some action.
Well, first of all, I want to tell you that this vicious fish is not a barracuda.
Well, how do you know that, Bill? Max and Art and I have seen the monster, and it looks just like a barracuda.
Well, how about it? A barracuda is strictly a saltwater fish, and it has to be tropical water as well. It would be impossible for a barracuda to survive in these cold waters.
How about that? At least we know then it's not a man-eater.
Do we really know that, Senor Art?
Well, Pablo, I guess you've got a point. But anyway, it's a relief to know that it's not a barracuda.
Well, what is it then? What other kind of fish can be so savage?
Yeah, I'd swear on a stack of Bibles that it's a barracuda. Oh, I saw its mouth.
Well, we didn't see it as close as we wanted to, but it is big, that's for sure.
Hey, Henry, get yourself some paper and a pencil. I want you to do some artwork.
Sure, right away.
I wonder what he's up to.
What's running around in your brain cells, Sonny? Stumpy, I'm going to have Henry draw a picture of a certain large fish.
Oh, and the men can identify it.
Right.
What do you want me to draw, Bill?
I'll sit right down here at the table, Henry.
Sure.
There you are. Now, Ben, Max, Art, gather around here. We'll try to draw a picture of this fish.
All right,
okay, we'll see.
All right, draw a garfish, pal.
Huh? Garfish?
You nudge his memory a wee bit, sonny. Long, narrow mouth, 4 or 5 feet long, real thin.
Oh, yeah, I got you. I think I can remember here. I'll have it done here in short order.
Say, that's beginning to look like the fish I saw.
That's it, don't you think, Max?
Let's see. Tolerable close, Art. That's tolerable close.
Draw a top view, pal.
Okay.
That is one wicked-looking fish, Senor Bill.
That's a wicked fish, period, Pablo. They're great loafers and loungers, except when hungry or angry or afraid.
There. It's all finished. That's a close likeness of the garfish.
Oh, man, I've seen anything like that.
Well, Ben, Max, Art, what do you say? Is this the Finger River monster or no?
I say yes and no, Bill.
Well, make up your mind, you old weasel.
Hush up, you old badger, and let me cogitate a while.
That might be good for you, whatever it is.
There's something missing, Bill.
I agree with Max.
How about if it were a couple of feet longer and wide across the back?
Yes, that would do it. That's the fish I saw. What is it?
An alligator garfish. Now we knew what we were up against. The savage, vicious alligator garfish. This large freshwater fish can be docile and sleepy 1 minute, or 1 hour, or 1 day, and become a hated and feared marauder the next. The crowd of men passed looks of fear between themselves because they'd seen the poor dog that was a victim of the big gar. Max asked us to walk down to the river with him and look at the dog. And Paul wanted us to look at his trot lines. A few of the crowd went with us as we walked down to the river bank, where the men cast anxious eyes at the water.
Something wrong with your revolver, old-timer?
No, but just making sure it's ready for business in case that monster happens to come cruising by.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Over here, Mr. Jefferson.
Great day in the morning. That poor hound looks like he met up with a grizzly.
Oh, I'll say. Could the gator guard do that, Bill?
I'll say he could. He's got the teeth for it.
It ain't a pretty sight, ma'am, but I thought you might want to see him before we bury what's left of the poor little critter.
Thanks, Max. Now, Pablo, let's see your trot lines.
Si, senor. Follow me. Have a look, senors.
Boy, look at that, will ya?
Every one bit clean off, just behind the head.
It takes sharp teeth and big jaws to do that good a job.
How many trot lines did he clean off for you?
5, senor. Almost a whole day's catch.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Alligator guards don't hang out in these northern waters, do they?
No, Art, they don't. They like warmer water.
How'd this one get this far north?
Well, my guess is that somebody brought the fish north when it was small and released it in the Finger River.
Well, how could it survive the winters?
I don't know, Art. But the fact remains it has. Now it's our job to catch that monster and catch him fast.
Boy, am I glad we got this big old flat-bottom boat. It's heavy and slow, but it'll give us protection just in case that big guard decides to try and dump us.
Hey, might just do that too, Henry. And he gets all fired hot under the collar.
You said it. He can be a mean customer when he wants to.
How are we going to catch this guy?
We'll troll for him, Henry.
But we don't even know where he hangs out. And trolling might take days.
Yes, pal, it might take a lot of days, but we've got to get him. I'll take the oars now, pal.
Okay, they're all yours. Boy, my hands are sore from rowing this tub.
Well, here's one pair of gloves wore plumb through the middle.
Well, I'll take the oars now, Stumpy. Let's see if we can wake the big fellow up.
I wonder if that big fish ever gets hungry.
He will someday. Sometime, pal. And we want to be there when the time comes. Whew! Anything as hard to row as this ought to be power-driven.
Yeah, you said it. But an outboard might scare the monster off.
Let's try that cove. He might be in there.
Boy, if he is, I think I'll jump in and wrestle him barehanded just to get it over with.
This doesn't bring results. We'll go in for a rest. Strike! Hey, Bill, you gotta strike! Look at that pole bend! Give him slack, Sonny. Let him take it. It's a big one, all right. I hope it's the gar.
It is, Bill. There he is over there near the surface. Wow, what a monster.
Watch it, fellas. I'm going to set the hook. Oh, I lost him.
Oh, how come?
He had it. I know he did.
He was just playing, Sonny, like a muskie. He was holding the bait in his teeth, real gentle-like. When Bill tried to set the hook, that big gar just let go of it.
Not only is he vicious, but smart, too, huh?
You said it, Henry. We'll get him yet. All right, let's go in for a rest. We'll try again early in the morning. He'll be too jumpy now to take the bait again.
Bill, when are you fellas gonna get that thing?
Tomorrow, we hope, Ben. We had him once today, but I tried to set the hook too soon, and I just let go of the bait.
Well, I hope it's tomorrow. You know, all the folks that fish for a living are getting pretty low on money. Their families will go hungry soon if they can't go back to work.
Yeah, I understand, Ben. Well, we'll go back out first thing in the morning and stay out until we get him.
Thanks, Bill.
Bud Forrester saw what was left of an otter up near Shinny Cove yesterday. The otter and the gar must have tangled.
Yeah, could be. An otter can beat a dog fighting in the water, but ain't no match for that thing out there with razor blades for teeth.
Under the pier. It's under the pier. I saw it.
Stumpy, get old Betsy. Come on, fellas.
Look at that, will you? He's lazing in the shade of the pier there.
How are you gonna get him? This is the best chance you'll ever get.
Is there a spear gun handy?
Sure, but not big enough to hold that thing.
Well, get me some wire. Some heavy wire on the double.
I know where there's some. I'll fetch it right sudden.
Now, this is a slim chance, but here's what I'm going to do. I'll carefully drop this wire loop down in front of him. Then you fellas stomp on the shore, good and hard. He'll feel the vibration and leave. If he swims through the wire hoop, we've got ourselves a fish. Okay, Sonny. Yell when you're ready. Come on, fellers, we'll go ashore and hold an Injun war dance. That ought to scare him out of there.
Okay, let it down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how am I doing, Henry?
Fine. Whoa. Okay, just a little bit more.
Okay.
Whoa, that's good, right there.
Okay, fellas, start stomping.
Hey, he's coming out!
Hey, I got him! Get Stumpy to shoot him!
He's coming now!
Well, I'll be... I must have hit the wire. He got away. Of all the dumb clucks I made, he got clean away. Take it easy, old-timer. He got away, but not clean. Huh? What do you mean? Blood in the water. That rifle slug struck pay dirt.
Hey! There he is! Over there! He's flopping near the shore!
You're right, Sonny! He's hit! It hit bad! Let's get over there and finish him off! Good work, old-timer. It's about time. But anyhow, we won, even though it was a stand 'em up and slap 'em down scrap.
Look at that mouth and those teeth. He was able to do a lot of damage with that equipment.
Yep. You said it, Tom.
Boy, at last we got him. Now things can return to normal on the river.
Yes, pal. The river monster is dead. And that, boys and girls, was one of our most unusual experiences as forest rangers. Everything's quiet now on the Finger River, and I hope it stays that way. By the way, I've got that alligator gar stuffed and mounted and on display right here in headquarters. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
This is Stumpy Jenkins, speaking for Ranger Bill, and saying don't forget to hit the trail with us every week at this time for lots of exciting adventure with all the Ranger gang. Henry Scott, and Grey Wolf, and Bill, of course, and me, the old-timer, are all on hand from time to time to bring you the best stories we can find. So you tune in to Knotty Pine and learn the latest that's happening around the ranger station, or in the mountains and forests nearby, or maybe even someplace further away. 'Cause that young feller Bill gets into all kinds of situations and troubles and complications when he's trying to help somebody else. So you be sure to join up with us next week for this half hour of storytelling, and then you won't lose out on anything that's going on. I'll be looking for you, so don't disappoint me. 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 Don't disappoint me.
Of a merry, merry day. Drink to a future that is very, very gay. Drink to the motto that is yours and mine. Yesterday's a bubble in the wine. Drink to the dawning of a merry, merry day. Drink to a future that is very, very gay. Drink to the motto that is yours and mine. Yesterday's a bubble in the wine. At the balalaika, who knows what ecstasy tonight may bring, what lovely melody my heart may sing before the night is through.
I hear a violin, a haunting gypsy violin, and when it sighs it's strangely tender song. I know that I belong.
Sword and dagger, shot and shell, booming cannon, fare thee well. Wind behind me, sky above me, now to find one to love me. Ride, 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 Cossack, ride. Love is waiting, ride, Cossack, ride.
personal favorites. George Burns and Gracie Allen are up next in our lineup.
Hello, are you there? Well, we're here.
Swan's a soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the 6 hits and a miss. And George Burns and Gracie Allen. Here they are. Well, today George and Gracie are discussing a subject that most husbands never mention to their wives. In fact, it's a subject that never arises in the average American home. Let's listen.
Gracie, you've been spending too much money. Look at this budget for November.
Well, it balances. We're not spending any more than we make.
I know, but that's the trouble. Some of the items in this budget are ridiculous. Milk for cats, $2? We haven't got any cats.
No, but we have mice.
Well, I don't get it.
Well, if I put bowls of milk all around the house, the mice will think we have cats, and they'll be afraid to come out of the holes.
Oh, fine. And some night I'll kick over a bowl of milk and ruin the rug.
Oh, you're right, dear. I hadn't thought of that. Oh, I know. I'll scare the mice with milk that doesn't splash.
Milk that doesn't splash?
Sure, cheese.
Yeah, that'll scare the mice to death.
Yeah. Oh, I'll answer it.
Okay, dear.
Oh, it's the postman. Good morning, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Only one for you today, and I'm afraid that one's a bill.
Oh, well, that's all right, Mr. Postman. I realize the post office only sends us what they get. How are you feeling?
Oh, simply marvelous. I took a nice cold shower. Ice cold shower this morning and then ran around the reservoir a couple of times in my shorts. I guess that's what put all this pep in me.
Oh, no doubt about it. It is a gorgeous morning, isn't it? Cool and snappy, sort of.
Yeah. On a morning like this, I can feel the blood racing through my veins. Can't you?
Well, no, I can't, but then you're much closer to your veins than I am.
Yeah, that's true. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Any mail, dear?
Oh, it's just a bill. It's probably for my new hat. It only costs $12.
$12?
Well, George, I only buy what I absolutely have to. Just bare necessities.
Is a $12 hat a bare necessity?
No, but I didn't want my head to be one.
Gracie, you don't need any more hats. And today, when you buy anything you don't need, you're taking something away from our fighting men.
Oh, well, gee, I never thought of that. I'll wrap up the hat right away.
That's the idea.
I wonder who would look better on, a soldier or a sailor.
Gracie, it's not the hat. You see, very few things are being made for civilians today. And if everybody tries to buy those things, the demand makes prices go up, and we've got inflation.
Oh, well, gee, the salesgirl said that the hat would cause comment, but I never thought it would cause inflation.
Well, let's get back to this budget. What's this silly item? Bicycle pump, $1.
Well, that's an economy. That'll save us lots of money on breakfast food.
A bicycle pump will save us money on breakfast food?
Well, yeah, from now on, we'll puff our own rice.
Yes, that'll save us a fortune. And what's this? Rose bushes, $75.
Well, you know that florist who has that lovely big greenhouse just off Glendale Boulevard?
Yes.
Well, I happened to be out in that direction yesterday and went through it.
Yeah, but I don't see any rose bushes around here. Where are they?
Well, there's one still stuck in the bumper of my car.
You really went through
Yeah,
it.
but I'll save enough money to make up for it. I'm going to buy one of those things that conductors punch tickets with.
What's that for?
Well, then we won't have to pay the cleaner to take the spots out of your neckties.
I see. We just punch them out.
Yeah.
Look, sweetheart, from now on, we only buy what we absolutely need. The rest of the money goes for war bonds.
But we do buy war bonds every month.
Yes, but if we cut out these silly things, we can really buy more. And not only that, we get $4 back for every $3 we put in. We help prevent inflation, and we help win the war.
Oh, you're right, dear. Everybody should cut down on their spending and put that money into war bonds.
That's the idea. So let's throw the silly budget right out of the window.
Well, but don't you want to look at the items for our Thanksgiving dinner?
We'll cut that, too.
Oh.
The turkey we had last year should have had a pilot and a bombardier.
Well, this year we're only getting a 12-pound turkey, 3 pounds for each of us.
Well, I don't follow that arithmetic.
Well, Blanche and Harry Morton are going to eat with us.
Not again. Those sponges have had Thanksgiving dinner at our house 5 years in a row.
They're not sponges, George. They contribute their share. Every year, Blanche brings over a jar of her homemade pickled peaches.
I know.
And every year, Harry helps you clean the walls when the jar explodes.
Sure, they're absolutely wonderful people.
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie. What's cooking?
I am. Burnt up about Harry Morton. That guy's a sponge.
He's not a sponge.
He is, too. We'll leave it to Bill.
Now, wait a minute, George. I'd rather not get in the middle of a family quarrel.
Bill, I'm trying to prove to Gracie that Morton is a sponge. Now, you know him. What do you say?
Well, George, of course, there's only one way to tell a sponge. That is, a real sponge. You rub soap on it, and if you get loads and loads of pure baby gentle suds, you've got Swan, the new white floating soap.
What's Harry Morton got to do with Swan soap?
Well, now, look, George, I don't want to get involved in a family argument.
Yeah, but just answer me one question. Have you ever known Morton to reach for a check?
Well,
come on, admit it, have you?
Well, maybe you don't notice his hand when he reaches across the white tablecloth to pick up a check because his hands are so soft and white. You know, he washes his wife's dishes with Swan soap, George.
Oh, brother.
That's Swan for you, George. So kind to your hands. Mild as the finest Castile soaps. So mild you should use it not only for washing the dishes, but for every soap and water job in the house. In fact, Swan is great for everything.
Bill, I'm going to get you to agree that Harry Morton is a moocher if it's the last thing I do. What about the other day when the three of us went into a drugstore for sodas? Who paid the check?
Oh, you mean the drugstore that's having the sale on Swan soap?
Yeah. How about that?
Oh, it's going great. Lots of dealers are now running a big sale on Swan.
Bill, I'm talking about Harry Morton.
Oh, well, he bought 3 bars.
Oh.
You know, you buy 3 bars and save. Yes, sir, you save in more ways than one.
Well, I give up. There's a guy invites himself to my house for Thanksgiving dinner, and nobody agrees with me that he's a chiseler.
Well, now, wait a minute. Did he do that?
Yes.
Well, anyone who invites himself to your house for Thanksgiving dinner without being asked certainly is a chiseler.
There. You see, Gracie?
Oh, George, that reminds me why I dropped in.
Why?
Shake hands with another chiseler. So long. See you Thanksgiving.
Well, I'm glad his salary is frozen. It'll be easier to break off. Anyway, Gracie, there's no reason why we should buy a turkey to feed the Mortons.
Well, but George...
Look, Gracie, why can't we eat at their house for a change?
Well, I could call Blanche and sort of hint around.
Well, I wish you would. Of course, I don't want you to be too blunt about it.
Oh, don't worry, George. She won't suspect a thing. I'll be very subtle about it. Hello? Hello, Blanche. This is Gracie. How about inviting us for Thanksgiving dinner this year?
That's very subtle.
What did you say, Blanche? Oh, I see. Your mother and father are coming for Thanksgiving. What? Oh, no, that's all right. Yeah, we understand. And goodbye, Blanche. Well, George, Blanche's mother and father are going to be in town.
I know, I heard.
So we won't need to get a turkey for 4 people.
Oh, good.
We'll get one for 6.
This is Paul Whiteman, and here's Jimmy Cash voicing the hopes of millions of people all over the world.
When the light's gone again all over the world, and the boys are home again all over the world, and rain or snow is all that may fall from the skies above. A kiss don't mean goodbye, but hello ships will sail again all over the world. Then we'll have time for things like wedding rings, and free hearts will sing. When the lights go on again, all over the
Well, George didn't say positively that the Mortons couldn't come for Thanksgiving dinner. He just gave Gracie $1.50 and told her to buy the turkey. So now we pick up Gracie at Myers Market.
Hello, Mr. Myers.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Well, now, I'm in sort of a hurry. Can you wait on me right away?
Why, of course I can. What would you like?
Well, I'd like to place an order for...
Gracie, darling!
Tootsie Sagwell!
Oh, my, it's good to see you again, Gracie. Where have you been keeping yourself?
Oh, around. Where have you been?
Oh, here and there.
Oh, hell, no wonder we haven't seen each other. Oh, what are you doing? Shopping for dinner?
Yes, I bought some nice carrots.
Oh, well, what a piece of luck, Tootsie. Only yesterday I read the most wonderful new recipe. It's called Carrot Supreme.
Oh, it sounds delicious.
Oh, it is. First you take the carrots.
Yes.
And then you wash them.
Yes.
And, well, that's all I remember, but it's called Carrot Supreme, and it's wonderful.
Oh, I can't wait to try it.
Oh, dear. Mr. Myers has wandered off somewhere. Mr. Myers?
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
Look, I don't want to be a pest, but I am in a hurry, and could you wait on me now?
Right away. What would you like?
Well, I'd like... Oh, Tootsie, I noticed you're carrying a hat box.
Yes, I got a new hat at Sally's.
Well, I got a new hat, too, but George made me send it back.
Is he trying to act like a man again?
Well, he was right this time. We're cutting our budget down, and besides, the hat was pretty extreme.
One of the new creations?
Well, yeah, with a military motive. The hat had a flat top, and when you leaned over, a little toy airplane took off.
Oh, how adorable.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Myers is gone again. He's much too scatterbrained to run a market. Mr. Myers!
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
Look, I hate to complain about the service, but I do think you might remember that I'm in a hurry.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Burns. What would you like?
Well, I'd like it... Oh, Tootsie, look! Look who's driving by the market.
Who is it, Gracie?
Bill Walsh. Have you still got a crush on him?
Not anymore. After what happened Saturday night, I never want to see him again.
Why? What did happen?
Oh, I invited him for dinner, and I thought it would be more cozy if I locked all the doors.
Well?
Well, there I was picking broken window glass out of my soup.
Well, this is the limit. That silly Mr. Myers has forgotten all about us. Mr. Myers!
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
Look, if you want me to trade here, you shouldn't keep disappearing when you know I'm in a hurry.
Okay, Mrs. Burns, what would you like?
How much is turkey?
50 cents a pound.
All right, here's $1.50. Give me an 18-pound turkey.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, that isn't enough.
Oh, yes, it is. We're only having 6 for dinner.
No. $1.50 would only buy that little turkey over there. He only weighs 3 pounds.
Why didn't you pluck his feathers out like the others?
Well, he might not like it. You see, he's alive.
Oh. Say, I've got an idea. I could fatten him up, and then the Mortons could come to dinner, and it'll only cost George $1.50. Mr. Myers, I'll take him.
Okay, Mrs. Burns, I'll get it.
Gracie, what'll George say if you bring a live turkey in the house?
Oh, gee, I never thought of that. He'll be mad. He even had a fight with Herman this morning.
Did he pick on that sweet little duck?
Yeah, George yelled and yelled, but Herman didn't say a word. He just sat there quietly in the nest he'd made of George's shorts.
Oh, such a darling.
Yes. Oh, I know. I'll sneak the turkey in. Tootsie, would you lend me your hat box to hide it in?
Of course I would. I've been dying to show you my new hat anyway. I'll take it out of the box.
All right.
Now, here's the turkey, Mrs. Burns. No, not by the neck. You hold him by the feet.
Oh, all right. Oh, my, his little feet are chapped. Well, he shouldn't be running around barefooted in November. Well, Mr. Myers, why does he make make that funny noise?
Well, all turkeys gobble.
Well, then he should eat slower. or else take some bicarbonate of soda.
Gracie, look. I've got on my new hat. How do you like it?
Well, do you want my frank opinion, or would you rather have me tell a little white lie?
I'll take the little white lie.
Tootsie, it's simply gorgeous.
Oh, thank you, Gracie.
You're welcome, Tootsie. Goodbye. Hello, dear.
Oh, back so soon. Gracie, did you buy another hat?
Uh-uh.
And what's in the box?
What box?
The box you have under your arm.
What arm?
What arm?
Well, you
That
mean
arm.
this arm? The one attached to my shoulder?
Yes, what's in it?
Oh, bones and muscles and arteries. And...
Not the arm, the box.
Oh, the box.
The box. What's in it?
Well, a picture?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm telling you. It's a picture of my cousin Phillips. That's what it is, a picture. A talking picture. Oh, Cousin Phillips spoke very little English.
Gracie, for the last time, what is in that box?
Well, all right, I'll tell you. But you've got to promise you won't get mad. Will you get mad?
No.
How much do you want to bet?
Gracie.
Well, you told me I could spend $1.50 for a turkey. So I bought a little live one, and we can fatten them up, and that way we can have the Mortons over.
You bought a live turkey?
Well, they're easier to fatten up that way than the other kind.
Oh, well, that's fine. I knew we'd wind up feeding those Mortons again. Okay, let's see this turkey that we're going to fatten up. Gee. He isn't very friendly. He looks like he's thinking of biting my nose off.
Well, look what you're thinking of doing to him.
Yes, I guess so.
Oh, it's my darling little ducky. Oh, Herman, Mama has a surprise for you. Yes, really. Look in this box. Oh, Herman, don't be frightened. It's only a little turkey. And he's going to live with us for a while, Herman. Oh, why Herman Burns, you're jealous.
This is the happiest moment of my life.
From Irving Berlin's This is the Army, here's a tune that's coming up fast to be a real winner. The Boys and 6 hits and a miss in I'm Getting Tired So I Can Sleep.
I'm getting tired so I can sleep. I want to sleep so I can dream. I want to dream so I can be with you. Baby, I'm yours. I've got your picture by my bed. Soon I'll place it neath my head to keep me company the whole night through. For a little while, whatever befalls, I will see you smile till reveille calls. Do-do-do-do, I hope you're tired enough to sleep, and please sleep long enough to dream. And look for me, for I'll be dreaming. I'm dreaming dreaming dreams, but now it seems I'm getting tired, so tired.
Gracie, are Herman and that Tux and that Duck still fighting in the pantry?
Well, I'll look and see. I think they're still fighting.
I got the same impression. And unless we do something, the neighbors will be complaining about the noise.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past that snippy Mrs. Marks who lives next door. She's had it in for me ever since I borrowed her vacuum cleaner last week. I don't know why.
Well, maybe you kept it too long.
Oh, no, I gave it back to her as soon as I finished cleaning the fish.
Very unreasonable woman.
Hi, people.
What brings you back, Chisler?
Well, that's what brought me back. I invited myself over here for Thanksgiving dinner, and then I remembered I have a date with a girl for Thanksgiving.
Oh, well, that's too bad, Bill.
But, Gracie, you love having her. She eats like a horse.
Oh, fine. Well, Bill, your Thanksgiving dinner's in the pantry, and he's fighting with that silly duck.
Oh, a live turkey? Well, I better go out and break it up. You know, it'd be just like Herman to bite him in the part I like best. Leave it to me, George. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Just a minute. Don't you birds realize that you get along better in life if you behave yourself and don't fight? Yes, that's so. Now, you take the case of a little swan I know, Herman. He was a good little bird, and now he's famous. They put his picture on every swan wrapper, and he's very proud, because Swan is the new white floating soap that gives you all that pure, mild lather so fast. So you see, Herman, it pays to be a sweet little bird. Yes, that's so. Oh, shut up. Oh, now, wait a minute. I didn't mean that, Herman. I meant you should be gentle, like Swan soap is gentle. It's as mild as the finest Castile soaps, so mild that mothers use it to bathe their babies, so mild that it's perfect for anybody's bath or shower. So, Herman, why don't you be mild and gentle, too, and put your wing around a cute itsy-bitsy baby turkey? Why, listen, you little ducky. There's plenty of room for both of you. So instead of fighting, why don't you go half and half? You know, like Swan soap. You break it in two, put half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning, and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face. Now do you see what I'm talking about, Herman? Well, what do you say to the little turkey? Hey, ow, cut it out, ow. Well, so long, George. So long, Gracie.
Oh, what's your hurry, Bill?
Why are you limping?
Herman bit me in the part he likes best. Goodbye.
Gracie, go in the pantry and stop that fighting or we'll be thrown out of the neighborhood.
All right, dear. Oh, now, stop that right now. Stop it. Why, shame on you, Herman Burns. That's no way to treat a little girl turkey. Yes, a girl. Herman, isn't she cute? Yes. Why, Herman Burns. You know, sometimes I think you're older than you look. Hey, George.
Gracie. Look,
George,
Gracie, our man just delivered all these things. What are they anyway?
Well, they're for the turkey, George. I bought a little tub for it to swim around in, and I also bought...
A tub for the turkey to swim around in?
Well, yes, I thought it would be more humane. The turkey can get used to it by degrees, and it won't be such a shock when the time comes.
Get used to what by degrees?
Well, I'm going to fill the tub with gravy.
Well, it's a brilliant idea. Anything else?
Yes, I bought a sun lamp.
A sun lamp for the turkey?
Yeah.
Well, why did you get that?
Well, mostly for your sake.
For my sake?
Yeah, I know you prefer dark meat.
Gracie, your ideas about raising a turkey are too advanced.
But, George, people shouldn't be afraid to try something new. Suppose Marconi had been afraid to experiment. We'd only have spaghetti.
Oh, sure. Gracie, this turkey is costing me a fortune. Look at these price tags. Tub, $5. Sun lamp, $15. I could have bought 3 turkeys with this. This is absolutely ridiculous.
How do
Going
you
out
do?
and buying.
Have you a little turkey and a little duck, as reported by a neighbor?
Well, yes. Why?
May I refer you to Statute 193 of this county? Possession of 2 or more live fowl shall in this county be deemed ipso facto a poultry farm, and such aforesaid property pertaining thereof shall be governed according to Article 38, Section 17 of the laws of said county.
What does that mean?
Cough up $10 for a poultry license.
That does it. I'm going into that pantry, and the next time you see that turkey, he'll have parsley where his feathers used to be.
Oh, but dear.
Come on. I'm going to settle this right now. I knew that this thing would cost me a fortune.
George, look. Herman and the turkey. Herman's got his wing around it.
Well, that's fine. Get this. Love comes to Herman Burns.
George, come inside a minute.
What?
George, I won't let you touch that turkey. It would be inhuman, that's what it would be.
What would be inhuman?
To eat our son's fiancée for Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back, so I've got just a second to remind you to stop in where you see the Swan sign that says buy 3 and save. Take advantage of the big sale on Swan that so many dealers are now running. And don't forget, sale or no sale, you save with Swan. You save because Swan gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested. And you save because Swan goes further than easily wasted packaged soaps. No matter what you use Swan for, it saves you money. So buy 3 bars and save. Well, here they are again, George and Gracie. Gracie's on the phone.
Hello? Is this Harry Morton? Hello, Harry. Harry, will you tell Blanche George is on his way over with a little turkey? He wouldn't let me keep it. It's pretty small, but you can fatten him up. How? Well, just feed it chocolate fudge sundaes. Well, sure, it'll work. Look at your wife.
Next week at the same time, Eddie Cantor will be George and Gracie's guest, and there's a rumor that Ida might join the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. So the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in. Remember, Swan now brings you 2 of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, hi, Swan. How about you?
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout, what a delight. For cakes, pies, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say you're going to try today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
really are.
Never mind what my name was. You talk about freedom. You think I've got freedom? I got a past I'd like to forget. But I can't get away from it. Any more than you can get away from what you are. Got it.
Let's move in on a close shot here.
Oh, Roll, could you hold it a few minutes? I see we have some visitors.
Yeah, go ahead, Talk.
You are with us on stage 22 at Warner Brothers Studio in Burbank, California. Miss Yvonne DiCarlo and I have just played a scene from Band of Angels. Robert Penn Warren's bestseller. A story of colorful old New Orleans in the Deep South. Band of Angels is daringly unusual, boldly presented. Its emotions are violent, its passions primitive, its conflicts vigorous, fiery, explosive.
I'm getting out of here come hell and brimstone, and you'll never see hide nor hair of me again.
Pick it up. You can cock it while I count to 3.
You're a fool. I could outshoot you on any terms.
1, 2.
No, Hamish, no. Why did you have to tell me this?
Because you wondered why I wouldn't marry you. I would, Manny, if you could have taken the truth about me. You'd always hate me. There's no place for you here. Or anywhere with me.
So you joined that band of angels?
Excuse me, Raru, if I don't shy too easily.
White soldiers are on their way here to get you right now, but I wanted the satisfaction of taking you in. Put those on.
You've just seen a few of the many exciting moments from Band of Angels. You'll meet a lot of interesting characters in it. People as completely unusual as the story they live in. Band of Angels. I think you'll like it.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Double Cross. The Green Hornet strikes again. Joseph Landers was working late in his office at the State Building. He looked up startled as the door to his office opened.
You? I don't know why you come here like this so late. Why are you standing there staring at me? If you come to try to change my mind, it's no use. It's about time that somebody... You can't scare me. Do you hear? What's the matter with you? Say what you have to say and leave. Why do you have your hand in your pocket? I'm not afraid. Don't come any closer. Get back, I say. Have you gone crazy? Stop looking at me like that. If you think... A gun. You came here to... No. No. I won't let you. No.
Set the Lux Street paper! Landers murdered! Set the Lux Street! Read all about it! Death of indicted legislator hampers grand jury! Here you are, sir! Set the Lux Street paper!
Hi, Cassie. Is Reed in?
Well, if he is in, he knows you're here. The way you slammed that door shook the building, Exford.
Did it now? Sure, and I ain't the one to go sneaking in and out of doors like some people I know around here. Like yourself, for instance, Casey.
A lady doesn't slam doors.
Sure, but I ain't no lady. How was that for a snappy comeback, eh, Casey?
Well, if you come back with any more like that, you'll be in for a snappy exit, believe me.
Ah, where's your sense of humor? You ought to see the funny side of things, that you should.
Maybe you're right.
Well, what are you laughing at now?
Oh, I was thinking of a Laurel and Hardy picture I saw last night. That Hardy looked so funny with that little derby.
Yeah, and them balloon-looking breeches he wears. And that short, tight coat.
Those big turned-up shoes.
Oh, my. Say, Casey, what made you think of him all of a sudden?
Looking at you.
For 2 pins, I'd tell Reed how you waste a sentinel's time joking and laughing when you should be tending your own...
Ashford. I'm sitting in my office waiting to see you while you're out here laughing your head off over some of your own corny jokes.
Oh, hi, Reed. I was just coming in, that I was.
Never mind, I'll talk to you out here. Is there any more dope on Lander's murder down at police headquarters?
Nope.
It's been over a week since he was killed. His death certainly stymied the grand jury investigation.
What do you mean, Reed? Didn't they convict them other 4 legislators yesterday?
Well, nevertheless, the whole investigation was a flop.
A flop? Why do you say that, Mr. Reed?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Well, those 4 were only petty grafters. They sold their votes for small sums. The grand jury was really after the big shots who handled important money in the state machine.
You mean men like Fenwick and Harper?
Of course. Landers promised to talk, so he was murdered. And his death scared the others so that none of them would squeal.
Do you think Fenwick and Harper had anything to do with Landers' murder, Reed?
Well, that remains to be seen, Exford. Those 2 control the state machine. They usually find a way to put through any bill that interests them. That Frontenac Park bill they were backing might have gone through if those legislatures hadn't been convicted.
Sure, that bill might go through anyhow, Reed.
Not a chance. The land out by the Frontenac factory is the last place anyone would want to see a state park.
Well, no, maybe so, and then again, maybe not. A friend of mine told me the homeowners out there are getting up a petition to send to the legislature asking the bill to be passed.
What? Who started that petition?
Oh, which now? You look as though you think maybe I did it myself. How do I know who started it? Anyhow, if them factory workers living out there want to
Axford, I want you to find out about that property.
Who, me?
You heard me. Go out to the Frontenac development and make a house-to-house canvass.
Reed, if you think I'm going to be sticking my feet indoors trying to get people to give information, I'm here to tell you,
Well, go on.
That I'll do the best I can. But it ain't to me liking to be canvassing like a brush salesman.
You tell him you're working your way through college, Exford. That'll slay him.
Well, I don't care how you do it, Exford. But I want you to find out how much each homeowner's invested in real estate out there. Well, come into my office. I'll give you a list of other questions to ask.
Suffering snakes, if I'd have kept me big mouth shut
I'm glad you mentioned that petition, even if you're not. And maybe when I have your report, I'll have something that'll give us a line on some real news. Who can tell?
Oh, me poor feet. For 2 whole days now, tramping from door to door, asking silly questions and getting insulted time and again. I hope I can make it to the bus stop.
Hey, you. I want to talk to you.
Glory be. Maybe it is a ride to town I'll be getting. What is it you'd be wanting me, good man?
Hey, come on, climb in.
Sure, that I will. Sure, and it'll be good to sit down, that it will. It's nice of you to stop and offer to take me to...
If you think I stopped out of the kindness of my heart, you're nutty.
Nutty, is it? Now, what kind of talk is that, I'd like to know?
Now, listen, Puffball. I've been watching you going from door to door and writing in that notebook you got in your hand.
So what?
Let me see that notebook.
Hey, give me that back. You can't grab it out of me hand like that.
I did, didn't I? Yeah. Looks like you're being nosy about everybody's business around here.
Nosy, am I? Give me that notebook.
Go on, get out of here, funny face.
Hey, you can't push me out if I can't get away with it.
You're out, ain't you?
Sure. And if you had the nerve to get out, too, I'd soon show you.
Right, show me, Butterball. Here I am.
So you think I couldn't if I tried?
Yeah, why don't you sell yourself for an animated cartoon? That derby's too small. Your tie's not tight enough. Your coat's too tight, needs widening.
Oh, me coat!
And your shirt sticks out between your vest and your belt. I'll tuck it in. And your nose is too long. Yeah, that little mud puddle was just waiting for you. So long, dope.
No. Hey, me notebook. Wait and read Hayes about this. There he goes, the thieving spalpeen. Hey, come back here and fight like a man. I'll show you if it's the last thing I do. Uh-oh. Stop at the car. Right. Oh, just for the red light. Oh, what a mess I am. It'll have me head for losing that notebook. Oh, that worked for nothing.
Axford, what on earth?
Well, Reed, you see, it was this way.
I've seen messes before, but you take the cake. What happened?
Reed, I was on me way to the bus after canvassing all day when 3 guys, tough ones they were too, jumped from behind a building and began slugging at me. Tired as I was, I lit into 'em. Being 3 to 1, you understand.
You'd better start over and give it to me straight, Axford.
Huh? Oh. Well, the truth is, 'twas only one guy. He was the big one, though. He took me notebook and messed me up a bit in the bargain.
I'll say he did. So a mug jumped you and took your notebook, huh? Evidently somebody's worried about the interest the Sentinel's showing in that Frontenac development.
Say, no, I never thought of that. I'm sorry, Reed, about the notes and all, but
In a way, I'm glad it happened, Axford.
Glad, you say? For me to get messed up and take
calm
off...
down. I mean, it's a tip-off that things aren't right out there. How do all those people feel about the bill to make a state park?
Well, they're all for it. The state buys that land for a park, all those homeowners will make some dough.
Not by a long shot. I've seen one of the purchase agreements. It'll take each one of them 30 years or more to own one of those homes.
You don't say.
Yes. The Frontenac Realty Company owns those homes. If the bill for the state park goes through, that realty company will benefit by it, but not any of the people out there.
Say, no. If one of them people stays and makes the payments, he'll own the house.
Yeah, no one will be there long after the factory closes down. Also, there are a dozen loopholes in the contracts. The realty company can get them out when they want to.
Suffering snakes, Reed. Then it must be a racket.
That's right. Do you know who owns the Frontenac Realty Company?
Nope. And I ain't going from door to door trying to find out either.
Well, that won't be necessary, Axford. I already know.
Whoever they are, they're crooks.
In a big way. The real owners are the men who run the state machine. They should be in jail in place of those 4 insignificant bribe takers.
Say, if you're thinking about who I'm thinking about, then you must be thinking about...
Right. I'm talking about Fenwick and Harper.
A short time later, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. He and Cato discussed the matter.
Since one of their bribe takers is dead and the other 4 are in jail, Fenwick and Harper aren't sure of enough votes to put that Frontenac bill through. So they've started this petition gag, Cato.
It's possible, Mr. Britt.
I wonder if Fenwick and Harper are in a receptive mood tonight. I found out they live in the same apartment.
Oh. Sudden gleam in eye of Britt Reed show he now thinking of Green Hornet.
Right. Got the mask and the gas gun, Cato. Something tells me Fenwick and Harper are going to try to put over one deal too many. And the Green Hornet's going to be in on it. Let's get going.
Meantime, in the living room of their apartment just outside of the city, Fenwick and Harper were discussing the situation.
Harper, I'm afraid those petitions aren't going to have much effect in putting over that bill.
Yeah, I know that. It was your idea, Fenwick.
All right, so it won't work. Therefore, we've got to find some votes for that Frontenac Park bill.
No one in the legislature would touch our cash with a 10-foot pole. After that grand jury clamped down and put those suckers in jail. Have a cigarette?
What? Oh, thanks. I'm out. Ring for the houseman, will you? I want another highball.
Good idea. Yeah. Our houseman comes in handy at times. For instance, getting that notebook from that nosy reporter today.
Yes, he'd never make a smooth butler, but he sure can follow orders and keep quiet about it.
What are you buzzing for?
Want a couple of highballs. And please remember to say sir when you come into service.
Okay, I always forget. Highball's coming right up.
You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. He still forgot to say sir.
He always forgets to pull his jacket down over that gun he carries. I've got to have another talk with him. What was that?
What? I didn't hear it.
Look! The Green Hornet. He came in the open window.
Open windows are handy things for me.
What do you want here?
We'll get to that in a minute, Harper.
Hornet,
Don't touch that phone. That's better. Now we'll talk things over.
As Britt Reed stood facing the two men, his back was turned to the kitchen door. Slowly, the knob turned, and the door inched open without a sound. Suddenly...
Put him up, Hornet. I got you covered. And if you make one false move, so help me, I'll drill you right through the back.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now back to our story. Britt Reed stood tense and unmoving when he realized the houseman had the drop on him from behind. As Fenwick and Harper watched, not a flicker of an eyelash betrayed the feelings of the masked man before them. Then Fenwick spoke.
So, Hornet, you've walked into a difficult situation, to say the least.
Not at all, Fenwick. How do you know I haven't an accomplice planted behind the drapes, covering all of you?
Behind the drapes? Where?
Let go of me. Take your hands off of me.
Now tell your gorilla to shoot.
No, you're using me as a shield. Fenwick, don't let him shoot.
He tricked us. There's no one behind the drapes.
I didn't really say there was. If either you or that mug over there makes a move, I'll use my weapon on Harper.
No, they won't.
Good. Now, gentlemen, if I may presume to call you such, I came here to make a friendly deal. And this reception isn't going to help us figure things out.
Figure what things out? What do you mean you came here to make a deal?
Look, I know you and Harper here own the Frontenac Realty Company. I know the houses will revert to you. And you'll take the land and sell it to the state if the Frontenac Park bill goes through.
What? We don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lie. I have ways of getting facts. Maybe I have facts concerning Lander's murder. Maybe I have facts concerning the brabbing of those other indicted legislators. And then again, maybe I have facts that'll help to get that bill passed. Who can say I haven't?
Fenwick, I don't like this.
Quiet, Harper. Well, Hornet, we'll send the houseman away. And perhaps we can discuss the deal you spoke of.
Have it your own way.
All right, you can go.
Okay. I'll be in the kitchen if you need help.
Okay, Harper, you can sit down.
That's better.
I'll get to the point, Hornet.
Suppose I had an influential man who could jam your park bill through.
If you have a proposition, state it.
I'm the go-between. You pay me and forget the matter.
Just as a supposition, suppose we were to make such a deal. How much would you want?
$15,000.
Preposterous.
Don't hand me that. You'd make out on that Frontenac Park deal, but good.
What's to prevent you from taking the cash and double-crossing us?
Take it or leave it. Think it over. I'll get in touch with you again.
Now, hold on.
I'll get your answer later on. You'll get word from me.
That was an experience, Fenwick. And that Green Hornet seems to know a great deal about our business.
Yes. And I'm inclined to think he knows enough about somebody else's business. Somebody who is influential enough to get that bill through. When he gets in touch with us again, I'm going to make that deal with him.
Police headquarters. Sergeant Burke speaking.
Hey, Copper, there's a funny-looking car, a long black one without a license plate on it, parked in front of number 22, Parkside Lane.
So what? There's a lot of cars parked there. Huh? No license plate, you say?
Right.
And it's long and black? Say, is it a curious-looking car? Sort of low-slung like?
Yeah.
Thanks, Bud. Thanks a lot.
What is it, Sarge? Sounded like you were talking about the Green Hornet car or something.
I was talking about the Green Hornet car, you nitwit.
Super snakes, why didn't you say so?
Come on. We'll take a squad car and run out there right now. Maybe you'll get a scoop, and I'll get the Green Hornet.
Hey, we go halves of the reward if I help you get him.
Halves on the reward, is it? Say now, Mike Axford, you'll be getting 1/3 and no more. Why should I... Great heavens to Betsy. It goes to show what a guy like you can do to a guy like me. Driving me so nutty I stand there arguing about a reward we ain't even got yet. Come on.
The police should be here any minute. Be ready for a quick getaway, Cato.
All ready, Mr. Britt. If they come... Car coming fast. Maybe a police, no doubt.
Yeah, it is. Step on it, Cato.
Stop! Halt in the name of the law! The Hornet's all right, Sarge, but he got away. Don't I know that, you dope? Huh.
You should call me a dope.
Be yourself, Axford. We got business. Uh-oh. Here comes the guy that lives in the house there.
What's going on out here? Who did all the shooting?
I'm Sergeant Burke from headquarters.
Say, Sarge, maybe this guy can... Ain't you Senator Hilbert? I saw your picture in the Sentinel.
Of course I am, and this is my house. 22 Parkside Lane.
You live there, huh? That's where the Green Hornet was parked. Right there in front of 22.
Say, why would the Green Hornet be calling on you, Senator?
Calling on me? Don't be a fool.
Suffering snakes! I gotta call the Sentinel. I'm going to find a phone. Come on, Sarge.
Set the Lux paper! Green Hornet seen at Senator's home. Read all about it. Senator Hilbert denies seeing Green Hornet. Set the Lux paper!
What you do with small portable record-cutting machine, Mr. Britt?
Now that the extras have been on the street, Cato, I suspect the senator will have some late visitors.
Yes?
We'll drive the Black Beauty to the rear of the senator's house. I have some very long cable, enough to run from the machine to the basement. You'll operate it here in the car. A little gadget, which I'll attach under the floor of his study, will pick up everything that's said in the room and record it on the transcription. Now, turn here.
Yes, sir. Oh, what you do?
You keep the record going until you see me go in the window at the back. Then stop it and bring the record to the window. Let's stop here. Now we'll get the machine all set. Then we'll wait until the visitors arrive. And I don't think we'll have long to wait.
Fenwick and Harper were in their apartment with a copy of the Sentinel before them.
So, the prim and proper Senator Hilbert was the influential contact the Green Hornet meant.
I can hardly believe it.
It's quite evident, Harper.
Then, when the Hornet comes back, we'll...
Don't be a fool. Why deal through him? We'll go over to Hilbert's home right now. Make a deal directly with him. For less money. Get your hat and coat. Hilbert won't dare to refuse to see and help us now.
Now, who could be calling at this late hour when all the servants are in bed? I might as well go and find out. Whoever it is, they're very impatient and have no regard for the fact that I might have been in bed.
Good evening, Senator Hilbert.
Fenwick and Harper. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I was just
Don't
about to...
be so formal, Hilbert. Can't afford to now.
Why,
We heard of your dealings with the Green Hornet. And we have something to say of interest about his visit here tonight.
He was not in this house tonight or any other night. However, come into the study. I'll hear what you have to say.
We didn't think you'd admit having seen the Hornet. But, of course, we know facts that others don't know, Senator.
Now, shut the door. Have a chair.
Now we'll get to the point. You're familiar with the Frontenac Park bill. Your influence could get it through.
That measures an insult to the state, sir.
I think we could give you some arguments that'd make you see things our way, Senator.
Really? And what, for instance?
This, Senator. $10,000 in cash.
Do you mean to say that you have the effrontery to buy my support for that bill?
Money talks, Senator. It can say whatever you want it to say.
It's nothing more or less than an outright attempt at bribery.
Take it easy, Senator. We know where you stand. The Hornet called on us tonight, before he came here to see you.
I've never seen the Hornet in my life. Now get out of this house, both of you.
Hold it, Hilbert. Don't try that stuff on us. You've been dealing with a Hornet.
Take your filthy bribe and get out, I say. I've denied all evening that the Hornet was here, to the press, to the radio, and now I deny it to you.
Hey, there's something phony here, Fenwick.
Decidedly phony. I'm calling the police.
Keep your hands away from that phone.
A gun? Why, you wouldn't dare use that.
To the contrary. I'm going to be forced to use it. On you. You know too much.
You're bluffing.
Yeah, Landers thought so, too.
You killed Landers?
Fenwick, you fool! What's the difference? He'll never be able to tell anyone.
And I suppose you two bribed the other 4 who went to jail.
Well, of course. They knew better than to talk. A lesson learned from Landers, you might say.
You murderers. You betrayed the trust of the state. You're kind of the vilest, lowest...
You've shut enough, Hilbert. Pick up the money, Harper. Then we'll dispose of this fool here and now.
Hold it, you.
What the Green Hornet. Listen, Hornet, we thought that you'd...
I'll take this 10 grand for a certain purpose.
Oh, no, you won't.
Or try, Fenwick. Take it.
What? Gas. I can't...
You too, Popper.
Hey, wait, take the money.
Hornet, you caused me enough trouble tonight.
Is 10,000 enough to use as evidence of a bribe?
Why, what do you mean?
Skip it. There's the dough they tried to bribe you with. Call the police and have them pick up these 2 double-crossers.
But wait now,
Talk to the police.
I don't...
Here on the windowsill is a recording of everything those crooked killers said in this room tonight. That'll convict them. So long.
This is almost unbelievable. Evidently, he left me unharmed so that I could call the police and turn in Fenwick and Harper because they double-crossed him or something. If that recording has on it what he said it would have, Fenwick and Harper will get the chair. Hello, operator. Give me police headquarters. Quick.
Please, wake up!
Oh, Axford, I'm going to make you move out of here.
Please, listen to this, will you? Fenwick and Harper got turned in by Senator Hilbert, and he gave the cops a recording of Fenwick trying to bribe him.
No.
Absolutely. And then it all. On that same recording, Fenwick confesses that he murdered Landers. Now, what do you know about that?
Amazing. Where and how did the senator get such a record?
Reed, believe it or not, when we asked him, he says, "Come as you please." From the Green Hornet, he says. The man must be daft to my way of thinking. Nobody's going to stand around talking to the Hornet like he says he did. Would you, Reed?
Well, in a situation like that, Axford, I'd probably wind up talking to myself.
Talking to yourself? You'd be that scared, I believe you would, Reed. Talking to yourself. Reed, you're sure a can. Let the Lux Street take Bob! Fenwick and Harper indicted by grand jury. Senator Hilbert to testify. Green Hornet involved. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Set the Lux Street.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
You've never seen these two great stars together before. Teaming with tempestuous Raquel Welch, it will be years before you see anything so exciting again. Bandolero means action. Bandolero means big star adventure exploding across the big screen.
How does a man become an animal like you?
It just has to put in a lot of hard work, that's all. I can't decide which one of us they hate the most.
Oh, I think it's you.
I think you're right.
I don't care if he is your brother, the son of a... Apologize!
James Stewart and Dean Martin, brothers, riding into the dead center of hell. Their choices are death on the Los Gallows, death by thirst, or at the torturous hands of the bandoleros.
All right, brothers, where's the bank money?
What bank money?
One move that doesn't set right with me, and I'll kill you.
Raquel Welch as Maria. Many men knew her, but only one saw her smile.
Mr. Carter, I was a whore at 13, and my family of 12 never went hungry.
We'd make a perfect pair, you and me. I'm broke without a woman, and you're rich without a man.
George Kennedy as July, the sheriff, who wanted her any way he could get her.
How far are we going, July? I mean, are we gonna just keep following them no matter how far they go?
Find them. Find their bones. But I won't lose them.
From here to south is the Territorio Bandolero, bandit country. They kill every gringo they can find.
Bandolero country, where the rifle, the machete, and the silent death rule. Where it is better for a beautiful woman to be dead than desirable.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. The rich grazing land of Texas brought wealth to many of the early settlers, but the local sheriffs were unable to protect them from the outlaws who roamed the new territory. The honest ranchers' lives and property were in constant danger until the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for justice. It was he, more than any other man, who put an end to the law of might makes right. It was the Lone Ranger who blazed a trail for peace and progress, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Mert Morton is out of jail. There's going to be trouble. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Everyone around Pecos called the owner of the Lazy J Ranch Mustang Mag. Years of struggle against drought and famine, rustlers and Indians gave Mag the aggression of a man. Yet her rough manner concealed a soft heart. Her foreman, Old Missouri, held his job only through Mag's generosity, and
all in tarnation I ask of you, Missouri, is that you keep out from underfoot. And, Dad Ratchy, you can't even do that.
I could say a plenty about your feet covering so much territory a man can't keep...
What was that?
Well, I...
Never mind. If you have to poke around the house, go shave your face. And while you're at it, see if you can't curry that hair of yours. I declare you're a sight to see.
You mean I gotta slick up?
That's just what I mean. I got company coming from Pecos, and I do declare I'm ashamed to ever see you.
Who's coming?
Betsy Jane. When we was in town for the hearing on my land rights, she said she'd drive out here today.
Why didn't you tell me so this morning? Thunderation, Betsy Jane is quality. Why, I gotta get slick proper for her. It'd take half a day to get fixed with my boots greased, my shirt washed.
That's why I didn't tell you. If you'd have known, you wouldn't have done a lick of work around here.
Shucks, I hate like blazes to have her see me like this. Mag, it just ain't right. It don't reflect credit on you. She's got to think right well of the man you aim to marry.
Who says so?
Well, we're engaged, ain't we?
Been that for 10 years, according to your notions. Never said nothing about marrying, though.
Now, there ain't no use rushing things.
Sakes alive, I hear a wagon. If that's Betsy Jane, you just got to keep out of sight.
If only you wouldn't keep things secret from me.
It is Betsy Jane. Now, you get to the woodshed and see that you stay there till she's gone, or till you're shaved and spruced up. Go on now, get. I'll let her in. Hi there, Betsy Jane. Welcome to the Lazy J.
Hello, Aunt May.
Get yourself down off in that rig and come on in here. My sakes, good to see you. Hey, Lamb, you take the ladies' horses.
All right, babe. I'll get them. Haven't seen you since the hearing, Aunt May. Oh, my gracious, but wasn't that an exciting day?
Sure enough was, but come on inside. I'll have tea in a little while. There now, honey. Just set yourself down there. That's the best chair. Don't allow Missouri to sit on it.
He's an old dear. Where is he?
Chased him off to the woodshed to get some of the whiskers off his face.
Wasn't it terrible that Mr. Morton couldn't be made to stay in jail?
Oh, I don't know.
Everyone knows he was guilty of murder, but there wasn't proof enough to hang him.
I don't know as hanging him would have helped things much.
Has he caused any more trouble for you?
I should say not. I reckon now he knows the law's on my side, he won't try no more of his cussed tricks.
I wonder.
Why should he? He's got most of the land around here now anyway. I'll get the tea kettle on.
But he wants the Lazy J mighty bad. Your valley land has good water.
Only way I get it now is to make me sell. And I won't sell. Fact is, Betsy Jane has been right sociable since he got out of jail.
He has?
Sure thing. Dropped by to call the other day.
Really?
I never known he was here, Mag. Why'd you tell me?
Shut that door.
He started shaving anyway.
Yep. A goat could grow fat on what he grows on his face. But as I was saying, I guess Morton's buried the hatchet for keeps. Come to see if I didn't want to share the cattle train with him.
And did you?
Why not? I gotta have cattle cars to ship my stock to market.
Yes, I know, but...
I'll give him the cash for what cars I'll need, and he's made the arrangements to get the train. All I got to do is get my critters through Grant Pass to the railroad spur and into the cars. Choo-choo does the rest.
And his cattle will be on the same train?
Yep.
Aunt May, can you trust him?
Nope. Can't trust no one. But I can make blame sure he don't get the chance to do no crooked tricks.
But suppose he sends the train back without giving you the chance to get loaded.
The train won't leave till the 15th, but then I will be loaded. I got to be. If I ain't, I won't sell my stock, and then I would be up agin it.
Would you really?
Sure. I ain't the greasing to carry them cows over another season. They're ready for market, and they'll get there. What was you about to say?
I wonder what Morton is up to.
Why?
He's been around town a bit, hiring a lot of new hands.
Likely he needs them.
But the men he's hiring ain't near as skilled in handling cattle as they are in handling 6-guns.
Oh, I wouldn't be too suspicious of them, Betsy Jane. After all, ain't much else but gunslingers to be had around Pecos. All the good cowhands already got jobs.
I hope you don't lose out, Aunt Meg. Morton has more tricks up his sleeve than a red fox.
She's right, Mag. Dad rather Betsy Jane's right.
Missouri,
now you gotta listen. Morton ain't to be trusted. I never knowed you'd made a deal with him. You're all the time keeping things from me.
Your hair ain't cold.
No, and my shirt ain't washed, but Morton is still a crook. And you...
Missouri?
Now, Mag, put down that tea kettle. Don't you throw that. Don't you dare to throw it.
That man's a caution. Can you imagine Betsy Jane when he was a baby with a face like that?
While Mustang Mag entertained her caller, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, headed toward the Morton ranch.
The point is, Tonto, Morton doesn't need more men than he already has to handle his stock.
Him hire plenty more men.
That's what we heard, but we aren't sure.
You find out?
I'll ride alone after we get to the Forks and see if the reports are true. Meanwhile, you go and call on Mustang Meg. She'll be glad to see you after the help you gave her before.
Oh, you help?
She knows you, though, Kimosabe, and you may be able to learn about her plans for shipping cattle.
Oh.
I'll meet you in camp tonight, and we'll compare notes.
You think Morton got scheme?
I know Morton wants the Lazy J, and I know he isn't the type of man to be content until he gets it.
Too bad him not hang.
He had too much money and influence. I was afraid there wouldn't be proof enough to hang him.
There, Fork head.
Yes, you head for the Lazy J. I'll go on to Morton's. And be careful when you go through Grant Pass. The valley's mighty narrow, and there's a lot of rocks and the hills on each side. Any one of the Morton men would be glad of the chance to shoot you from ambush.
On to watch him. Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Butch Newsom, the foreman of the extensive Morton Ranch, was standing near the corral as the Lone Ranger, unmasked but wearing a disguise, rode up.
Hi there.
Hi. Oh, boy. Oh.
Well, stranger, what's on your mind?
A job.
Job, huh? What makes you think the Morton spread's hiring?
I heard in Pecos that you were.
Where have you worked?
I haven't done much wrangling, but I understand it isn't that you care about.
Pack a brace of shooting irons, I see.
Yes.
Tied low, too. It means you might sometimes have to make a fast draw.
That's right.
Ain't particular just what sort of work you're called on to do?
Suppose you tell me the details.
Well, I can give you some of them. Mr. Morton's to meet all the new hands tonight in the bunkhouse. He'll tell you the rest of them.
Very well.
Seems that he wants enough men to put into the hills on each side of Grand Pass and guard the pass.
What for?
Well, that's one of the things Morton himself will tell you.
I see.
All I can say is that he's right anxious to keep a certain herd from getting through the pass to the railroad spur.
Oh? Plans to shoot the cattle down?
Not exactly. Not if they can be stampeded. Now, maybe I'm talking too much, stranger. Maybe you'll go tell the sheriff about this, but it won't do you no good. You see, it'll be your word again mine, and I ain't said a thing.
I won't tell the sheriff anything. Why should I?
I'm just mentioning that in case.
I guess Morton is pretty friendly with the lawmen in Pecos anyway, isn't he?
I wouldn't say as to that.
He beat that murder trial.
Yeah.
All right, stranger. Just keep your hands above the shoulders.
I seen you coming, boss, and got your signal to say nothing.
What's the matter?
I said turn slow. Let me have a look at you. Seems like I've seen that horse somewhere before.
You must be Merton Morton.
That's me. Looks like you got your face sort of fixed up in a disguise.
Have I?
Butch, take a shooting irons and break them open. See if they ain't loaded with bullets that are made of silver.
Silver?
Silver! Look out, boss. At him, boy.
Blast you.
No, you don't.
Oh, my hand.
I'll get you. Not so fast.
Stop it. Stop him. He shot my gut head.
I'll get you down, boy.
Shoot again. Oh,
You missed him. Why didn't you drop him?
I tried that, boss, but he knocked me down. I can't shoot from the ground like this.
Get on your feet. What good are you, anyhow?
If his horse hadn't knocked you to one side,
Or if he hadn't shot my gun away. I thought my hand was smashed.
Gosh, what's shooting?
How much did you tell him? What do you want here?
He was looking for a job.
A job? He didn't want no job. He just came for information. What's he know?
I didn't tell him much, boss.
That's the man that spoiled my last chance at the Lazy J.
He was?
Yeah.
Not the Lone Ranger?
Yes, a Lone Ranger. Oh, if only you dropped him when you fired.
Gosh, no wonder he got his gun out so fast.
As long as he's around here, I don't feel easy about things.
What's there he can do?
Reckon he can't do much. Not now. I ain't broke no laws that he can catch me for. I got friends as sheriff's deputies. If he goes to help Mag take her critters through the pass, he won't be able to do any more than any other waddy.
And you aim to go ahead with the plans?
Sure I do. You can have all the new hands in the bunkhouse tonight. I'll be there and give them orders. And if you see the Lone Ranger again, shoot him on sight.
I sure will.
And see that you shoot to kill.
That evening, 10 newly hired gunmen met in the bunkhouse at the Morton Ranch. They were a hard, grim-faced pack, each man capable of murder. They were willing to take any kind of orders as long as they were paid, but they insisted on payment in full.
You'll get paid, all right.
That's all I want to be sure of, Morton.
I've got all your names on this list.
When do we get some money? How long do we wait?
My foreman will pay you for 1 week now, and you get 3 weeks pay in a lump when the job is done. That's good pay for work that won't take more than a few days.
You better outline the scheme.
Butch here, my top hand, will show you places on each side of Grant Pass where you can hide and wait for the Lazy J cattle to come through. You stampede the cattle, spread it out both ways from the pass, so as it can't be loaded to the cattle cars, savvy? Meanwhile, the cars will be waiting. As soon as that cattle is stampeded bad, you come and help load my stock on the cars. I'll have the train held over 1 day. Then when it pulls out, Lazy J stock won't be on it.
You see, Jens, the idea is to keep Mag from selling cattle. Then she'll have to sell her ranch. She won't be able to keep going.
Now, I'll go down this list of your names, and Butch will pay you as agreed.
What's that?
Who fired that?
Someone come through the window.
Get a light. Get the other light going.
I'll have the light. Wait a minute. Hurry up. Don't let no one get out of here.
Watch that window. Keep an eye on the window. Don't let anyone get out.
Shoot the first one that tries for the window.
He's going out the door.
Where's the light? The paper's gone. Where's that paper?
Look here. Quiet down. It's him again. He took that paper with your names and left a silver bullet to show he got it. It was the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger raced away from the ranch to meet Tonto, but Morton would not believe that any way could be found to spoil his plans. The next day, led by Butch and Morton himself, the newly hired gunmen spread through the hills on each side of Grant Pass.
Snake Eye, you drop out right here and stand behind that block.
Right, boss. You sure got a pack of nerve, boss.
Why have I?
Going right ahead with the plans.
One man ain't gonna stop me. Reed,
Si, senor.
stay behind that boulder. That's your post.
Si, amigo.
How do you think stealing that list of names would stop us?
You had the wrong hunch, Butch.
How's that?
Likely thought they was wanted by the law. Them names on the list weren't their own. He ain't a chance to get lawmen to come here.
Maybe Mustang Mag will learn from him that we're here.
Let her know.
Maybe she won't run her cattle through the pass knowing we're here to shoot them down or stampede them.
Oh, she won't. And if she don't send them through, she won't get them to the railroad and she won't sell them.
That's so.
Who there? Who? Rest of you boys, stay where you are. Let old Mustang Mag watch her cattle die on her hands. This is the time we got her licked.
Curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Unaware that Morton's gunmen were guarding the pass, Mustang Mag sat astride a big chestnut mare, supervising the roundup of her cattle.
Come on there, Sam. Step lively, Hank. Get them critters herded. We ain't got all year to get to the railroad.
Hey, Mag! Whoa, whoa.
Watch your trouble?
Mag, there's going to be trouble.
What sort?
Morton has showed his hand. He's in the hills.
What hill?
On each side of Grand Pass. All them two-gun coyotes he hired are spotted there. They're aiming to stop us from driving herds through Grand Pass.
What?
Just so, that's his scheme. That's what's been on his mind from the start.
He can't do that.
He sure can and is.
Why, that double-dealing polecat. Missouri, if you're lying, I'll lambaste you within an inch of your life.
It's true, so help me, Mag.
How'd you know it's Morton?
Well, they're his men.
Is he there, Seth?
I don't know as to that.
Tain't likely, the polecat. I see it now. You keep yourself in the clear and blame what happens on cow thieves that'll disappear before the law can touch you.
Mag, there ain't but one thing to do.
What's that?
Go through the hills.
Ah, you addle-hated old fool. How?
Just go. You can't get through Grand Pass.
Can't get through the hills, that much is sure. Why, it's all a saddle broke horse can do to get through them hills, and the herd of cattle wouldn't have a chance.
But there ain't no other way.
I'll leave the critters here and let them starve before I'll try the hills. Shucks, it couldn't be done. They'd stray and bust their legs and get lost, and that can't be done.
But you can't keep the stock here. There ain't grazing to carry 'em.
Then it's Grand Pass.
You can't go through there with them crooks waiting.
We got to. Maybe we'll lose the cattle, but we can get a shot at some of them crooks while we're doing it. Come on, boys. Keep moving. I am to start before sundown.
High in the hills overlooking the Valley Ranch, the Lone Ranger and Tonto watched the roundup.
She's going ahead with the roundup, Tonto.
Uh-huh.
I thought she would, in spite of knowing about the men who are waiting.
Her plenty brave.
I didn't think it'd be necessary to take the time to ride down there and tell her to go ahead.
Her not be ready for a long time.
It'll be sundown before she's ready to move through Grant Pass. That gives us just enough time to reach the army post.
But you say soldier, not help.
They won't. At least I don't think they will, unless they're made to help.
Why soldier, not help?
They can't, Tonto. The station at the post to stop Indian uprisings. The army men can't take part in cattle and land troubles. That isn't what the soldiers are there for.
What you do?
I'm going to take this list of names to Colonel Andrews.
And what Tonto do?
You're going to go with me and watch for a signal. We may have trouble with the guard at the fort. If so, we'll take care of them. I'll tell you more as we ride. Come on, Tonto.
Hail, Silver! Away!
Riding hard, the Lone Ranger and Tonto headed for an army post several miles away. The masked men knew that it was hopeless to ask aid for Mustang Mag. They also knew that Tonto could be relied upon to carry out his part of their plan.
Come on, Silver!
Get him up, go!
When the hills had been left behind, the two hard-riding men saw the flag above the distant garrison.
There's Old Glory, Tonto. And I hate to fight the men who guard it, but it may have to be done. We fix 'em.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto finally arrived at the fort and brought their horses to a stop.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy.
The guard challenged them.
Who goes there?
I want to speak to your commander.
Move that man.
I want to speak to Colonel Andrews. Get him, Tonto. Let me get him. Oh, that's it. I'm sorry to have to do this, soldier. But this is one time the cavalry has to ride whether the commander wants it to or not.
Fix 'em rope.
I'm going to have to gag you, but I hope it won't be for long. There's an old woman who's going to pray for your welfare and safety every night when she hears the truth of this. All right, Tonto, to the saddle.
Tonto, ready.
You remember the part you have to play. With the guard side, you'll have no trouble getting out of the garrison. It's a good thing the next sentry can't see this close to the gate. Now to speak to Colonel Andrews. Come on, boy. You watch Kimosabe for my signal. Colonel Andrews.
Who are you, Mash? What does this mean?
I want to speak to you, sir. It's vital for the rights of a rancher beyond Grant Pass. Steady, Captain. Don't reach for a gun.
Remove that mask and identify yourself.
Let me hand you this list of names. I think you may find some men on there who are wanted by the law.
For what?
Various crimes around this part of the country. Horse stealing, cattle stealing, and murder.
Why do you come here with this?
Because I can show you where all those men can be found.
You've been misinformed. The enforcement of law is in the hands of marshals and sheriffs.
The law is helpless.
Furthermore, I don't see any names on here that I recognize. I'm familiar with the names of most outlaws. Now remove that mask. Captain.
Yes, sir.
Summon the outpost guard. I want to know how this man got in here.
You needn't call your guard. I tied and gagged him.
What?
He did his best to stop me.
Consider yourself under arrest.
Colonel Andrews, desperate measures were required. The owner of the Lazy J is trying to move cattle through Grant Pass.
You're under arrest.
The men whose names are on that list are in the hills intending to stampede the cattle.
Call the guards. Send the guards.
Can't you understand, Colonel, that unless the very lives of people depended on your action, I wouldn't have risked attacking the guard and coming here like this. If you'll send troops to the pass...
I've been more than patient. Put up your hands. Surrender your guns. What are you doing?
Nothing in particular.
Why'd you brush your hand across the window like that? Who's that?
Stand back. I'm going out that door. Look out there.
That Indian. Stop it. He's stealing horses.
Our horses?
Come back here. Stop that Indian. Where's the guard?
Here's Silver.
And the call, Johnny. Mount, get after him.
The masked man.
You stand back.
4 horses are stolen.
That Indian went right past the gate.
Where's the guard?
Move up.
Hail, Silver.
Oh, stop him. Get that redskin after him. Go in. Stop him. Get after him. Stop the
The soldiers were caught completely off guard by the daring of Tonto and the Lone Ranger. Before they recovered from their surprise, Tonto was already out in the open. The Lone Ranger soon caught up with him and...
All right, Tonto. I'll lead 2 of those horses. We'll go faster. Yes, we'll make better time. We've got to keep ahead of Army bullets. Get 'em up, Scout. Come on, Silver. Show these horses how to run. Hail, Silver! Away!
The soldiers, however, lost no time in taking up the pursuit. A score of hard-riding men in uniform left the post, determined to capture the masked man and the Indian and recover the 4 horses. Back in the valley, Mustang Mag had her roundup completed and was ready to begin the trip through Grant Pass. Missouri argued...
I tell you, Mag, it's the same as suicide to try it. Why, them ornery cow-thieving coyotes will ruin your herd complete.
Ain't no choice, Missouri. You got your shooting irons ready?
I sure have.
Well, as soon as I get my gun belt in place, we'll set out. You men ready? Ain't no need of point or wing riding till we're through Grant Pass. All we got to do is stop the herd and ride behind the critter. Pass is too narrow to let him spread.
Most stubborn woman I ever see. Well, if you gotta go, let's get started. It's just about sundown.
All right, boys.
Wait, Mag. Look what's coming through the pass. Look at them horses travel. Leaping June, about 6 of them.
And 4 without no riders.
Come on, Silver!
That's him, Missouri. That's the Lone Ranger.
Whoa, there, Silver.
What's them 4 horses?
Mag, these are Army horses. The soldiers are after us.
The whole army?
They'll get their horses when they get here. As soon as they ride in the valley, start your cattle through the pass. Tonto and I leave the horses and break for the hills.
But I don't save it.
The army coming here?
You crowd the pass with your cattle, the troop can't get by. You'll have 20 soldiers ready to wipe out anyone who starts trouble from the hills.
But they'll catch.
They'll catch.
Hail, Silver! Away!
When the troops arrived, they realized it was useless to follow the masked man into the hills and contented themselves with reclaiming their horses. Mustang Mag followed orders, and shortly after sunset, Morton and his men saw the herd coming toward the pass.
Here comes the Lazy J stock.
Ah, the boys are like Morton. It's good they started tonight.
I thought they would. Best to get through the pass before dark and make the open plains by night when it ain't so hot.
I'll pass the word to the boys to get ready to fire and stampede the herd.
Wait.
Huh?
Troops. The cavalry. There's the men we saw ride in.
Riding right behind the Lazy J outfit.
Butch, we can't open fire now.
Senor, those soldiers, I no fire now. I don't take the risk, senor. Not for any money.
Pass the word to the others. Tell them to sit tight.
The law warn me. I give back what you pay. No fight soldier.
All right.
No.
Who's asking you to fight the soldiers?
Hey, Martin, this scheme of yours ain't working out.
Shut up. I can see, can't I?
Me and the rest won't shoot down army men. How'd that woman get the troops to guard her cattle?
She didn't, blast it all. It's just that masked man. He done it. He took them horses into the valley and the soldiers chased them. Now the troops are trying to get out, and they gotta stay behind that herd.
Boss, that ain't the worst of it.
What?
She knows you double-crossed her.
Meg?
Yeah, she'll get to the cattle cars tomorrow and start the train east, and your stock won't be aboard.
That confounded woman. That masked man.
What's the matter, Morton?
What the...
You're covered. Don't draw.
The masked man.
Where'd you come
I
from?
just rode up from behind to watch from your point of view, while Mustang Mag takes her cattle to the cars that are waiting.
My cattle cars.
Cars for the first cattle that get there. Too bad you wasted your time with Mag's affairs instead of attending to your own business.
You done this, you scheming fool, chap. Blast it, he got away. If only we had that hombre on our side. But doggone it, we ain't.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. There's adventure on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Great educators throughout the world have been forced to streamline our dictionaries and encyclopedias because of the demands of modern slang. Selected to perform this Herculean task of rewriting these ponderous volumes of knowledge is Professor Bertram Potts, who knows nothing about the subject of slang.
This is research, isn't it?
Yes.
Certainly. Who was that guy learned so much from watching an apple drop?
Isaac Newton, the law of gravity.
Yeah, that's him. And I want you to look at me as another apple, Professor Potts. Just another apple. Yeah, that's perfect.
What are you doing?
I want to show you what Yum Yum is. Here's Yum. Here's the other Yum. And here's Yum Yum.
Lipstick.
Stick up.
Please put hold of your hand.
Marks is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is paper. P-A-P-E-R.
You say that every week, don't you?
Really?
You bet your life, huh?
It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
First, we have a housewife and a man with an interesting occupation, Groucho. Mrs. Helen Pfeiffer and Mr. Milt Whistler. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Helen Pfeiffer, and Milt Whistler, huh? Well, so far, we've got 2/3 of a bugle corps. Mrs. Pfeiffer, where are you from?
Well, Mr. Marks, I was born in Bayou Sara, Louisiana.
Where is that exactly, say, in relation to Baton Rouge?
Bayou Sara used to be about 100 miles south of Baton Rouge, just across the Mississippi River.
What do you mean it used to be? Did the alligator swallow it up?
Almost. You see, the Mississippi River just washed it away. It flooded, and Bayou Sara went down to the bottom.
That's so. Well, that's not very handy if you want to go to the post office, is it? You're Milt Whistler, is that right?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you've had all the jokes about Whistler's mother.
I'm afraid so. That's been run into the ground.
Been running the ground, you say?
I'm afraid so, yes.
Well, I'll get in a hole someplace and try it again. What is your hometown?
I was born in Los Angeles, just below the Coliseum.
Well, you must see the football games free then, huh?
No, I didn't get a lifetime pass.
What sort of work do you do now that you're out of the Coliseum?
I'm a rose hybridist.
Rose hybridist? I knew her very well, eh?
You did? Good.
She had a pair of the prettiest stems I ever saw. Now, just what is a hybridist?
Hybridist is a man who makes his living crossing plants.
Well, don't ever cross a snapdragon. You'll take a bite out of your plants if you do that. Well, I don't understand. What is the purpose of all this double crossing?
Well, the end result is a new variety or a new strain with improved characteristics such as longer bud form, better foliage, more vigor, more fragrance, better bloom habit.
You mean every time you cross the flowers they improve?
No, not every time.
No,
not by a long shot.
Have you developed any neurosis yourself? I have a neurosis. Any new roses, I mean, huh?
Yes, I've developed 4 or 5. Our firm, Germain's, have introduced varieties such as Candle Glow, Amigo, Grand Canyon, Old Historic, Sun Valley, and Chrysler Imperial.
Chrysler Imperial?
Yes, Chrysler Imperial. Very fine rose.
What about calling one the Groucho Special? After all, I'm sort of the flower of American manhood.
You got any varieties to suggest as parents?
Well, that's what they mean when they call me a blooming idiot. Well, I'd like to go on talking to you two, but now it's time to play You Bet Your Life. Tonight we've got a surprise for you. We've added something to the quiz. You play the game exactly the same way with this exception. We start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you miss a question, you lose half of whatever you've got. Is that clear?
Yes.
All right, now let's play it and see how it works. You selected movie quiz.
70. On top of 70?
70? $70. All right. Who plays the title role in the motion picture Julius Caesar?
Oh, I know. Oh. I know, and I just couldn't think
Well,
of it.
I know. Sometimes you get nervous up here. It was Louis Calhoun.
Oh.
Well, you've lost half your bankroll, so you now have $50.
Is that clear? Instead of having 100, you now have 50.
I'm sorry.
It's further 30.
Okay.
30. Betty Grable and Marilyn Monroe are two of the three female stars in How to Marry a Millionaire. Who was the third?
No, you said Lauren Bacall, Betty Grable, and Marilyn Monroe.
That's right. So you got the whole three.
Well, your bankroll is climbing again. You now have $80.
Now you have $80. Now what do you want to try?
Let's try the $80.
All right.
$80? What is James Wong Howe's job in the making of a movie?
He's a cameraman.
That is true. He's a cameraman.
Your bankroll now amounts to $160.
Which question do you want this time?
Shall we take the 90? Do you want to take the 90? All right, the $90 one.
90. Who is the director of such pictures as The African Queen and Moulin Rouge? Who is the director? Very famous director.
Oh.
All right, the bell.
I'm sorry.
Well, you should have known it. It's John Huston.
And you wind up with $80.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a man with an unusual occupation, Groucho. His name is Mr. Art McBride. His partner, Dr. Eleanor Fraser, was chosen by our studio audience just before we went on the air. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Eleanor Fraser and Art McBride, huh? Dr. Eleanor Fraser, huh? You're Art McBride, huh? Eleanor, you're a doctor?
Yes, I am.
Well, compared to my doctor, you're certainly a treat instead of a treatment. Where are you from, Doc?
Well, I was born in Woodlake, California. That's a small town on the way to Sequoia National Park. But now I live in Laguna Beach.
Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Not married, huh? Really? Being a doctor, I thought maybe by this time you'd have some guy all sewed up. How old are you, Doc?
I'm 26.
26. Well, that's a very nice age for a doctor. What kind of a doctor are you? Are you horse, human, or tree?
Well, I'm an intern, but I'm planning to specialize in radiology.
Where do you do your interning?
At Los Angeles County Hospital. That's the second largest hospital in the world.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Does a doctor make pretty good money? I understand they're all loaded.
Well, I'm not. I make $75 a week, and when taxes, a month.
$75 a month?
Yes, and after taxes
I was
going to
propose to you.
After taxes are taken out, it's $71.30.
After all the medical education you've had, huh? You could make more money slicing salami in a delicatessen. As a matter of fact, there's not too much difference. Well, I admire you, Doctor. When a pretty girl devotes her life to helping other people, she deserves a lot of credit. You can operate on me anytime you want. And you're Art McBride?
That's right, Groucho.
Where are you from?
Well, I was from Canada, from Vancouver, but I've been in the United States many years.
Why did you leave Vancouver?
Ran out of fish up there.
Were you a fisherman?
That's right. I was in the commercial fishing for about 25 years.
And what sort of work do you do now?
I have the Ocean Aquarium down at Hermosa Beach, Groucho.
Oh.
About 12 miles south of here.
What kind of a place is that?
It's a public aquarium with a display of all the different types of fish. There's sharks and seals and sea lions and bat rays, electric eels, piranhas, and big octopus. I could go on naming a lot of things.
Octopus?
That's right.
What is the plural of octopus, do you know?
Octopi or octopuses. Whichever you want.
What is the most interesting exhibit you have to offer?
We have a new one, Groucho. It's Winnie the Whale with the...
Winnie the Whale?
With the detachable tail.
Oh. Is that anything like Minnie the Moocher? I beg you, it sounded like you said Winnie the Whale with a detachable tail. Would you give me that again?
Yeah, that is correct.
That is correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
What do you mean, a detachable tail?
Well, it's about a year and a half ago that Winnie was a California gray whale swimming out in the ocean, quite happy. And the
How do you know?
Well, I'll take that back. She was swimming out in the ocean. And
It's not easy to know when a whale is happy. I've hung around a lot of them, believe me. They're tough going. They won't say, they can have a headache and you won't get a peep out of them. They just sit there and spout. Well, tell us some more about this detachable tail.
Well, the destroyer rammed the Winnie, and the tail was completely cut off by the propellers of the ship. Mm-hmm. The Coast Guard picked the whale up and brought her into shore at San Diego at Mission Bay. I went down with cranes, raised her out, and brought her up to the Ocean Aquarium, and I embalmed the animal.
Well, Art, I think you're a genius. Not only that, but you're a great businessman. A smart operator and a whale of a fellow. Put it that way. I'm just humoring you. I don't take any chances with a screwball who embalms whales. You know, he might take it in his head to put me on exhibition. Well, I must say I've learned nothing about whales here tonight, but fortunately the time has come to play You Bet Your Life.
Can I ask you a question just before you get on?
Well, it depends.
I was watching one of your shows, Groucho, around Christmas time, and you were going to get a bus for the McKinley School for Boys.
That's true.
Did you get it?
I don't think they've got it yet. Why do you ask?
We have 2 ravens that collect pennies from people. Down at the aquarium, the people give them pennies, and they hide the pennies, and we've been saving them for some good charity. There's about $500 in those sacks, and the ravens, I think, would like to help you with your cause and fix those schoolboys up with a bus.
Well, Art, I think that's a wonderful idea, and I'm pretty sure your $500 should bring that total to just about what they need for a bus.
That's fine.
I'll throw $100 of my own money in there, too. I didn't get it from a raven, but I'll throw $100. Well, now we got $600, huh? Well, you know, we've had a lot of interest in this, and during the week I'll find out exactly how it stands and give you a complete report. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You select a general information quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
In the race for the $1,500, the first couple, Mrs. Pfeiffer and Mr. Whistler, won $80, and the secret word is paper.
We start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you miss a question, you lose half of whatever you've got. Now, which question do you want to try for? 10, 50, 70, 90, 100?
70.
How much?
70.
70. Now, what do you call the special type of scissors used to cut cloth so it won't ravel?
Pinking shears.
Pinking shears is right.
You now have $170.
See how handy it is to have a girl on the show who does operations? She's probably pinked many a customer down there. 80. Have you ever had a doctor that looked as good as that?
I'm going to get sick tonight.
I've been sick for 15 minutes. You're going to try 80, eh? What do you call a Russian tea urn with a charcoal heating unit? I'm sure you've heard of it.
Samovar.
That's right, Samovar, best friend.
Your bankroll now stands at $250.
90?
90, eh? $90. What is the one letter of the alphabet that does not appear on the standard dial phone?
I.
No, it's Q.
You now have lost 1/2 of your bankroll, so you have $125.
Well, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, what do you want to try?
100.
100. What do you call the swinging bar to which the traces of a horse's harness are fastened?
The whipple tree?
Oh, you're so cute. That is absolutely right.
And you wind up with a grand total of $225.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And, Doctor, I'm going to call on you real soon. George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we invited some high school girls to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Jan Van Alsten to be our guest. And her partner is Mr. Ed Ryan, Groucho. And when I heard he was in town, I invited him down to the show. And in just a moment, I think you're going to understand why I did. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Bush Feckety, say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Well, what are you Santa Claus or Rip Van Winkle?
Neither one, Groucho.
Well, who are you?
I'm Ed Ryan.
Well, you're evading the issue. What are you hiding under those whiskers?
I'm not hiding anything, Groucho.
Well, what a waste, huh? There's room under there for a 12-pound turkey and a pumpernickel. You say you're Ed Ryan?
Ed Ryan.
Where are you from, Eddie, my lad?
I'm from the beautiful Black Hills of South Dakota.
Well, welcome to the smoggy plains of Los Angeles. Well, what are you doing in town, Ed? Are you bringing in a load for a mattress factory?
I'm here on a visit, Groucho.
Oh. Well, what do you think of our little city, Ed?
Well, I think it's a wonderful little place. And the people has been awful nice to me, Groucho. You've got some pretty darn nice-looking women, too.
Why, Ed, you're nothing but an old Groucho Marx. Let's see, you're Jan Van Alstyne?
That's right.
Well, unless my eyes are deceiving me, you're a very attractive young lady.
Thank you very much.
If your eyes were deceiving you, you could say something nice about me, too. How old are you, Jan?
I'm 16.
16, huh? What, you go to school, I presume, huh?
I do. Mm-hmm. Santa Monica High School.
Is that where you go, Santa Monica High? Huh?
The greatest, finest school in California.
It is, huh? This apple polishing won't do you any good, you know. If your marks are unsatisfactory, you won't pass anyway. Mr. Ryan, let's get back to you. When did you start growing that schnitzel you've got there? Huh?
When I joined the Army, Groucho.
You were in the Army?
Yes.
Well, let me guess. You're certainly too old for the last war. Were you in World War I?
No.
Spanish-American War?
No.
Civil War?
No, I was with General George Custer.
That's impossible. Custer was even before my time. How old do you say you are, Ed?
I'm 97.
Ed, if you're 97, I'm Bing Crosby. Can you prove it?
Yes,
you know, a lot of people say they're 80, 90.
I can, Groucho. Here's my baptismal certificate in black and white.
Baptismal certificate, huh? St. Mary's Church, Centerville, Iowa, July 11th, 1856.
And I was born on June the 23rd, 1856.
Well, say, that's remarkable. You said you don't look 97. By the way, if you were there with Custer, there's a small question I'd like to ask you. Weren't Custer and all his men massacred by the Indians?
Yes, that's right. There was no survivors at the battlefield.
Well, I don't want to be nosy, but you don't look dead to me. How did you get away?
Well, I'm a technical survivor. I was left behind to care for a sick buddy. And by being left behind to care of this sick buddy, I missed the battle.
Oh, well, you certainly were lucky, weren't you? Huh?
Yes, I was.
And what did you do then?
Well, sir, I was so mad at the Army because they hadn't sent me back help to take care of this buddy of mine that I was angry at him, and I just quit the Army and never reported to the Army again.
You never went back to the Army? You mean you went over the hill? You were AWOL?
Well, yes, you could say I was AWOL for 75 years.
Well, if I were you, Ed, I'd sneak back into that camp and keep my mouth shut. You'll never know the difference. And don't worry about the Indians either. They're all busy hunting uranium. Well, hasn't the Army been after you all these years, Ed?
No, Groucho. According to the Army records, I had...
You're dead?
Yes, I'm dead, and my name is on the monument out on the battlefield out there.
Well, Ed, your secret's safe with me. I won't tell a soul. Right at this moment, however, 200 colonels in the Pentagon are getting dizzy just thinking of your back pay. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, but the time has come to play You Bet Your Life. Just win more than the other couples, you'll get a crack at the bonanza later on.
In the race for the $1,500, Dr. Fraser and Mr. McBride are leading with $225.
Now, let us see what we have here. We start you off with a $100 bankroll. And whenever you miss a question, you lose half of your bankroll. Is that clear? Mm-hmm. Okay, now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. $10 one is an easy one, then they get progressively harder as you go along. Now, which one do you want?
We'd like to try the $50 one.
50? Is that all right with
That's
you?
right.
What kind of bird plays an important part in the poem, The Rime of the Ancient Mariner?
A raven? Would you think it would be a raven?
No, it's the albatross.
You've lost half of your bankroll, so you now have $50.
Now you have $50. Now what do you want to try?
Let's try your 60. Yeah.
60?
Well, let's try the 40.
40?
Yeah.
40? The name Reynard is associated with what kind of animal?
Would you repeat the question?
The name Reynard, R-E-Y-N-A-R-D, is associated with what kind of an animal? You don't know, guess.
I believe it might be a mince.
No, it's a fox. Well, now you have $25. Is that right, George? Now what do you want to try?
Whatever you choose is okay with me. Yeah.
We'll try the $30.
Sadie, according to the song in the Disney cartoon, who was the bull with the delicate ego? He liked flowers.
Ferdinand.
That is right, Ferdinand. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You now have $55.
Right.
I'm helping you out, George.
You sure are.
Now, what do you want to try? 100? 90? 10?
All right.
60? What was the name of President Roosevelt's famous little Scotty?
Bella.
Joe.
Well, that's close enough. It's Fowler, but we give you that one.
And you wind up with $115.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you.
And that means that Dr. Fraser and Mr. McBride, with $225, in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Here comes Mr. McBride and the doctor, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Groucho?
Well, Doctor, you
Right
may
here.
only make $71 a month, but here's your chance to become extremely wealthy in one crack. Here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. You ready? 150 years ago, an emperor crowned himself because he said, "No man is great enough to crown me." For $1,500, who was this emperor? Talk it over. What is the question you two have decided upon?
Try Napoleon.
That was right, Napoleon.
Yes.
Wait a minute. How much else did they win, George?
Well, you won $225 in the quiz, so that's $1,725 altogether.
What are you going to do with all that swag?
Well,
You going to buy your own hospital?
No, I'm not. I'm going to pay back some debts I incurred in medical school.
Oh, and you? Are you going to get a new tail for the whale? Why didn't you get a new whale for the tail?
No, Groucho, I'm leaving in about a week for a trip through Asia. And I think I'll find some place to do something with that money that will help the goodwill of the United States, some children or someone in the audience.
After donating that $500 tonight to the boys' home, I'm sure that you'll do a lot of good with whatever money you got tonight. And good luck, and thanks to both of you. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers, you bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Don't be a wacky walker. Be safe, be seen. At night, wear white. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meekin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
May I borrow your frame?
Before I'd trust you with it, Sonny, you'd have to get two co-signers.
I know we've never met, we've never seen each other. But my instinct tells me that you're young and gay and beautiful.
Thanks, Bob.
For gremlins.
I never want to hear your Hump Sebastian Bach, and I don't want to listen to Ludwig Beethoven, and I don't give a hoot for old Johannes Brahms. The bees we want are these. The bees we want are these. There's the barrel house, the boogie woogie, and the blues.
Hey, Mike, what were you just doing out on the lawn? Cleaning it up. Bad news, I think the French Mafia found you. What? Why? What makes you say that? Well, because some guys drove by in a badly made car. They yelled some incomprehensible insults at the house, and then they tossed baguettes in on the lawn. You mean we were the victims of a drive-by baguetting? I'm afraid so. Well, that's about as serious as it gets with the French Mafia. Ugh. We could be in trouble. Now, speaking of, why is there a giant woman's hat on the hat rack? Oh, I accidentally grabbed that when I was trying to get out of that illegal landmark auction I was at. Ugh. I was in such a hurry to get out before they tried to make me pay for the Eiffel Tower. I grabbed the wrong hat. I think that belonged to the auctioneer or something. Wait, a giant woman's hat at a landmark auction? You don't think? Man, it couldn't be. See you next time, folks.